Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. But the only thing I don't know if you uh the economic system that is being put in place, how are you not gonna participate on what the central banks of the world are? Because the banks are gonna be a portion of it. The banks cannot do anything without the participants, right? You and I buying things and participating in the system, right? So the banks are going to implement whatever they're going to implement, and you might want to participate with them or not. But isn't
Hey,
the
Jim.
new system that you're talking about kind of like you're going to be kind of in a way your own bank in a way, and you're going to participate independently from the banking system? That's what you're trying to say?
Well, yeah. I mean, think about it. Imagine we get to 2025 or 20, let's just say 2030, right? Safe bet, 2030. And they have all the CBDCs in place. All the cash is either almost completely pulled off or it's almost done being pulled out from circulation. So there's almost no more cash. Um, and then they tell you if you do not have our magic potion, you do not have access to your CBDCs that we control. Not only that, the way they're designing these things, and China's already doing it, is that there's going to be a burn function, meaning you can't save. You have to spend it. And if you don't spend it, you lose it. Right? This is what we're facing, what people don't understand, right? So,
So, what
um,
is the actual alternative versus the system that these huge corporations and enterprises that are in plot with the banking system, the Federal Reserve, and the controllers of the resources, the gold, the technology? What is the alternative to the whole thing that they got going?
I got it. I got it right here. It's community credit unions. So instead of going to U.S. Bank or Bank of America or any of the mega banks, just go to a community credit union instead.
Wait, they're gonna close the credit unions and
yeah, but
build apartments.
the community credit union is something operating like that is either going to be a part of the system or it's not, right? If it's a part of the system, then they're going to be using their stuff and it's going to be controlled. You're going to see, I'm going to make a prediction right now. I've already have, but you go out and you drive around town, you see banks all over the place. That's going to change. Or it's not going to
That
be
there's
so like
gonna be
we have
there's not gonna be
we
that
have bank
many banks in every corner. There's
no
not gonna be
we
that many.
have right now we have Bank of America, we have you name them, run down the line. We have all these banks, right? And what's happening is they're all being swallowed up and they're all
Yeah,
being absorbed. And the Federal Reserve, what they want to do, they've said this, man. If people pay attention, they want to eliminate all this extra. So like when you get paid, your paycheck, instead of you getting an actual paycheck or direct deposit into your bank, which is on the corner, Bank of America, it's going to go straight to the Federal Reserve, which they have control of. And they take automatic taxes. If you don't play ball, they can shut off your account. If they feel you owe money because if you don't get the magic potion, you owe this much money
wait,
because
but
that's the
are you
new.
saying that the Federal Reserve control the XRP ledger?
The same people that operate and run the current monetary schemes are the same people that are operating the XRPs of the world. Yes.
Okay, so the alternative to that, like let's say something practical. Can you now since you mentioned XMR, that's Monero, right?
Yes. Yep.
So how can you just say something about Monero? Tell me about Monero, because I like Mon. Have you noticed that Monero is a mixture of money and dinero? Monero is is a mixture of Spanish and English.
Right. Yeah. Well, so
That's
so
funny.
if we talk about Bitcoin and XRP, there's so we have a ledger. That's how we count the transactions. That's how we know that if I send you, one Bitcoin or whatever, it gets written on the ledger, it confirms it, and it's now in your wallet. It's all confirmed, et cetera, et cetera. That's the whole process. Um, Now, the thing is so like with Bitcoin as an example, You can go and search top wallets or top whatever. Like we know the wallet, and you can look at the wallet and you know how much that wallet has, et cetera, and you can follow
Yeah.
every transaction. So if that wallet makes a transaction, you can follow where it went. So it sends it to this wallet. Okay, now I'm following it. And it goes to
Monero is
this
more in
wallet.
a
And it goes...
secret system.
So Monero uses it jumbles it together with multiple transactions, and it's like a mixer almost. So you don't know where it's going. So you send it out and then it mixed up, and so you can't follow it. Now there's some that say they've finally figured out how to track it or whatever. I'm not sure. I don't know. Pirate Chain is different. Pirate Chain, it literally once you send it, it goes black. You can't see anything. There's no mix. You do not see it. It's completely anonymous. It's literally the closest thing we have to a digital cash. So,
What's that?
Pirate Chain.
How do you have any short letters for that one?
Have ARRR. Pirate Chain R.
Wait, ARRR? Oh, okay.
What about
Like Pirates of the Caribbean? Yay!
what about yesterday? I think I heard someone say the Amish knows the way. Hey, maybe that's a solution. Amish lifestyles. Talk about way of life.
But hey, what about? Do you think, let's say, this whole situation, they've been resetting a lot of the finances and the rules about everything and the engagement of commerce, because if you don't do what we say, you cannot buy and sell, right? Do you think the things like Monero, ERRR, are these gonna have any practicality, any utility in actual things that people are gonna be able to use, or is it technology like the hydrogen vehicle that we know is there but nobody uses it?
My voice dropped out. I had to go out and get back in. I think they didn't like what I was saying. The practicality is anonymity. You retain. So, for instance, your neighbor needs his grass cut, right? So he offers you $20 to go cut his grass. Nobody's gonna know
$20? What do you think?
he,
I'm Mexican?
Oh, I'm giving you an example. So $20, and no one knows that he gave you that $20. But when it goes digital and everything gets tracked, and they say there's transfer fees, what they also want to keep an eye on is what comes in and what goes out. So that's why they're monitoring people's banks. They just announced that not that long ago, that if you have more than $2,000 or whatever in your bank, or no, I'm sorry, $500, which, I mean, almost everybody has more than $500. You work at McDonald's, you have more than $500 at least at one point in your bank. So, and if you are spending or putting in more money than what you're actually making via income, they're going to investigate you. And then they're going to want you to pay taxes on that extra money. And they don't give a fuck where it came from. Right? So,
creepy Uncle Joe, he hired like 80,000 IRS
yes,
employees.
there you go. Exactly that. That's what I'm saying. So they're prepping for this. All of this stuff is coming into play right now. Like all the pieces are being put into place for this. That's what what do you call it? What's that thing, that slogan they have? The Great Reset. That's what all this.
But my question is, though, that you're saying that you're gonna utilize a system that is gonna be person to person, and let's say you're gonna provide a service, and someone wants to pay you for that service, you will only accept the ones that you're accepting, because you're not gonna take their payment system. So if the person trying to pay is using the convenience system of the monetary system, the banks, how are they going to pay you?
You can get a loan.
There's
Hey,
ways.
what I'm trying to say, if you're
So
gonna put gas or buy something at the store or
right,
pay
you can
for
convert. There's
food.
something, yeah. So there's something that's called decentralized exchanges, a DEX, and there's something that's an
You can
atomic
get a credit
DEX,
card.
and
Get a
it
credit card and pay it
completely
back.
right. And there, well, there's numerous ways. That's the thing is we're the real freedom fighters, if you want to call them that, are trying to build these tools and technologies to make it less reliant on the system.
So are
And
they
so
gonna
they don't.
survive regular? Are they?
It's not
Is
true.
this gonna survive
It's not
regulatory?
true at all.
Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
one
no, no.
second, bro.
Before you
It's okay.
reply to that, I need to deconstruct this before you go any further on this lie this guy just told.
Wait,
What
you
lie?
calling him a liar?
What are you
Okay, you
talking
getting
about?
muted. You
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
I'm
What
muted
not
is
for
this
not
guy?
lying.
calling him a
I
liar.
wouldn't consider lying. No, I'm sorry. Wrong phraseology. I'm talking.
All right, you getting muted just for bringing the liar side of things because nobody was
Yeah.
lying.
Thanks, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're having a we're having a really relaxed conversation. No need to call anybody a liar because I don't think he's lying. My question, I'm gonna unmute you, bro. Listen. I'm gonna unmute him in a little bit. But my question is that are these systems gonna survive some sort of regulatory, government, regulations that they say, hey, this is the economic system, and banks are gonna utilize the system, and this is what we're going with, and whoever doesn't use this doesn't cannot pass you cannot pass your card at the credit at the store and buy something. You know what I'm saying?
I do. It's what they want. So I mean, the hope is with the DEXs. The hope is to continue our P2P transactions, trades, etc., without any government interference. Now, if we can achieve that, keep that, who can really predict that? I don't know. I hope so. I mean, that's the hope, right?
I like it that you said
Um,
P2P. What do you think about the Tron blockchain? Would you call it blockchain, the Tron?
Tron.
Yeah, this guy. I think this guy's made. I forgot his name, but he's one of these guys that created like the BitTorrent things that people share. Files on the internet. He's one of these big guys that created that kind of stuff. So the Tron network was created by these people that created the P2P sharing files. Yeah, if you're not familiar with it, but yeah, I've heard about this kind of stuff. Anyways, yeah, I like Monero. I mean, I like that kind of stuff, and it sounds really good to me. I just hope I can just put gas in my vehicle with it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, well, if it's all about adoption too. That's a huge part of it's adoption. So like Monero also has a wallet so if you have Bitcoin, you can put Bitcoin in this wallet and you can cycle it with Monero. So you can put it into Monero and then move Monero. So it's kind of like cleaning what you have. Does that make sense? Because if
It's
you're
money
if you're on
laundering, not money laundering.
Monero is not completely apt like Bitcoin. It uses a different encryption protocol.
yeah, of course.
If you
Yeah, no.
and then if you cycle wallets, once you get to that middleman to cycle from Bitcoin to Monero, you actually just compromise yourself. You want to keep it in the chain. You never want to convert one to one.
So how practical do you think Monero is gonna be on a day-to-day basis?
Well, Monero is used
These
in the dark web a lot.
Dude, Monero's not
popular.
practical for a day-to-day basis. It's just for money laundering. Like, the transactions are
it's
too slow and it
dark
costs too
web.
much.
Isn't that
Exactly.
illegal in
It's
the
illegal
US?
shit.
no, it's not illegal.
Monero's not illegal,
Not
but what
that. No.
people use it for is illegal though.
Just like Bitcoin, some people use it for illegal stuff.
Yeah,
People also
Bitcoin
use
was
it for
popularized
legit.
over dark web.
So that
people also use
brings
it
my
for
question. Go ahead.
legit transactions. So like Pirate Chain has a service called Armada, and you can be a merchant on Armada, and people sell artwork, clothes, things they make, things they build, services, and they enroll them. So you can go to Armada. It's ARRR Mata, Armada, and if you're a merchant, if you provide service or you make something, you knit sweaters, you make T-shirts, well, it doesn't matter. They accept R as a form of payment. So
what is gonna stop the, I don't know, like, this whole thing that has been going on is because we don't have any clarity on, I guess, what the government label cryptocurrencies as, or tokens of the digital asset side. We don't know what they actually gonna do in the regulatory side of things yet. We don't know. So what is stopping them from saying, hey, nobody can use Monero in the US?
nothing is stopping them from saying that.
Well, I
They
mean,
can
the
say it
technology
tomorrow.
kind of stops them.
So
Like, I mean, you could
they
say,
can't stop the technology.
yeah,
As long
exactly.
as that's the thing about it. So there's nothing they can fucking do about it. Now,
Okay,
if
that's
you
good.
try
I like
to
that.
come but if you try to go back into their systems and put money back onto Coinbase, they can hold you. They can hold it. They can lock you up, and all your funds are stuck in there, just like with your bank
Oh
account.
no.
They've already done it on Coinbase. That's why Bitcoin isn't a fungible asset. I would consider Bitcoin as it's a store of value. That's all it is. It's way too expensive to move and use as a payment. Bitcoin is not a currency. It will never be a currency. It's just a store of value, like gold. It's just a store of value. Really, all it is. And when you're using places like Coinbase, you might as well be using the bank. It's the bank. they can freeze your assets. They do it all the time. They freeze your assets. They freeze your spending. If you speak out about something and they don't like you, that you have a big voice and people are hearing you, they can just make up some phony baloney bullshit and freeze your assets, freeze your bank account, freeze your Coinbase account, etc. They do it with PayPal. Like, this shit has already happened. So to think it's not going to continue to happen and get worse is, it's not thinking straight. But that's why I brought up the DEX, the atomic DEX, where I can drop money directly to you. So it's between me and you. There is no middleman. It goes from me to you, right? So we're basically getting rid of the middleman, the bank, the institutions, right? And we're trying to just go P2P, person to person, for everyday life. And if people
I think that is good, but there might be, maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking about it, trying to think about it really hard. What about the liquidity to fiat? Like, will these blockchains will have enough liquidity to be able to make them usable? Like I'm saying, I'm using Monero, I'm using the pirate thing. How am I gonna put gas in my vehicle with it?
Right. Well, let's say that the gas station accepts Bitcoin, right? So, but you have nothing but Pirate Chain. That's all you have is Pirate Chain. But you need to get gas, and they accept Bitcoin. So, what you can do is take your your Pirate Chain, and you can use a decentralized exchange and trade it with somebody who wants R and you want Bitcoin. So you make a trade on the decentralized exchange. Now you have Bitcoin. Then you go to the gas station and you pay for your gas with Bitcoin.
And how practical is that? You think people are gonna do that? Just every time they're gonna put gas or buy avocados at the store, they're gonna have to go to the exchange, sell their asset, and
Well, it's
do that
not
stuff?
that hard, and I wouldn't say they would do it with Bitcoin. Maybe it'd be like Litecoin. Maybe it'll be XRP. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like, if you're gonna be any type of crypto for a form of payment at like some store for food or gas, shit like that,
Because
it's probably gonna
I'm all
be
for the Monero and the privacy. I'm all for that. But when I'm
yeah.
looking at things the way they're going, I don't know, man. I think these people want the whole systems to be, for at least from our side, open to the public, open to the public eye, and maybe they will be using the private side, but not allow it for the common guy.
But if they're going to be using it, then that means you can use it. Because if they're using it, then you can use it. this is
No,
the
I don't
beautiful
think
thing
so,
about it.
bro. I
And
don't. I don't.
how are they?
There is a big club, and we ain't in it.
I get it.
Hey, do you want to try to unmute that other guy just to see if maybe he might want to
He
start
is
off
unmuted.
on in a
I
different
unmuted
method?
him. He was unmuted. Yeah, he spoke after I unmuted him. He said a few things, but he jumped out.
Oh, did he? Okay.
He was
I
your
was
friend?
curious on. I was curious on what I lied about. I didn't lie about shit. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
Yeah,
I'm just
like I'm
giving
talking
my.
to. I assumed that the Whammer down here, he's not able to talk voice chat, probably too late or something like that. But I'm talking to him on the side. Sounds like he is really big into options and things like that. I gotta get to that. He's now the second person who's told me that.
Bro, I would not recommend trading options.
Well, dude, I'm really good at day trading, and I
Have you
gotta
traded
go.
options in like stocks? Because it's pretty risky. Usually, it's better to sell options.
See, I do. So what I keep getting told is buy options, not sell. Go in with buy.
It could be different for crypto, but for stocks, it's much better to sell usually.
Oh yeah, no. Exactly. Sorry. Any misunderstanding, but yeah, just in the stocks, not crypto. Yeah, the only thing that I do in the crypto world is just for day trading, so to say. Even though I just came off of sitting for 22 days,
You
was
pay a lot of
unheard of.
fees day trading though. There's no point in day trading.
Say that again. Sorry.
You pay a lot of fees unless you're day trading a large quantity of money. There's no point because you're gonna pay a lot of fees.
Yeah, I know people who day trade all day long, and they probably come out with like $10 a day. With all that work, it's like,
Exactly.
what are you doing?
It's like you lose
know,
20% from the fees itself. So
like
it's
they're not.
So
Yeah, the
all right,
fees.
hold on.
Yep.
I gotta clear this up because I can make a lot of money off of it. So I will put in a lot of money. And I've done it so much. I can go and look if you end up wanting me to, but I'm pretty
No, you don't have to
confident.
look. I know.
Yeah, but
no, I know that I know people as well that have done very, very well on day trading, and they utilize the bot as well. So they set their buys, they set their sells, right? So
you're right.
so if you know what you're doing, you can make money, but you could also get your ass handed to you. So I think with day trading, when you day trade, you put in whatever you're going to day trade, whatever you're willing to lose, right? And then set your parameters. You set your parameters. I'm only willing to lose this, or I'm only willing, you set those parameters. So it's like a gambler will go to Vegas, and if they're smart, they say, okay, I have this $1,000, and I'm only, if I lose all this, I'm walking away, right? Other people will pull out more money. Oh, I made money the last time, I'll make money this time.
Yep.
So as long as you're smart about it, I think it's great.
Yeah.
It's really.
The way that I'll do when I go over, or actually crypto and for like S triple Q in the stock, the way I'll look at it, I'll wait till it's on its where I think it's going to finally reach its bottom, and then I start putting money into it. And once it goes up just 2%, I pull it out right then. I don't care. I don't get upset if it ends up going higher up than that. I don't give a crap. I pull out at 2%, and that's good enough.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah, but you're a rich white guy, and that's racist.
No, day trading isn't to get rich. It's to slowly make money. So it's not. So if you're day trading and you have the idea that you're going to get rich, you're going to get wrecked. But if you're doing it the way he's doing it, where he's just making a little bit and a little bit and a little bit, and then over a year, if you've done it right and you do it safely the way he's doing it, then you could have made an extra 20 grand that year or whatever, however big it is you trade.
Yeah,
Now, I got a
don't know.
question for you. When you so when you buy low and then you wait for it to go up to 2%, what are you
Mhm.
trading out into? Are you going into stable? Do you trade into Bitcoin? What do you do from there?
So the one that all right. So I look into uh things that follow Bitcoin. So, for instance, Cardano seems to typically follow what Bitcoin is doing. If Bitcoin drops, it's always going to drop.
Cardano drops, yeah. Yep.
Yep. So sorry, I'm horrible at names. I will butcher the heck out of stuff. But
That's why I
so
don't daily. That's why I don't daily trade, because I buy high and sell low.
That's the wrong method, bro.
Yep. So
You got to turn that on its head.
Yep, what you're doing, man, is you're looking at, oh, it's finally going in the green, like there's my candlestick, the thumbs up, and you're like, buy
You
it.
know what? I
Bringing it
should
through.
just flip my screen, my computer screen, and just do the same thing I'm doing. Just flip the screen.
Or you can move to Australia.
Oh,
I got you. I was slow at that one. Betting against, like how you can do it in the stock, I forget what it's called, but when you bet against it when it's going down.
Shorting it.
What is it called?
When you short a stock.
That's right, short sales. Yep. Man, I wish they would do short sales in cryptocurrency. I know I would kill the heck
You
out.
can, dude. If you trade futures, you can short Bitcoin.
So where are you doing it at? What platform?
There's multiple, like Delta Exchange, FTX. I don't know if you can do it in the US.
So yep. So all
I
right,
don't really trade futures that much, but I know that it's possible if you wanted to do that.
Yeah. So I am in the in the USA, and the two that you just mentioned were two that I was hoping I could go to, and I can't do it in America. There is one, but it costs so much in fees, and it's sketchy. So I was like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, it's kind of sus.
So literally all I get to do for cryptocurrency is just wait for it for day trading. That's it. And I wait for when I see like, hey, it's going down. So right now I think it's at its low point again. But I really, really question. So like right now, ADA is at like, I just checked it a second ago. I think it's like 118 or so. Yesterday it reached down to 115, and I almost bought it. And I was like, no, I got a hunch that it may go lower. I was totally wrong. That little joker ended up going like to $1.22, and I was like, damn it, I could have made 5% off of this. But oh well. But yeah, I'm going to probably end up pulling the trigger in the next 3 days on that one, and going to let that ride 2%, take it out. Well, actually, so that with their fees, I actually got to do 3% because I got a 1% fee. So it'll go up 2%. I'll yank it, and I'll keep doing it until I see it, go up. And there, I will always reach instance, just so that I will keep on doing it as it's going up and up and up. And eventually it bites me in the ass because I don't know when is it going to stop. So what I do to myself is I say, hey, if it drops down 3%, I'm on the minus side of 3%, then I pull out. And that's when I say, end of the day is over with, step away from the community. So if I've sat in there and I've made 3 trades throughout the day that had me, 6% on the plus side, and then I have at the end of it where it's 3%, I'm on the backside, at least I made 3% for the day. Type deal. And sometimes it bites me in the ass. I'll write it up 2%, and then it'll drop me 3%. And I tell myself the exact same. Sit back, analyze this all over again
and take that 3% fee.
Yeah. Yep.
and make zero.
Yep. That's exactly right. Just you got to cut your losses sometimes. I messed up when I first got into this a long time ago. I messed myself up bad with sitting there being like, oh, I lost 3%. It's on its low side. Let me put back in. And I kept screwing myself so bad, man. So you got to have self control. If you don't have self control, do not do day trading.
Just like with any gambler, if you have a problem, don't fucking go to the casino.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Same thing. So, but you sound like one of those guys that you go to the casino with a set amount. You're either gonna walk away up or you're losing that money. And you, by the time when you
Yep.
walked in there, you already admitted to yourself, I'm okay with losing this money, and this is all. And when that money is gone, you leave the casino.
Yeah.
No.
The only time that I went to a casino, it wasn't much. So it might have been $200, something like that. Just nothing at all. And I sat there and I told myself, left pocket, because I heard my uncle say this because he used to gamble all the time. He lost huge. Like, if you ever do it this way. So it's exactly what I went. $200 was my left pocket, and that's what I used to gamble with. Whatever I won went into the right pocket. And when the day was over with, you went home with either you always went home with something. Or you sat there and was like, I lost $200 and that's it. Because when you start gambling your earnings, you're just really hurting yourself.
I got a buddy who's extremely lucky. He lives in Vegas and he likes to go to the local like bars and they have the little things at the bar you can play and motherfuckers hitting thousands and thousands of dollars over and over and over again. I was like, dude, I'm gonna start giving you money. Fuck, go gamble for me, dude. I'm not even gonna do it because I'll lose. So
Don't give me the money because I'll lose it all.
Yeah, I looked into actually getting into, like a broker to doing the work for me, but man, I just like doing it myself. I really like investigating things myself. I don't know if you were
it's the
here in
only
a
way.
second.
Yeah,
Do what?
it's the only way, man. Especially going forward, like with the crypto. See, I hear a lot of people, and I agree with this sentiment to an extent that like when Bitcoin came out, the first thing I thought in my head, oh, here we are, here's the digital, and they're starting it, and here it comes, and all that good stuff. In hindsight, obviously, I wish I got in back in 2010, right? So,
Right.
I mean, who? So I think there's some truth to it that it did open up the floor to it, and it does lead to the CBDCs and all that good stuff. But it's also it's like anything that's ever been created. It can be for good or it can be used for evil.
Just like me.
Oh yeah.
So that's why it's up to some of the projects out there to create some of these things like the decentralized exchanges to keep some form of control over our own lives, some anonymity, some sovereignty to our own lives. And I think once
I
we
guess
if
I
we
guess
lose our
this crypto thing is the evil controller's wet dream. Isn't it?
You there?
if you guys want to look into kind of what they have planned, China has their CBDC. I think it's already in use.
So
if I'm not wrong.
So it starts in February, and I'm really, really inching to put into that. I probably will at least put something in.
You gotta learn to speak Chinese before you do that.
But Math is all you ever need
So
to
with
see.
the, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that have a burn function that won't allow you to save? Like if you want to hodl and you want to hodl it to give to your kids in 10, 15, 20 years, right? Uh, I've read that they want to have some type of burn function that won't allow you to hodl.
Know
They
that.
want it.
I
They
don't
want
know
it.
anything
They want
about
it. Yeah, that's the thing. They want it liquid. They want you to spend it. So as opposed to you being able to save and stack, like back in the day, Grandpa used to put his money under the fucking mattress, right? And then over 20 years, there was a big stack of cash, and he was able to hand that off to his children or grandchildren or whatever.
Yeah, and that cash can only buy like 10% what it used to.
No, I get all that. I'm just giving an analogy. I know that. I understand. But it's so almost in the same light, but even worse, as opposed to it just simply devaluing, they want to have attached a burn function that will burn those tokens or those coins.
Yeah, they're big fans of Keynesian economics, I guess.
And when they do that, they prevent you from hoarding wealth and gaining wealth because they don't want you to have wealth, right? They want the wealth to be lopsided, and they want the slaves to be slaves, and then the rulers to be wealthy. I mean,
No, I think they're
it
just
has
doing
a
it to
burn.
stimulate demand. Because
So
people aren't
what?
spending money. They're just trying to stimulate demand, but it's pretty messed
Well,
up.
they'll give you the reasons, whatever the reason, and I can already hear it, and it's something to that effect. We want it liquid, we want it moving.
Right. They want to have like an economy that's spending because that's good for the economy.
But if
Right.
if everybody has money and there's no one at McDonald's making the burgers, how you gonna get a burger?
Well, this is China we're talking about, right?
All right, so Chinese McDonald's. Oh, China. Yeah, they're gonna have people working.
Yeah,
Either they want it or not.
I don't think they're giving out the stimulus checks as much as the U.S. is.
Yeah, the U.S. is fucking going under, man. They're just digging, digging, and digging. It's in such a
Now
hole.
we
I
have
don't think people.
innovation. We have technology. We have the dollar. What else we got?
You remember back in World War
We got
II,
good
I think,
looks. We got good
that
looks, but the Koreans and the Japanese are taking the good looks from us. So we might not have that for too long.
I got there's like 4 or 5 of y'all that I've became friends with and messaged and everything. I've got y'all added in there. So the 2 guys you are the bigger ones. They mostly stick to options. Obviously they'll still do stocks and things like that. I think I am the only one who does day trading in. So, but it's just because I've got that. I don't like what I have in money wise, but I have that option of where I can do that.
All right, bro. I'll send you my money. You do it.
Man, I'm telling you, if anybody ever gave me money to do day trading, I would screw it up.
Probably. Yep. So
But,
it goes.
I'll be honest, because I would really look at it as this ain't my money. I hate saying that too, but that's how I would look at it. It's not my money, so what do I care?
Yeah, but it's my money. You should care. You gotta do some community. You gotta do some community service, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just thought of something. I know you're asking as far as like, if you have some of these cryptocurrencies and you want to go get gas and, can I just go do that? Well, we've had things for a while, like a network like BISC, BISQ,
Mm-hmm.
and it's something that you can. So if you have some whatever cryptocurrency, but you need to go buy something, so you need fiat. So you go onto BISC, you load up your cryptocurrency, and then you sell it for PayPal or some other form of payment
No,
that
if you use
utilizes fiat.
PayPal, you're a glober like Elon.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving an example. There's
Right.
other payment options like I can't think of the names right now. I'd have to go to my computer, but you can trade it over BISC for actual fiat. So you're offboarding. You're basically getting off with
Yeah.
the cryptocurrency and getting something that's spendable gas station or whatever. So we already have those. We've had that for a while.
Yeah, and it's
What
for it's not that bad of a fee.
it's not, man. For what you're getting, I think it's a good service.
Yeah, the other thing that it helps you out as, so I was talking to someone the other day in this chat about it, and they were like, well, they weren't understanding, but don't matter. Anyhow, what they were getting at is if I came over there at 10,000 euros, they get they have to pay a fee. And I was like, see, I don't have to worry about that. And he was like, how do you not have to worry about that? And I was like, because I am my own bank. And he was like, bullcrap. And I was like, dude, I am my own bank. I can literally sit there and go through an app to pay their fee of whatever it is, and it's sent to you. So when it's given to you, then whatever, if you had to pay a fee, you're going to pay it regardless. If I worked at McDonald's, I made $10,000 and I gave it to you, you would have a fee on that. It'll be the exact same thing if I take it out of my cryptocurrency. However, what's different is the user for cryptocurrency doesn't have to worry about those dumb fees because I am my bank. And it's why places like China and I think France, I think there might be like 3 or 4 other countries that they've literally cut off cryptocurrency. Like you can't buy or sell anymore. They want to make their own. So
That's right. That's right. But the good news is people in those locations, when these dexes get into a good working order, they can get back in and they can proceed to doing it. They can use a VPN and or Tor, an onion browser, and place themselves anywhere in the world, get on a dex. So, that's why these projects are important, and that's why I brought up some of the stuff I brought up earlier.
Yep.
In the direction that we're going, I think this is incredibly important. And if they look how draconian they've gotten, look at the tyranny that's happening. You don't think that they're going to, how badly do they want the magic potion in everybody? They want it inside of your body. They just want it in you. But you don't want to play ball, right? I don't want your magic potion. I eat well, I drink water, I get sunlight, I exercise. I don't need it. I'm young, I'm
Right.
healthy. But as draconian as they are, and when they have all of their systems in place with their CBDCs, they can say, hey, you can no longer bank with us. You can't use our technology, our banking system, unless you have the magic potion. And
Yeah.
you're going to have your digital ID, your digital passport, all of your health, everything will be attached to this one ID, this worldwide identification.
Yep.
And they're utilizing blockchain.
Bro, but
So there's no
at
way
least you
there's
get
no way to fake it.
at least you get to eat in McDonald's.
Yeah, I know, right? Get the magic potion and we'll give you some McDonald's. Get the
Because
magic potion, we'll give
is
you
not gonna take
donuts.
Monet. McDonald's is not gonna take Monero just because it starts with M. Just kidding. Hey, what about this how do you say APYs that a lot of these how do you call them? Many of these assets are giving kind of like, let's say a simple basic one like USDC, which is based on the dollar. It doesn't change price much, right? Only like 1 cent. And you're getting like 10% in some exchanges or even more in other ones. 10% APY, you call it? Hello?
I think you're talking about liquidity mining, where you put money into a
Yeah,
pool.
what
Is that what
are
you're
you
talking
asking
about?
for about staking? Because that's
Yeah, like staking your USDC or something, like that. If you put $1 million on USDC at, I don't know, 10%, isn't that like pretty decent?
Yeah, that's
people
pretty
do that
good.
all the
But
time. Yeah, Cardano has that. KuCoin has that. You can actually pony up some of your crypto for loaning, and people will loan your cryptocurrency, and then they'll go and trade on it or whatever, but they pay a fee, right? So you make that money. You make money off. So it's almost like loaning your money, right? I loan you money, but you got to pay me back with interest. It's the same thing, right? And
So
most
there's a
banks
lot of,
do have.
I've been noticing this is kind of big. A lot of assets are kind of doing that, and people are putting big amounts of money and just
Yeah,
taking it
there's
or lending their assets.
there's projects out there that are staking based, and there's one I can't think of the name of it. I'll pull it up in a minute. That you set the term of what you want to stake, and you get throughout that term you get paid out in liquid Bitcoin. So you get paid out over time in Bitcoin, right? And sometimes you get more than
I don't
others.
want that BS. I want fiat.
Well, sure. Then you should go and do what the other guy's doing and use the normal
No, just
exchanges, the
kidding.
fiat
Getting some
exchanges.
BTC, I guess, is good because you could, let's say you're not in need of this money that you're staking and you can just save the BTC and just accumulate it. That might be a good thing, or it could be bad. BTC can just die tomorrow. Who knows?
But so can the
Uh,
Federal Reserve.
nah,
So,
the Federal Reserve, bro, have you seen their buildings? They build fortresses. You think they're gonna fall?
well, what I mean by that is the current monetary system, so the dollar. And if you don't think that the dollar's in trouble, I got 6.2 trillion reasons from Donald J. Trump that the dollar is in trouble, and another
See,
2.3 trillion from
Nah, it's
Biden,
like
and
60
then
trillions in that we have in
they're
kind of
just
like.
on the book. So there's different books. So if you get into this and you look deep into it, there's what we can. So if you go to the world debt or the U.S. debt clock, and you look at our debt, just on one book that we can see, we're already like $30 trillion in debt and counting because they've already done these other loans. So it's going to exceed.
Isn't that for show? That sounds like that's just for show.
Oh,
so
that's like
no, that's very real.
it's very
yes,
real, bro.
Like
But
okay, so the bank print a bunch of money and the bank gave it to people to spend it, and now people have to pay it back.
so
with
so
interest,
correct. Yep.
So
with
so
interest,
so what? How can the bank just print money out of thin
they
air, and now
they
they own you
hey,
because they print something out of thin air?
I'm gonna share a link with you. And when you get off of this, I want you to watch it. It's an hour-long video, and then all the sources are linked to it. Sources from books and things that you can read if you really want to get into. But if you watch this video all the way through, it'll pretty much give you the foundation of how we got to where we are today, what
Yeah.
the Federal Reserve is, when the Federal Reserve came into existence, why it came into existence, who was behind it, all that good stuff.
But
So
are we
J-
moving
J-
away from that system, or is it or is it that system on steroids?
I'm going to tell you right now that that loan that Trump took out it was basically propping it up. So it's ready to like
Mhm.
collapse. So
But Trump can just pay it back
or
from his
prop it up.
money.
No,
So
dude. No, we're talking.
Just messing
No,
around.
bro. We're
Just
we're
messing.
yeah.
So I actually was probably, I don't know, about 2 years ago. I would sit there and put my money into places for the interest that you get off of it. So in some of these stocks and some of these cryptos, if you put your money in there, you leave it there for a year, you make an interest off of it. And the dollars do that. I think it's at 1% or something like that. But it's great. But I'm here to tell you, with what exactly you're just now talking about, is the exact reason why I no longer do that. Like the dollar is beyond untrustworthy. Hey, Jimsy, have you ever looked at why? So you know the dollar sign. You'll have two barcodes or two lines that go through. Or now it's one. Used to be two. Do you know why?
Because if they add extra art, it might give you more value.
So, all right. So, I forget what president changed it, but American money used to be backed by gold. And the day
No
that,
way.
yeah, oh yeah, backed by gold. And the day that it changed was why now we see a different set of lines that go through it than what it used to be. So, yeah.
Yeah,
So
money.
now
The dollar has not been backed by gold since 1934.
that's
Most
it.
people don't know this.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
it's old.
I
Bro,
talked to a guy. It was like I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. He did very well in the markets, and he liked to brag about how he had millions or a million or two or whatever in the markets. And we just got talking about money a little bit, and I said, "What do you think your money's backed by?" Just like I was probing, and he just probably like looked gold. I was like, sorry to inform you, my friend, but that money is not
Nope.
backed by gold, dude. What do you? Oh,
guys,
yeah, it is.
what guys?
Have
What
you
you're saying is we have Fort Knox, and we know that we have tons and tons of gold in that place.
Watch
like
Goldfinger. It's all a story, man. The gold. There hasn't been
yeah,
gold in the Federal
no.
Reserve since 1934. As soon as the Federal Reserve sunk their teeth into the U.S. And they signed those fucking papers, they took your gold. They took
Are you
all of it.
saying there is no gold in Fort Knox?
That is correct.
Dude,
There's no gold.
there might as well be purple unicorns. It's you're
Yeah,
not.
yeah. Have either one of y'all? So I will go down the conspiracy road on this. Have either one of y'all ever watched a thing called I Pet Goats 2?
If you wanna, I'll share it so he can watch it.
It is very interesting and eye opening. I actually know some people that actually know this guy. Do you know that the guy who actually made that video actually works for NASA now? Drawing art for them?
The guy that did the animation.
Yes. So he lived in Canada. It's
Yeah, I know that much.
Yep. So I forget what his platform was called, but yeah, I mean it's the only thing that's on record about this guy, But yes, he making me really curious if you used to be on the platform I used to be back in the day. But he left, obvious, or didn't leave, continued on his way. But NASA actually reached out to him because of that video. And if you look at the scenes, I'll have to go and find it. If you look at the scenes when Jesus Christ is coming out of, the cave and everything at the end and going in and the church is falling in the background, If you look at that and look at an image that came out that they did, a few years later after that, dude, it's so it's not funny. It's like, yep, that was drawn because we've seen it before. I'll find it. So, got a question for you. Were you ever part of a group called the Philosopher's Stone?
No, but I'm sure we have a lot in common.
I'm curious, man, because I used to get into. I am Christian, but I divulge with many people that believe differently, and we're just all good friends and we talk. But yeah, like I live, I don't shoot, probably about 2 hours from the Georgia Guidestones. So, which by the way,
You ever watch a channel Godless Damn, what the fuck is this channel?
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
You know, he has like a European accent. I don't
Yep.
know exactly where he's from. He has interesting theories on the moon. You know, it's all fun to entertain. You know, it's not stuff that I'll share with newbies or whatever. People that are very aware of, the lies and deceit, and are just curious on just new trend, new areas of research and stuff like that. Interesting stuff on the moon and whatnot. He talks, and it's in the Philosopher's Stone, and he calls it the Ben Stone or whatever. It's very fun to watch. But yeah, it's the similar concepts, some of the stuff he brings up. I shared that video.
You remember? Oh man, what was that? He was the wrestler for Jake. He went around, pointing out conspiracy.
Chris something. He died,
No,
didn't he?
no, I don't think he did. But he had a show for a hot minute. But I think he was also like a governor of a place as well. Hold on, let me look it up. I'm pretty sure it was Jake the Snake.
Oh, the fucking he was the Navy SEAL,
Yeah.
right? I know who you're talking about. I just don't remember his name. He even did a thing with Alex Jones on FEMA camps.
Yes. You know what's funny? So, I know we're on the live stream. Someone, what the hell are y'all talking about? So I actually talking about the FEMA camp. So about 2 hours away in Georgia, is where they make those caskets. Dude, I seen it with my own eyes. I grew up there. So also my father-in-law was a machinist. He actually made parts for that place. So me being a conspiracy nut job, I actually asked him, what in the world do you need this for? And the answer is that if in the event that you have to bury someone that's in a flood zone, then you would put your casket inside of there. And I'm like, okay, I get that. New Orleans, things like that, I get it. But dude, I'll show you. I'll send it to you in DM. But I will show you how big this place has grown, and they haven't sold a dang thing in there yet. It's just growing. It's not moving.
And the funny part is people have caught trucks carrying these things from location to location, and on these trucks they just so happen to have the square and compass and all these occult stickers slapped on the truck.
Yep.
Isn't that fascinating?
Yep.
Yeah, it's for your own good.
I'll send it to you.
Just DM it.
Yeah, because if I ever post it over here, people be like, "What the hell is this nut job doing? This ain't what we're about."
Yeah, well, we don't have anybody in here right now that wants to talk about the shape of the Earth or anything, so we're just bullshitting and
We're just speculating. This is not financial advice or medical advice or any advice of anything in your life.
Correct.
So this is just
perfectly said. Do you ever get into what's it called? The place in Alaska.
HARP.
Yep. That's a fun one to get into.
Yeah, most people don't know that HARP is, as far as that type of what they were doing, the capabilities of it anyway, like everything they were doing, who knows, but it's archaic. We have those things all over the world. They're in Australia, they're everywhere. And they all do something very, very similar to what HARP is capable of doing.
Yeah, I remember when they were the tsunami, and it was like, yeah, let's go see HARP, and then people that knew about it was looking at their logs, and it was like, yeah, they did something really big that day.
Yep.
Wait, are you saying that all these buildings they making out of some board and fake wood that might be just being set up for the wind to take it away, or the fire to burn it, or the tsunami to blow it away or something?
No, so what HARP is, it's a set of antennas. I don't even know how many of them are at the Alaska facility.
It's an antenna array. Yeah.
Yeah. And what it literally does, this is nothing, what I'm saying right now, it's nothing of a concern. What it does is it will shoot at the atmosphere, bounce off the atmosphere, point down to the ground. Now, what I'm going to say after this is when you start talking about chemtrails, and everyone laughs at this stuff, when you talk about it, you talk about how there's aluminum and stuff. Well, HARP, technically, this part's not conspiracy, but if you put aluminum in the air and HARP was to shoot a ray, now creating. And when the event happened for the great tsunami that hit Japan, 5 years back, whatever it was, they have their log sheet. Guarantee you they still have the log sheets from that exact day. And when you look at it, you noticed right before the event, all of those antennas were going off. I mean, it was a strong feed that went off.
Yeah, we have the same type of occurrences with like the Cal fires, and you can go on. So we have tools like NexRad and all these things you can go on and look and see electrical anomalies in the atmosphere directly before and during these types of events. It happens all the time. Hurricanes, tornadoes, you name it, floods, etc. And to describe it a little easier for anyone that was listening, if you think about a microwave in your home, you put a cup of water in your microwave and turn it on, it's going to boil the water. If you take powdered metal, such as aluminum, and put it in the microwave, it's going to spark. So now imagine the sky is littered with these metal particulates, and then you think of HARP, which is an outdoor microwave, and you shoot this microwave beam into that area, you superheat that area. And in superheating the area, you can do all kinds of stuff. You can create rain, you can break up rain, you can create wind, you can do what, dude. They were working on hacking hurricanes like in the 80s and shit, dude. They've been doing this stuff for a long time.
There is a reason why JFK said that. What was it in his speech that weather warfare, something like that.
Yeah, there's even writings from various government agencies that talk about controlling the weather by 2025. And who was it? Lyndon B. Johnson gave a speech at a college and even said that they're working on controlling the entire clouds layer. And he who controls the weather controls the world. Like a perfect evil person speech, it's insane.
Yep.
And you think about things like Operation Popeye. You know exactly what they did there.
You know what's funny? So when
Are you?
everything
Wait, guys. Are you saying that creepy Uncle Joe is controlling the weather?
no, that dude couldn't control it to
He
save the
can't
life of him.
control. He can't even take his meds on time. That dude, no. No. So when people are like, "You think the government's? Do you think
So who's
the
doing
Joe
this?
Biden?" No, they ain't doing shit. It's in, like go back to 2001. Oh, George Bush did that. No, George Bush didn't do anything. He's a retarded puppet. He didn't do anything. He just sat in a classroom like he was told to do, and then go give speeches when he was told to go give speeches. It's that simple.
I will
Wait,
say it just like
he graduated with a C minus. What do you mean he was a nobody?
He's
so.
a monkey.
I like Rockefeller. I like Ford. I like Carnegie. I like these people. Now I understand a lot of people don't, and I respect that. But anyhow, I like them. And one thing when Rockefeller was going through his
You're banned.
when Rockefeller was going through his now you're making me go and check and make sure you didn't mute me. But so when Rockefeller was getting charged for monopoly and everything, so when Rockefeller and Carnegie were coming around, monopoly was allowed, and just all of a sudden it was no, we don't want it allowed because how powerful those two gentlemen are. But Rockefeller even said it on the stands and everything when he was getting trialed. They kept saying the president's saying this, president saying that, and he literally called them out for what they were, and they said I don't know the exact way that he said, but he was like, quit referring to the president as he is someone because he's nothing but an honorary title.
That's absolutely right. In the corporation that they own. Ba-da-boom, plot twist. It's like,
So
any corporation has a president, a vice president, a secretary, etc. So the U.S. was incorporated. No, again, many people don't know. Incorporated, and I think 1871 or something like that. And you can look it up. It's what is it, man? U.S. Code 18, Title 18, Section 242 or something. I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah. I keep up with that.
Yeah,
but
it states the United States means a federal corporation. So
okay. Yeah.
And it was incorporated in 1871. So it is a corporation, and they have people that sit and are appointed. So when people go out and they write their name on a piece of, they put a check on a piece of paper for some puppet, thinking that that puppet's going to go in there and work for them. That's not how it happens. That's not how it works, and your vote does not count. All right. So anyone who cried about the election and all that stuff, it's just wasted energy, and they laugh at you because you do not decide anything.
Yeah. The judicial.
What do you mean? I voted for Trump and he won.
Oh yeah. Yep. Therefore, your vote put him in there.
Yeah. Go ahead. Anything that you want to, but our judicial system has more control than you can ever imagine. Like when people are sitting here talking about how they feel. So what's funny, talk to a Republican side and they're like, oh, Biden's, putting people, adding more seats to the judicial system. And it's like, if you think that is Biden or you think that is Democrats, you are so lost not understanding how America is controlled, because the judicial system has so much more control. They have their reason to why they want more seats in there, and it's for more control.
Yep. And has nobody ever wondered when you go, so let's say you want to be a lawyer, right? I want to be a lawyer because they make a lot of money. Well, you go to school, you do your thing, and then when you go to take your bar exam, do you even know what bar stands for?
No.
Yeah, like a chocolate bar.
British Accredited Registry. So
so you're working for the Queen.
There you go.
That's good.
So that's why there's different laws. You have admiralty law, you have civil law, you have this law, you have that law, and they all have different jurisdictions. So And the way they operate it, you have to cross into a dock. So you cross this board, like you open this door and you go in, and once you walk in there, you are under their law. Right? It's this whole thing. If you go ahead and look up the federal or the state courthouse, Florida, the boat. So everything operates on Admiralty law. Their system is Admiralty law, and it's all based on commerce, and it's all commerce based. And then you get into like the driver's license, and you only actually need a driver's license if you're conducting commerce. You do not need a driver's license to travel from point A to point B. And this has actually been upheld in the Supreme Court.
Tell that to the police. Huh?
Well, they don't know. They're operating under different, but that's the risk that some people have taken, and they've won.
Yeah, what did they call those people when they do that? The police want to call them something.
The sovereign man. We have another
A sovereign
man.
Britney Spears.
That's it.
Which is funny if you know anything about like the Knights of Malta. And what do they call the queen? The great sovereign. She's a sovereign because she is sovereign.
Good
The
point.
Knights of Malta, you can go to the Knights of Malta sovereign, just type that and you'll be able to pull it up. And they are a sovereign group. They are not beholden to any corporation or any law. They live only under God's law, right? So anything below that.
Is the queen like the evil sister of the Pope?
No.
Man. No, they all have their roles. They all have their roles.
So who's more badass, the Pope or the Queen?
The Queen.
As far as that context, yeah.
What about the Black Pope? He must be some type of big guy.
He's just above the regular Pope.
So I got a question. My wife, so conspiracies got really big, 2-3 years ago. A lot of stuff was coming out. What was so funny, my wife was like watching TikTok, and she would come to me and be like,
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
But she was like, all the crazy stuff that you used to talk, I'm now listening to. And she was like, that was like over 10 years ago. And I was like, yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Like she'll sit there and show me like a video of something like really, really simple, like Project Bluebeam. And she's like, what do you really know about this? And I was like, how long do I get to talk?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. This is kind of stuff I was talking about a very long time ago when it wasn't cool.
Are you guys like some type of conspiracy theorist?
So you got to understand where the word conspiracy theorist comes from. So I will treat you just like how we treat globalists. Where do you think the word conspiracy theory came from?
I know
from the
exactly
dictionary.
Where it came from. No. So the first place that the oldest use for the term conspiracy theory that anybody can find is in a CIA memoir to the media.
Yep.
And it was following the JFK assassination, and in the way they worded it in this memoir, and that's the first time the term conspiracy theory was coined by the CIA, and they told the media on how to handle it. And when people are saying this, you say this, and people say that, you say this. So that's where it started. And then from that point forth, anytime anybody brought up anything about the government or against the official story, that you were now labeled a conspiracy theorist.
Correct. And so it has been proven so much to now you see it on social media. Anytime you call someone a conspiracy theory, it makes that person feel that's saying, hey, you're a conspiracy theorist. That makes that person who's saying that statement makes them feel as if that's telling them that they're a lie. And it makes you feel degraded. Now, I'll go a step further. Go ahead. Oh, no, I was just going to say, I'll go a step actually more back. So, all of history, conspiracy theory was never said until the JFK assassination. But in the Bible, there is the word can be translated to conspiracy theory, I think, twice in Scripture. But until from the Bible terms, yeah, so, obviously prior back in BC is when those words were being used. From then all the way to JFK, conspiracy theory was never used.
Yep. Yeah, I actually have a screenshot of that memoir. So
That's awesome. Send it to me in a DM. I haven't seen
I'll
it.
have to find it, but when I do, I'll send it your way.
Wasn't it called like Operation Kangaroo? Operation Mocking Kangaroo.
What was that called now that you just said that? Hold on.
Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah, that's a.
I think that's
You
it.
should that video I shared with you on the iPad Go. That's my channel on Odyssey. Go ahead and scroll through, man. I got a bunch of stuff on there.
You said you just sent it to me?
Well, no, I put it in the voice text when you were talking about the iPad Go earlier.
Yep.
So yeah, I for a little bit I was making a bunch of videos. Lately, I've just been sharing other people's stuff as opposed to making my own. I have a lot of material that I can put together, but I just really haven't found the energy or time to do it. So most of what I've put out lately is all just reposting other people's stuff, trying to give them some support. But if you go to the earlier videos, like not the latest ones that are on there, the earlier ones, when they have my logo and name on it, then those are videos I made more often than not.
That's really cool, man.
But yeah, I have a bunch on there. Like here, with the Operation Mockingbird, I did some decent ones on. I haven't actually. I wanted to do a better one and clean it up and add some good stuff to it, but just to show what Operation Mockingbird looks like. And people have actually done some really, really good compilation videos of that, of the media, all media is literally parroting the same thing. And then what happens is they flood the zone, is what they called it in Event 201. They flood the zone with this information, and when people watch it at home, then when they leave their home, they go out into the world and they mockingbird. It repeats. That's what a mockingbird is. And they go out and they repeat what they heard on the TV. Hence Operation Mockingbird.
So, the WAM, I'm actually looking into the voice text and seeing where, him and Get have been talking in there. And the Whammer actually asked a great question. What is the best search outside of Google that is uncensored? And my answer is Yandex, because Yandex is off of a Russian server. Therefore, the likelihood of them to censor American very, very much on the low side.
Yeah. That's funny you bring that up, because just recently I've been using Yandex more and realized that it auto-populated.
Yeah,
and I found it not that long ago, and I was like, "Holy shit!" So now my go-to is Yandex or DuckDuckGo.
So, all right. So I speak against DuckDuckGo. Now, the reason, So DuckDuckGo, all it's doing is allowing the destruction of ads and things like that. That's all it is. It still coincides with Google. It's still censored like Google is. Now, there is another thing, and I haven't fact checked this, but apparently DuckDuckGo is owned by Google. Have you seen that?
I believe it. I would believe it. I have not seen it, but it wouldn't surprise me. It's classic of them to give you the alternative.
Right. Yeah, it's one thing, to sit here and say, "Oh, you're on this side, so you should use this one. Oh, you're on this side, you should use this one." And it's like the saying of, like Indians say, it's like, It's an eagle. You got the left wing and the right wing. It is an
That's
eagle.
right.
If you don't understand that, I don't know what to
And
tell you.
I would bet
means
money.
that does that means that Google knows all of your dirty secrets?
Everything,
Well,
bro.
yes, it listens to you, the Agler's theorem, or however that word is said. I mean, dude, it listens to you. I mean, for instance, there was something I was searching earlier of when you and I was talking about um, uh, what was Isaiah written in, so I could go and get the original text. And I literally said, "What is?" And it pulled up the rest for me. It literally pulled up Isaiah and everything for me. It listens. It knows you. In fact, let me tell you something. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is actually something fact for anybody else that's listening outside of this. Have you ever? Let me ask you, Gimsy, because I already know I's going to do this. So, Gimsy, have you ever noticed one day you're out driving your car, whatever, you're doing something during the daytime, and you sit there and you're like, you have a thought run your mind of, I really need to go buy a vacuum, and I'm looking at a rainbow, and you go to your Facebook page or whatever, and those ads start coming through, and you're like,
Yep.
how the hell are these ads here? And I'm thinking it in my mind. Has that ever happened to you?
Yep.
Is that why I bought a vacuum that I never use?
So let me explain what happened. All right, so this is a military tactic, okay? It's very well known if you've ever served. If you have not ever served, I encourage you to go talk to anybody who served, especially someone in the Air Force, and they will tell you this tactic. What it is when your phone, doesn't matter if it's off or on, it recognizes through your habits of when you are actually asleep and when you are actually awake. It understands you to a freaking T.
Yep.
And when you're asleep, it puts out tone, not exactly like Morse code, but along that line so that you can understand. And it puts the thought into your mind that, hey, you need to go buy a vacuum and it needs to be a rainbow. It puts that thought into your head. So the next day, your subconscious eating at itself, going, why in the world do I need a vacuum? And it's bugging the crap out of your subconscious to eventually it arises to your frontal globe on your mind and says, why am I thinking this? And then you start thinking about it and you feel the need that you need it. And so then when that coincides, the computer is so freaking smart on your phone, or whatever it is that you're using, so freaking smart, it can come down to a T of this guy's about to turn on his Facebook, unload those ads.
Yeah,
So,
I think my phone knows me better than my wife.
of
Well, they
course.
do, man.
So what you need to start doing now that you understand this, and anybody else who's listening to this, what you need to start doing, taking your electronic outside of your bedroom. Furthermore, you need to start closing your door, well, because it will get louder and louder. It also recognizes how old you are, because honestly, you're putting that age into Facebook and all this type of stuff. Anyhow,
Oh
even
no.
when even when you go to buy your phone through Verizon, AT&T, they know what your age is because you're having to give it to you, hand over your ID. They're putting your age in. So there's millions of ways for them to know what your age is. So we've heard this all before, how a child can hear a tone, but how an adult can't hear a tone. And you can call it whatever you want, why an adult no longer hears a tone that he used to not. However, the truth of the matter is they actually still do hear that tone. They just no longer are able to process it through their
To
mind.
perceive it. That's right.
So what's actually taking place is those are the tones that's going through your mind that they're playing on your phone.
Yep. They've
I
I'm
knew
sure
it.
I know
I
you're
knew it.
familiar with LifeLog, that
Yep.
that DARPA project. So yeah, another fun fact. So LifeLog, if you just search LifeLog and just go read the wiki page, they tell you on there that it was literally designed to know everything about you, everything, your desires, your everything about you, right? Fun
Yep.
fact: the day that they officially closed the LifeLog project is when Facebook came into existence. How about that shit?
I didn't know that one.
Yeah, bro. It's like it was literally like LifeLog close, Facebook open. And what do you do on Facebook? You put your name, your pictures, you post pictures, you pin where you go, you take pictures of your food, you fucking, you know what I'm saying? You put your entire life on there.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh yeah. Yeah, like that's another thing. So some people know this, some people don't. So I'll go ahead and say this. Anybody that's listening, go to your Gmail and type in a word of sequence for search and put in Google Maps history. And every month they send this to, and it's for your track history. If you like it or not, sorry, but it happens. You go to it, you'll click on that link. When you go to the link, it looks just like Google Maps for you, except top left corner, you see your history. You can punch in the history ever since the day one that you set in a Google account. And the number one thing that happens when you buy a brand new phone and it's your first time, the number one thing that pops up says that you have to have a Google account.
exactly. Yeah.
So when you punch it in, you can track, it tracks you. And what's crazy, if you people use this for the better and they use it for pure evil, but you can literally see the history in the exact day and say, where was I this day? What's crazy about it, so I live Eatonton, Georgia. If I travel to Conyers, then I travel to Atlanta, and then I come back home, it will let me know where I stopped at. Furthermore, it'll let me know if I took any pictures at that exact spot of each spot I went to. It will tell me how long I was there. It will give me an assumption of probably what I was doing. It's
And not
nuts.
only that, it can predict your whereabouts in the future, almost to it's like an almost a finite location. Like it's so accurate.
Yep. Yep.
All right, I'm canceling my cell phone plan. Thank you, guys. It was nice meeting you guys.
Hey, buddy, let me be honest about something too. If you think that it's only cell phones that are a problem,
Yep.
because do you remember when flat screen TVs came out, like
Yeah.
20, 25 years ago, and they mysteriously, the government got into this and said, you cannot have an antenna on your TV. You have to get these new age TVs and you have
Oh
to
no.
have cable.
Right.
Oh no.
But you can literally do this yourself. You can go, some phones will do it. I've done it to my wife's phone. You can, if you put your phone into a video mode, do not click record, but have it to where it's like ready for you to hit video and scan around your TV. Sometimes it'll show up, sometimes it's very well hidden, but you will eventually find where a red light is blinking or a little white light that's blinking, and you'll sit there and move your phone away and you'll look at it and you never see that little light blinking in there. That is where the true camera is. However, it's not the only one.
Yeah, if you
And
didn't
that's
know, what he's telling you is your TV records you, so they watch
yeah.
you in your living room. They watch you in
Yeah.
the living
Oh
room. They watch you when
no.
you go outside. They watch you when.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There is a reason why they hated Snowden so freaking much. And if you know
But
anything about what Snowden did, he ran to Russia. Of all places he ran to, he ran to Russia.
yeah,
So
but I
that
think a
means
lot of
that.
those.
Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, I think like the Snowdens of the world are controlled releases, because there's been other what we call whistleblowers in the past that
Yes.
organically came out with information, and they ended up taking their own life, their dog's life, their children's lives, and they just
Yeah.
all of a sudden became suicidal and took out their entire family.
Yeah.
So
Charlie
if they,
Chaplin.
yeah, so he would have been gone is the same way. His plane would have crashed or whatever, and that would have been the end of the story, and everyone would forget about it. So, but they made a movie about him, and when Hollywood gets involved with something and they make a movie about, so that that tells you that was it was an operation. It was a controlled release. I can't prove that, but if I was a betting man on the knowledge that I have, I would bet that that's exactly what it was.
Does that mean that the number one hero, Snowden, he's a spy?
No, not a
No.
spy. No,
No.
a
Snow-
false martyr or like a false,
good word.
yeah, something to that effect. So they give you a little bit, and they always do. And what that means is they've already moved past whatever he gave you. They're already past that. They're already
Oh,
far past that. So
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. When Snowden was actually the physical guy Snowden, when Snowden was actually exposing things for what they were, he was out of the workforce already. To where they had already cut him out of things. Yes, he still got a paycheck for what he was into, but they had already caught on to this guy is going to turn into the next WikiLeaks type deal. Even though that came after, anyhow. So they to understand this, how fast technology grows. So 100 years ago, let's say that if technology came, it would double in about 10 years of time. But once it doubles, it doesn't take another 10 years to make it double again. It gets faster and faster and faster and faster. So when Snowden was out of it, even though he was out of it for like a few months, it would be even, like another 5 or 10 years just to that few months would be into the future. And then as he ran to Russia and all of that, it's even further. And then once this movie comes out and you think that it's exposing things, man, that's exposing like trying to expose the cave. It's just so damn old. It's not funny.
that's right.
The only one that actually exposed things like in a close, timely manner would have been the guy for WikiLeaks that we honestly don't know who he was. But that was the only one that had exposed things close to timely, even though, in all honesty, it did no good. It just let people know, hey, yeah, there is problems going on.
Are you talking about Julian Assange, are you?
That is one of them. But yes.
Yeah. Sorry. And then you're talking about, what's the other guy? The one that ran up to Russia. Swindon,
Yeah.
is it? What's his name? Swindon? He's
Edward
the
Snowden.
Snowden. That's right. Now, Snowden. I mean, I find it strange that he hasn't been bumped off. I mean, if I was Snowden, I'm not going to run to Russia. I'm not going to run to Russia, am I now?
That's exactly what I was just saying a second ago. Of all the places for him to go to, he went to Russia.
Yeah, it plays right into that. It plays right into that narrative that Russia and U.S. are mortal enemies.
Yeah.
Right. That's all that does is it feeds into that Russia is actually the enemy, the Cold War propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that's all that
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
And think about now how much money this dude, and nobody knows, but I'm sure this guy got lined up, right? And to make a movie about him, they paid him massively, right, to make that movie, and whatever else
Yeah.
he got paid for. And then when you know that Hollywood is controlled by the CIA,
Right.
they wouldn't make a movie about themselves, about their own fuck
Yeah, for
practices.
sure.
So
You're
there's a reason
absolutely
why
right.
they made it.
Yep.
So that
Yeah,
even
that
that
is.
movie is a propaganda piece. That's all
Yeah.
it is.
Mm.
Hey,
Well, if you've watched that movie Snowden, it seems like they're revealing, all these details, what's going on. So, I mean, I think it also pushes, it's trying to normalize the idea that you are being watched, and that's okay. You know what I mean? How it's taking away,
right.
how
It's
9/11 took
soft,
away,
yes.
everybody
It's
started
soft
getting searched.
disclosure. And
Right,
then
soft
they give it to
disclosure.
you wrapped. They give it to you wrapped in bows with nice candy, pretty colors, and bunnies. It's like a really soft, tap to the face. If you knew in reality what they were up to, it'd be like getting hit by a Mack truck. Like it's not even close to the same thing whatsoever. I mean, and then if you've noticed, Netflix comes out with a lot of these documentaries and stuff. If you want one example, look what they did with Over the Curve. So we know for a fact they're not going to release a documentary that is legit. It's just not going to happen.
No,
So
now the one I did like that Netflix came out with, and I was kind of amazed, was Social Dilemma.
yeah, I
Anybody
stopped
watch
checking
that?
out all their stuff.
Yeah, because that's the
No,
reality. There is social dilemma.
yeah.
Yes. So, well,
Then
yes,
it
there
all
is.
ties.
You know.
It all ties into the social credit system idea. Like being in your home, being in your body. Just to
Mm.
like, you know what I mean? Like the idea that's okay that if you don't have anything to hide, like then you shouldn't be hiding anything except your face,
Yeah. Yeah.
your ugly mug.
Like
Ugly
we have
face.
anyway. Like we've got something to hide anyway. Really.
Hide the mouth that speaks.
Yeah.
So I threw it into the voice text for anybody that's curious. But yeah, if you want to watch a good movie, Social Dilemma is very explains it on a great level that a 5-year-old could understand what's going on with just social media, Facebook, and things like that.
So there's
And
no dilemma because it's simple.
yeah.
I think a lot of these services that we rely on in the city or that we want to participate in the economy for, I think they're all mostly junk anyway. It's like we really don't have to participate in the economy, right? There's really nothing in that economy we need, therefore we don't really need their money. You know what I mean? But if you think about it, it's all junk, and it's all for keep slaves happy and distracted and entertained type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
You
junk.
don't
It's
you don't
synthetic.
need
It's
it. You don't need it, but you want it.
I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't want it. Don't get me wrong.
But you
It's
have
Junk
it.
is
You don't
junk.
want it, but you have it.
Well, I don't want it. I don't
But
use
you
it.
have it.
I don't have it. I don't take it.
Hmm?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what the
I'm on
economy
the
is.
outside. I'm always on the outside looking in, boys. I've always
You
been on
know
the
how
outside looking in.
Rothschild said, "Allow me to control the nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws." It seems like this economy
Yeah.
is the thing to keep. It's like the hamster wheel, just to keep the
Yep.
power going. Like
But Bong, isn't that a statement against God? Because they say I don't care who makes these laws, but who makes the real laws?
Well, he's saying that by controlling trade and money, right? That he does
Yeah.
control everything. He controls because these are the people that government borrow money from. These banks, Federal
I
Reserve.
mean, yeah, that corruption goes hand in hand. I mean, the banks have to pay off the politicians to write laws to protect them. So that's the beginning of the whole thing. It's been rigged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to think that God's natural world is what God controls. Man's behavior, where they're making systems that are devaluing Earth, money, interest rates, and inflation, that's God's creation. God did not create that. So that you have to separate it clearly. Clearly, you have to separate. God's watching
I'm
what
with
he
you on
created.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's why I can.
that's one thing. Like Scripture will tell you that
Mm.
Satan is the god of the world, and I can't stand saying that, but that is Scripture.
Yeah, it's because the God's world creates actual wealth, whereas we just have these little symbols for wealth
Yeah.
that we confuse with the actual wealth.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
world is the
True.
economy. The world are all the things that the shiny things that what I mean. The world is people, and this idea that the Earth is a ball, or people and their beliefs that there is no what I mean, evolution that came from apes. No, that's the world, and everything in it, like the economy, the technology, the science that comes from the so-called science. That's the world.
yeah, yeah. I was
Yeah,
walking today. I was out today. I did 20 kilometers, 12 miles. So I did a 6 mile cycle and a 6 mile walk. Now, during my walk, I was thinking, I'm glad I've got this health because that is my true wealth and the knowledge. Because I was listening to like the vaccine dangers. Okay, so I know I'm rich. I am absolutely rich in the real world. It's
they
not
want
just
that
about the
too.
money. Yeah, yeah. Felt really good, buzzing high, no drugs related, natural endorphins in the body. So yeah,
Yeah.
Uh, Learning
that's
about
why.
that made me
Yeah,
feel richer.
I'm not.
So it's like it's
That
satisfaction. It's like
Yeah, I'm not
yeah,
looking
yeah.
for God to intervene here. We've got to get this sorted out ourselves. God's not going
Yeah,
to come and intervene anytime
that
soon.
that is what I enjoy. Like once I started really getting into flat Earth, it was like, and I think this probably happened to all of us, but it was like such a freedom feeling. Like,
Yeah,
holy crap, I'm free from like not having to question like, did an idiot have an apple fall on his head, or stupid stuff that we heard all of our life growing up.
right.
It was like a revelation hit me.
Mm,
And
Yeah,
mm.
go ahead.
like like Benjamin Franklin inventing electricity with a string and a key and a kite or some shit. Like, what is that?
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, congratulations, you got shocked by lightning. There's a billion people who get shocked by lightning all the time.
Like, I find that hard to even imagine that that's even possible to determine anything using a kite and a string and a key. I don't get it.
That's
That's
true.
like
Very
if
true. Very
somebody
true.
told me, hey, I'm going to prove there's electricity in the house. So I'm going to take a key and I'm going to plug it right on into the socket.
Yeah.
yeah, we can do that. Don't try this at home,
Many
kid.
stupid stories from history. So many stupid stories from history.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So I resonate with that feeling of a euphoria when you found out
Yeah.
that the Earth was indeed flat and you started to rise like a helium balloon now. And now you're not coming down, you see, because you know the truth. You can't go back. You can never go back to
No,
that state of mind again. Never.
no, no.
You,
Even like when I go to do my observations and my test, I
yeah.
will sit there, and what's crazy, I will actually do a test. So for instance, I was trying to measure literally just a few days ago of
Yeah.
trying to measure in the globe aspect of what the distance of the moon and the sun would actually be to create a shadow on there. Because I had always heard somebody talk about, like, oh, it's so rare of a chance to happen. So I was literally having to move my light, and I was like, this is crazy, because you have to have even your light source at this huge a huge size, and then the moon to be at a totally different. And just so many things came to like be revealed out of that, or it was crazy. Like, even another thing that happened that doesn't make sense. So in their aspect, they sit here and tell you that the sun, Earth is spinning, and the moon is locked, but yet they dare say that the Earth is orbiting the sun. Okay, so if that is orbiting the sun and they're both spinning, then technically, why is it that their moon is not spinning
Well,
because it's orbiting the Earth? Like,
the
that makes
funny
no sense.
thing, the funny thing is Copernicus came up with the idea that the Earth has to go around the sun, because this is what he said, because it is good logic that the lesser should serve the greater. This is the reason why the Earth goes
This
around
is
the
the
sun.
rationale at the time.
This is why the Earth goes around the sun, and not because the model before that was the Ptolemy's model, which is that everything revolved around the globe Earth. And then he switched it up because to him it didn't make sense that these large bodies they assumed that were infinitely distant should revolve around. You know what I mean? And now the idea of what do you think the universe revolves around you? That's where that comes from. You're insignificant. You're speck.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is the
yeah.
idea. And gravitas, right? Lesser people like peasants and serfs, right, revolve around the nobles and the lords and the wealth. These are the greater. They are the. This is where the
Yeah,
philosophy and idea comes from. So it's like,
yeah,
what? Where's the
that's
science?
right.
What?
I love
I remember in secondary school, I remember in my secondary education, I began to ask how did the royals become royal? How did they become royal? How can they say they're more royal than me? How did they get there? And then I
Yeah.
realized that they took it, they bullied, they got there by bullying and just taking people's stuff. So I said, this is what your queen and kings are all about. Just taking people's property, dominating and bullying, and that's how they got to the top. So when you wave
Gravity.
your flag, you're saying they're better than you. I'm never going to do that, I said. They're never better than me. Sorry.
And the
Off.
idea of gravitas, right? Gravitas,
Yeah.
influence, and that's, it all fits well, with the
Yeah.
idea that the Earth should go around the sun because the sun is bigger, and just like people. It's like, what?
Yeah. Fools with the flag, waving the flag outside the Buckingham Palace. And I'm thinking, you damn fool, look at you. Inflation is high, you're fucking poor, struggling, and there you are still waving your flag. You damn
Yep.
fucking fools, man.
Some dude named Copernicus changed the world, literally. Changed the universe, I guess.
This got so quick to back on track of flat Earth talk, because I was worried. Jen, before you came in here, we were down the rabbit hole of talking conspiracy stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
you brought it
all,
back quick. Thank you.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
all
that's all right.
time.
That's like, we can wander off the path and have a look around and then come back. Then no problem.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
same people.
yeah. I knew that people were going to eventually be, listening to the live stream or coming in here that would want to talk about flat Earth. So it's like we got to
Yeah.
eventually dial it back in.
Yeah, Gene allows for recess, and then we're back to class.
Mm.
Well, crypto and it's all happening on a flat. I mean, it's all tied in with the why would they lie? Who are they? It's all the same people that you know what I mean. The globe Earth, their model is their philosophies, and it's their big idea. A new
What do you
world.
mean?
Yes.
It's like all of those things are like on the menu, but the flat Earth like is the menu.
It's what the toppings go on.
Yeah, it's the meat. It's the meat, isn't it? It's the meat with it soaked in gravy. Yeah, man.
It's that vegan meat. That vegan meat.
Yeah, that vegan meat soaked in gravy, and then you got the side dishes of the vegetables. Yeah.
Sugar-free diet gravy.
Yeah.
Can
It's
we
the
ask
sauce.
what in the world? Yeah, what is going on with KFC with this that they're making false meat? Like, how are they going to make the false bone?
Oh, we're talking about nuggets. Hey, think of nuggets. Yeah, man.
Is that all it is?
Blue
How are
shoot.
you gonna make false bone? That's a good question. Isn't
How are you
it?
gonna
How are you
make the
gonna make false bone?
nutrients? Where are you gonna get the nutrient? How are you gonna synthesize nutrients that
From
might
the
even eat?
zombies.
Well, is it false meat or is it like lab grown meat?
It's
I
no, they
genuinely don't know.
they synthesize synthetic meat made like from lasers and like Westworld stuff, man. Like look it up. It's crazy. Like it's like layered,
You
material.
are crazy.
Yeah, and it's all finger licking good.
I thought it's just some crazy video, some one-off thing or something. I was like,
The
really?
gravy, the gravy's like inside the meat already, dude. You don't even have to like.
I'm not eating that. It's like, all right, no more KFC. No more,
My,
no more
my,
fast
my,
food.
my poor father-in-law, he's a hardcore meat eater. And he went through Burger King and they gave him one of those fake ones.
Poor guy.
Oh
Oh
yeah, his
no.
reaction was priceless. I mean, he was beyond mad, but yeah,
Did he? Did he? Yeah. Did he instantly know it wasn't meat?
oh yeah. He was like, "What did I just put in my mouth?"
What is?
And he told me later on he was like, "You got to try one just to know what I had," and I was like, "No, I'm not into that type of stuff. Sorry, buddy. You put things in your mouth. I don't."
You like the real meat, not the fake one.
That's right, I do. I don't care how gay that sounds, but that's right.
It's all right. Yeah. Japan is turning poop into steak. I don't
What?
know. Yeah,
Don't make me Google it. I already Googled something earlier.
Bong.
Wish I
Yeah.
didn't.
Bong.
I'm sorry. I'm just, it wasn't. I thought, I'd throw that in.
Is
I,
this one of those ISS stories,
Yeah,
coffee
they can thank
shit?
NASA for that one. Thanks NASA for my poop sandwich and
All right, Bong. You started the comment about the put meat in Japan. So finish your story. Go ahead, Bong.
Oh
you
no,
will
it's
eat
just
Z-bugs.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's
How does it
pretty
taste?
cool.
Tell us.
I don't know. I don't bother. I saw it on the internet. You could probably Google it.
Do you believe everything you see on the internet, Bong?
I know. That's what I'm sharing it. It's just like, can you believe that? Like,
That sounds
is this
like some
real?
shit to me.
Is this real? You guys reckon it's real? I don't know. That's why I'm sharing it. And there's so many crazy things.
Sounds like bullshit.
It was like idiocracy, man. Like, why? Why poop? Why not dirt? Why can't you turn dirt into steak?
That
Why?
sounds like poop.
Why do you have? Yeah, why poop? Like, I don't get it. Like, where does
Well,
poop come from?
poop will have some nutrients. Poop will have some nutrients in there, which the soil would utilize anyway. So it makes a good sense.
Especially if you eating that vegan meat, that poop should be good.
That but
So
should be good to go for fertilizer. Yeah.
it reminds me of the scripture of where it says, "Don't eat a rabbit because a rabbit eats its poop."
Oh,
It almost feels like some biblical
There you
stuff.
go.
yeah. In the Bible, right, there were times when the famines got so bad, people ate their own dung. I mean,
That's right.
Wow. They
that's how
shaped
bad
them
Just
it was.
into burger shapes, into the
I just
burger
posted
shape,
a
rested
link.
it down on the heated it up, and that's it.
I
Yeah.
just posted a link in voice text, and it says that it's true, but the requirements are it's from young, healthy people that have to eat organic and whatever. So if you want to take a gander, there's a link.
Oh, from
Wow,
baby.
very much. Wow.
Oh, as long as you eat organic crap, it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, baby poop is clean, so I guess I don't know. I'm still not eating any. Look, that's not steak. You know, that's what I'm saying. That's not steak. Why? There's no more cows. Okay, then there's no more
Cannot,
steak.
Bong, you cannot make any claims about it until you try it.
That's
I
right.
eat porridge. I eat eggs. You know, like as long as you've got a few chickens, you know, maybe some ducks. I don't know. Some egg
Vegan
laying.
chicken.
Negative.
Yeah. Maybe a little fish farm.
Vegan fish.
Talipa, I think is that the name? Talipa.
You know, I
Tilapia.
I smoke a lot of briskets or whatever I can find for like the
I
past
smoke a
2
lot of
years.
weed.
I bet you do.
Yeah, dried meat. Yeah, hey, yeah. Vacuum seal it and you good. Chuck it.
But it
in
is
the-
driving me insane with these prices.
Oh no.
Like a brisket has just about doubled in price.
Double?
What?
Yeah, so like I used to be able to buy 18-pound brisket for maybe 45, $50, and I bought
Right.
one the other day and it was over $80. I was mad.
It's mad, isn't it? That's mad prices, man. Wow.
We're gonna we're gonna have to get Donald Trump back into office then.
No.
But I don't think it'll help.
Nope.
I mean, so I'm a realist, and I'll be real on this. I don't know if I would have liked Donald Trump his second term.
Yeah. Look, you don't want anyone in any term. You want to govern yourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's gonna get the meat for you?
You get it
Well,
yourself, or
exactly.
you can have people get the meat organizing to get the meat. Doesn't cost you any money though. That's all. It's all part of the way we live the life. Yeah.
That's the one thing that I like about living in the country. I can literally sit there and go together with random people and buy a cow.
There you go. And then it cuts it. You split it and divide it amongst yourselves, and everyone's happy.
That's
There
right.
you go. Yeah.
Do you eat the liver?
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything except the stomach, intestines.
The tongue.
Yeah.
That's it.
I
Yeah, you
eat the
just
tongue.
throw the stomach and intestines. Yeah.
The tongue? Is it like a
The
stripper
tongue is
cow?
sliced up here in
Yeah,
Japan.
cow tongue is really good, man.
Here in Japan, the tongue is sliced thinly and then slightly grilled on the hot grill there, and then lemon, garlic, and away you go.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
What about the belly? People eat the belly.
No.
Collagen rich.
Actually, not the belly, the stomach.
Yes. The best part.
Like there's only a couple of areas of a animal that I don't eat, and I don't think I have to explain the 2 areas I don't touch.
Exactly.
No, say it. You gotta say it.
No. I'm definitely not going anywhere around genitals. There you go.
I'm gonna speculate the intestines and the butthole.
Well, I think the butthole is connected to the intestine, so you tie that off and throw that away with the intestines and stomach.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'll
I'll
use it. I'll
the other
actually
thing.
use that stuff for fish bait, though.
Jimsy,
Yeah.
what is
Hey.
menudo?
What is what?
Menudo.
Menudo?
Noodle.
Isn't it cow stomach? It's menudo soup with
Yeah.
Mexican
I
soup.
don't
Yeah, you could
I
call
don't
it
know
that, but
that.
menudo is like the lefts, no, the change, the leftovers, something like that. You could mix. The thing is that
Thought it was
when people process an animal, sometimes there's a lot of things left over, like organs and pieces of stuff, and they just mix it together, and that's food still. Some people eat that, the
Yeah.
leftovers.
Oh, the organs are like the most nutritious parts.
But you know how people
Yeah.
train the animal and cut here, there, cut fat, and cut this, and they just throw it in a bunch, and that stuff, some people eat that.
Yeah, because the stomach is the factory. That's where it's all
I'll
happening. All
take
the
the
action
fat.
happens. So you're going to eat that, aren't you?
I'll take the fat.
I like the fat.
Yeah.
Give me the meat with all the fat. The fattiest, the best, the better for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's fine when you're living in the jungle, in the forest. Yeah. But if you're buying that on a regular basis in a city where you don't do any exercise or nothing, that's a dangerous food to eat.
So
That would be
I got a
depending on your
random one for
location.
you. Have any of y'all ever ate a moth? I'm talking straight raw. It's flying around. Called it. Dead
Yeah,
serious.
I've eaten some
Moth?
kind of variant of moth. Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have in Nigeria.
We're
In
bitter
Nigeria,
and
that
hairy.
was back in the
Hairy.
big
70s.
fat grubs. Big
I
fat
was a
grubs.
child at the time.
Chicken on the fire. Yeah, maybe.
I only did it
Put on a
once,
stick.
and then no more. Once was enough.
Really?
Once
Now,
was
now
enough.
see, if I was in a situation where I needed food, moth
Mm.
would probably be at my top
Yeah,
10 snacks because I mean it tastes just like a cinnamon stick.
Or you could just dig up a
that's right.
bunch of worms, and wash them and just swallow.
I've never
Well,
gotten
like
into
to eat
worms
them.
the
I'm going
texture.
to eat them. I'm not going to just swallow them in case they eat me from inside out. So I'm going to eat them up.
That is exactly right. That is the
I'm going
danger
to chew
you
them
took.
down, man.
Ju-
Yeah.
Just stir it all together when and then just
Yeah,
and
it's
try not
probably
to
better to eat them raw as well for maximum nutrition, enzymes.
mash them
Yeah.
all together and drink it. But
Just
you only
add
gotta do it
some
once a day.
spicy salsa, and that's it.
Remove the 7 hearts out of it.
Yeah, look for like
No,
caterpillars.
eat the hearts. Don't
Yeah, yeah.
remove the hearts. Eat the
No,
hearts.
that's what I was. 7 hearts out of it, and eat that. That's probably the best part of a worm.
Rotting
7
wood.
hearts?
You can go through rotting wood and grab the grub, chuck it on the fire. Oh, it's really good.
That's a good point too. I forgot about those little.
Yeah, on the fire. They're good.
Roasted grub.
Mm. On a stick.
Anything on a stick is good.
Yeah, Bong eats coconuts on a stick.
If it has nutrients, you can eat it. I mean, in a survival situation.
You will eat the bugs and you will like it.
Yeah.
The bugs.
Oysters are very good.
Yuck.
What do you mean?
iodine.
You don't like oysters at all? Have you tried it?
Oh, they're like slimy, like gross. Like, oh my god, anybody that eats an oyster is like mentally ill.
Oh, grasshoppers. Right?
All you need is a little bit of garlic and butter and dip it in there, and you're good to go. They're actually high in
I can
iodine.
eat 2 oysters. I can eat 2 oysters and be satisfied. If I go above that, you begin to get a little bit queasy, man.
You'd add some lemon. Just add some lemon, or lime.
Oh, lemon is beautiful. Yeah.
Just eat bugs until your food
or,
tastes
or
garden.
both.
Get all up.
Puree garlic, lime, lemon. Wicked, man. A little bit of herbs.
Yep.
Yeah.
With the lemon, you can do more than 2, Gin. If you have lemon, you do more than 2.
I'm doing it with lemon anyway.
Yeah.
That's how you consume it in Japan.
They're so
Lemon and
sweet, you
pureed
just let them
garlic.
slide down the throat.
Wicked, man.
You already mentioned to them. Clams, you just let them slide down your throat. Oysters, you just like let them slide down your throat without even chewing, because they're so
But
slimy.
if you boil them though, they're lovely when they're boiled. Lovely, man. Or steamed. Should I say steamed?
Oh
Steamed,
yeah.
they're fantastic. Try them steamed, man. Ecstasy.
You can grill them too.
Yes, you can grill them too. They do that here in Japan as well. They do grill them, yeah. I've seen that done.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna head out of here. I gotta eventually fix my sleep schedule because I've noticed that Jen will actually go to bed and then wake up, and I'm still here. So,
Yeah. What is going on?
but hey, tonight was a wonderful chat. All of y'all, God bless and namaste.
Aloha,
Yeah.
Amen.
bro.
And there were some good shots yesterday. Nice pictures yesterday, by the way. Nice pictures, John.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Have a good night, sir. We gotta
Good
get
night.
some trading later. Some trading.
Will do.
Yeah.
Night.
Night.
Day. Yeah, I got terrible sleep patterns too because of all of you folks. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's Bong's fault because he's upside
It's
down.
nice.
So
It's nice when new people come in. Isn't it not nice when new people arrive and stay, come back? It's really good, isn't it? New flat earthers, you know?
Oh yeah.
Their life, their experiences, you know, because that's what it's all about. You start to learn that you're all experiencing the same thing near enough, and we all have that one thing in common, you know? Yeah, we know the truth. And we laugh at the heliocentric model. We laugh at ourselves and how we used to believe in that. Yeah? And then when it comes to debating, we have different levels of intellect, and that's really good. From the elementary to the advanced level, let's say. And we can articulate that and help people to come to the truth. So I love all that. I just love all that, man. When it's heated and it's hammer and tongs, you scumbag. Take that, yeah. But then when it's intellectual, yeah, but how can this be if this is this? If this is this, how can that be? Love all that. It's just there's so many facets to this this situation, man. You can never get bored. You can never get bored because it's real.
Yeah, if you get bored, that means you're boring.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm cycling today. There's a whole line of traffic. I'm going the opposite direction. And I'm waving at everyone saying Happy New Year. Waving at everyone. Everyone's just sitting there like drones, you know? I'm listening to house music, so I'm pumped up. I'm waving at everyone. Did they butt an eyelid? No, they didn't butt an eyelid. You know, didn't even butt an eyelid.
Imagine being in Japan, being a Japanese, and you see this guy in a bicycle saying the earth is flat.
Yeah. But I'm saying it in Japanese. Kiwatayrayo. Yeah. They woman's rock. Eh? Kiwatayra. Kiwatayra. Eh? Who is it? Eh? Yeah. Yeah, can you imagine that?
Some
Dressed
reason,
in bright
And then it's like, prove me wrong.
orange top, yellow bike. You can definitely see me coming. But yeah, I'm having fun all the time. That's the thing when you're
You
flat earther, you know.
you're welcome.
Yeah, we enjoy the moments. We enjoy our flat Earth moments. Huh? Most of them don't realize they're alive. When you're exercising and your body temperature starts to lower, you know you're alive. That's when you know you're alive. You can feel the body temperature dropping. Your fingers are getting numb. Your forearms are getting numb, which means your reflex action on your fingers have slowed right down. They've slowed right down to a crawl because you're trying to move them quickly, but you can't because the forearm muscles are frozen up. Yeah, that's when you know you're alive, man. You know you're alive. There is something in that saying. That's when you know you're
That's why.
living.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's people that purposely do ice baths. So like in Russia, they do this. It's like a ritual for them. And other places, they'll go
Yeah.
into a frozen lake and cut out a piece or whatever, and just dip in and bob up and down for a few, and then get out and warm up. It like it's actually healthy for you. It
Yeah.
boosts your endocrine system and a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. The Japanese Shinto monks do that every New Year. That is how they see in the New Year, by taking that cold dip. Yeah.
yeah, it wakes you up.
It definitely does,
You
because I done it. I did it, and it does wake you
yeah.
up, mate. Believe you
And
me.
you see clearly, like woo.
Well,
It's
you know you're alive because you're fighting for me. You're fighting for breath
yeah.
because you're going, oh. That's what I was like, because I had to get used to that temperature, man. Yeah, yeah. I had to get used to that. Wasn't easy, you know. I had to try and get used to that to that sudden shock to the system. It's a shock.
Yeah, there's people
That's
that do
easy.
they'll go into an ice bath, then they get into a jacuzzi, then they go back to an ice bath. And
Yeah, we do that
they
in
say
Japan.
there's benefits for that. I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't
No,
done that.
there is a lot of benefit. If you look at the Japanese, yeah, they're very supple, very relaxed. They do that all the time, all through their life. My children are better at it than I am. My children, they love it. They love that hot and cold change. Yes, brilliant. It's part of their culture, part of their life. And remember, it's very, very inexpensive. You know, $3, $5, and you're in. You're into that world of it's brilliant. That's the one thing I'll say, that if I was in England to experience the onsen and that, I'd be in the hundreds of pounds. But in Japan, we're talking $5, $10, and $10 would be expensive, and that's all day. So no, man, no, there's a lot into that hot cold therapy. I mean, for example, if you suffered an injury, you're doing karate or judo, jiu-jitsu, aikido, kendo, and you suffered an injury now. Now, part of getting the healing blood into the wounded area or the injury is to have this hot, cold, so you can get the blood flowing into the injury so you can repair quickly now. You see what I mean?
I get yeah. There's a lot of like bodybuilders do it and stuff because it's the constricting and release is like it's forcing the body to pump blood into
Yeah,
areas that it normally wouldn't. So yeah, no, I understand that for sure.
yeah. So they do that. Why the Japanese live such a long time, because they're doing that all through their lives. The English go to the right for a meal and have a drink or whatever. The Japanese go to the onsen, have a meal and have a drink and do the onsen, all in the
Yeah,
same place.
they also eat way better than most of the world.
Yeah, I'm eating way
And
better right now as I'm speaking to you right now. Would you believe?
and they eat plenty of marine life. You know, they have a lot of fish and
Yep,
all that good
a
stuff
lot of
too.
fish and vegetables and tofu and green
Yep.
peas and all lots. Everything's raw.
Raw too. Yeah, I eat raw fish as well.
Yeah. Mm. Well, the Japanese use sake, you know, the Japanese rice wine. I use the chili red wine, Cabernet Sauvignon, or Spanish Spanish red wine, Cabernet Sauvignon. Or Hock. I like Hock as well. Hock is a nice wine. Yeah. California Carafes. I like them as well. So yeah, I'm enjoying it, man. Now this year, because of the presents I received, I've had three bottles of wine so far this year. Last year I ended up round about 20-ish, just short of 20 for the whole year. So I don't drink that much. Not something that it's not top of my list. I had one bottle of Corona last year. One bottle. That's all I had in the way of beer last year. One beer.
Yeah, beer. Depending on what they make it with, too, like hops or whatever, it's pumps a lot of feminine chemicals. I mean, that's why men that drink a lot of beer, they have man boobs. Then they have the beer bellies, and that it promotes the growth of parasites. And yeah, I mean, the beer every once in a while, it's all good, but junk beer and drinking it often, and then eating like pizza and stuff while you drink beer.
Yeah. No, I don't do that stuff, man. I'm glad. I don't do that stuff, man. I'm very fussy with the food. Especially as I like cooking. I don't want to start buying junk food. No. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind the odd McDonald's or the odd Kentucky Fried now and again and the odd pizza. Don't get me wrong, but most of the 90%, 95% of the time I'm eating good food that I've made myself, first off.
Yeah, I haven't had McDonald's or Taco Bell or Burger King or any one of these places in years. I don't eat any of that stuff. Not in years. I haven't drank soda in years.
Yeah, no, there's no soda on the list unless it's Bulldog occasionally. That would be when I'm on holiday. So if I go on holiday now and I go to let's say we go to the US now, I will go to Taco Bell because we don't have that over here in Japan. So I'm going to go there, have a look around, have something to eat just for the novelty. I'm still going to be exercising on my holiday. So I will be running at the beach. I will be looking for the park and doing my exercise routine in the parks, but I'll be on holiday doing that. So that doesn't change. But, I will venture to the junk food thing and let's have a look at what they got. I don't mind. It's not going to kill me.
Bro, you say you haven't had soda nor fast food. So what do you eat?
Well, I intermittent fast every day, so I actually I don't eat breakfast, which just means break fast. Breakfast is just breaking your fast from overnight.
Yeah.
So I don't break my fast until lunch. We get a lot of local free-range chicken eggs. So I do like to eat a lot of eggs. I'll have fish. We have fresh grown produce. I try to keep what I eat as close to real food as possible. Less processed is the better. Processed food is junk. So, and it's actually very easy. Anyone who eats like I do or doesn't eat like I do or whatever, it might be hard for them. And when I did it, I used to drink Red Bulls and shit like that, and you actually go through like a detox, and you feel uncomfortable for a while. But then once all that stuff's done, and you get through all that, it's actually not a chore at all. It's not like, oh, you're very strict. I have a very strict diet. No, it's not strict at all. It's actually I'm extremely comfortable and extremely happy, and I enjoy what I eat.
You just feel good. You feel good,
great, man.
You feel good, and you eat the eggs and feel satiated with the food.
Very much so, yeah. And my meats I get from local farms that are free pastured. So I source my meat. No shots, no nothing. So they're very clean, no steroids, none of that stuff. We put together our own stuff. So I eat my butter. I have ghee butter, which is basically just.
Where do you live in New Zealand or something?
You're
Iceland?
close. No.
That's
I'll
far.
just say I'm in the middle of the Pacific. I'll just say that.
Middle of the Pacific. Is that a U.S. territory?
That's all I'm saying. There's islands all over the Pacific, and I'm on any one of those
Yeah,
islands.
yeah, he's in Hawaii. He's in Hawaii, man. He's in Hawaii. That's where he is. Middle of the
No,
Pacific.
he's in those islands that are like really far down
No,
in the
no, he's
Pacific.
in Hawaii. He's in one of those Hawaiian islands. That's where he's at, in the middle of the Pacific.
No,
One of those Hawaiian
he
islands.
might be honest. He was bringing up some other. What islands are you talking about, my friend?
Well, I forget the name, but they're really pretty.
Oh,
Is it
What
American?
is it? That
Is the island
Maldives.
American?
I forgot the name.
it's an island in the Pacific. That's all I'm gonna say.
Is it part of America?
It,
Yeah, it'll be Guam, Saipan, Rota, one of them. Yeah, I've been there.
Is it
That's
in the
right.
All
South
right,
Pacific?
all right. If you don't tell us right now, we're gonna have to invade you.
Is it the South Pacific?
We're gonna bump
Bring it
the
on.
shit out of you.
If you can find me,
Yeah.
We'll just bomb the whole Pacific.
If you're in Guam Island, that 90, I think it's 98% of the people, the population have been vaccinated.
no, I am not in Guam.
Are you in Saipan?
I am not in Saipan.
Okay, so you're nowhere near those
Is it a
regions. Okay.
South Pacific
He's in
island?
American Samoa. He's Bong's cousin.
Yeah, well,
Is
we
it? Are
we
you?
have fresh fish, so I have options for fish. We got our
Are
red
you
meats.
Puerto Rico? Are you at Puerto Rico?
No, Puerto Rico.
That's
No,
not
Puerto Rico is
my friend. That's
Puerto
over,
Rico is in the Caribbean.
yeah, man. That's
Yeah,
over
okay, yeah,
Atlantic.
okay.
Yeah.
That's on the other
Oh yeah.
side.
So, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Was it American Samoa?
No, not in Samoa.
Fiji?
I'm not in Tonga.
I-
I'm not in Fiji.
I think this guy is in one of these secret places that nobody knows how to get there. You know, the secret continent in the Pacific that we speculate about. You're lucky I'm driving. Would have find you somehow.
Is it cold or warm?
I know. It's Wakanda. Wakanda forever.
Wakanda.
Hey, ding, 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 ding. If you're on any Pacific island, you're not cold.
Yeah. You're not cold on Pacific Island. So okay, put us out of our misery. Where are you? On the flat earth.
Well,
I don't think
You don't have to say if you don't want to.
yeah,
Yeah,
trying
but
to
I mean-
leave that mystery. I'll probably divulge it one
But
day, anyways.
But if you don't, I'll ban you.
Oh, may as well share it now.
Just kidding.
Share it now or ban.
I didn't say that.
Well, I do.
You know that
have-
Bong is your neighbor, bro. You know that Bong is your neighbor. He's the king of American Samoa.
I'm in Australia. I don't even. I'm in
You're the
Australia.
foreign king. Yeah, you're the foreign. You're the band
I don't
king
know.
of Samoa.
There are no kings there, dude. It's just the U.S. of A. You know, it's like
Bro, say hi to your king.
no kings. We are all kings of our own castle.
Samoa king.
New Guinea.
Papua New Guinea.
Okay. Tahiti.
Is that the? I know where he is. He's in the Philippines.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
He's
he's
at
in the Philippines. There's like thousands
Yeah.
of islands around the area, no?
Yeah, that's where he's at. I've got it now.
So he's in one of those.
Yeah, I've been there.
What,
Yeah,
what's he
yeah.
doing there? Like, what are you doing there?
Living
One of
his
the
life.
Americans are there. American military are there, aren't they, for starters?
He's not American. He just learned English on the internet. Sound American because good movies.
No,
Well,
He's staying quiet. I mean, that means he's in the Philippines.
he's in the Philippines. Yeah, we got him. He's in the Philippines, period.
I was just doxxed.
Yeah, you're in the Philippines. We got you. Makes logical sense.
Filipinas.
I know many American military who finish with the military and then they decide to live there.
Philippines is actually very beautiful. There's a lot of
It is.
southern islands, and I'm not talking
Yeah.
about the main. Yeah, I'm talking the southern islands.
Yeah,
It's actually very
I've been
beautiful.
down there. I swam with whale sharks. That was brilliant. That was whale
So you're in the
sharks. You know?
Philippines?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
did it taste?
Yeah. No, I didn't eat it. I just swam with them. Yeah. No eating.
Ah.
You can't exactly hand spear a whale shark. If you
No.
do, man,
No,
I
Gene
will
will do it
actually.
bare-handed.
And then my wife didn't want to jump in. She said, "No, you go in." I said, "You're not going? No, okay then."
I
So
would
me and the
swim with a
children.
whale shark.
Yeah, me and the children, we swam with the whale sharks. It was
Yeah, I
brilliant.
absolutely
Man.
would. Yeah.
Yeah. That was fantastic, man. A school of whale sharks. A school, not just like one or two. Loads. It was great. And before we actually did that, you go for a briefing, the do's and don'ts.
Yeah,
Obviously.
don't get inside the mouth of the shark. Very simple. Don't go inside the mouth, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. The main thing is
Don't
not to
try
panic.
tickling the male parts. Don't do that.
Don't do that, you'll be dead instantly. But yeah, man. Just don't panic. And the main one was just don't panic. Don't panic. The whale sharks. Don't cause a situation
If the shark
where they
starts
panic.
eating you, don't panic.
Yeah. But yeah, a thoroughly good time in the Philippines. The food was excellent. The weather was nice. The people are good. And the women come onto you very quickly. When you know you're from another part of the world, they're on you like, let's say, ants to sugar, bees to honey. Literally, no joke.
Extra sweet.
And they knew my wife was there. I'll tell you, man, I was well under pressure. Ooh, I was under pressure.
Maybe they saw these. Maybe they saw your face and they saw the other lady, and they're not together.
I had to hold it down. The Philippines.
Maybe they wanted that. Maybe they wanted that visa from UK.
Yeah.
Just messing up.
They were lovely ladies, lovely.
That's great. You had a good time. That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Too bad you didn't have any shark for dinner. Go ahead, bro.
There's places there where you can actually walk island to island because the water's so shallow, where you can literally just walk to another island.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's some there's little spots there that it's very shallow and you just walk to the next.
Beautiful, and the water's blue water all the way.
Clear.
Wait, blue water? Is it like Gatorade?
You ever been to Florida? No, probably not.
Yeah, when I
No,
grab the water in my hand, it's transparent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very similar to the Florida Keys.
yeah.
Holy shit! Don't
I've
say.
seen the Florida
You
Keys.
don't say.
Florida Keys, isn't it? Nice.
Transparent water that turns blue when it hits the ground. Mm.
Oh, Lattimore
Yeah.
World Cup. Everybody act normal.
Adam Mod's in the house.
I've been listening, bro.
Platypus roll call. In CBR
I
line.
ain't I ain't said shit, bro. I've been listening. Yeah.
Good.
I wanted to say that Paul Harvey video it's a good video. He says, if I was the devil, this is what I do to take over the world. And if you listen to him, all that shit's been happening since this came out in the 70s. It was a radio show, Paul Harvey radio show.
Yeah.
You get a link
I
for
love
that,
those
bro?
radio shows.
Huh?
You get a
I
link
love
for
those
that?
radio shows from the 70s, man.
Do I get what for that?
A link for that podcast.
Oh yeah. I put it in
Podcast.
Livestream voice text. It's
Oh, okay.
Paul Harvey was a radio celebrity like Wolfman Jack. You rocking with the Wolfman Jack, or Casey Kasem top 100, and he sold a lot of stuff. He did the news on AM radio, but me and my dad used to listen to Paul Harvey every day at noon or 1. Paul Harvey with the news.
Yeah.
And he just did if I was the devil, this is what I do. I put dirty rooms on TV. I'd corrupt the family unit. I'd sell narcotic drugs to whomever I please. And when I was a kid, you couldn't say bitch on public TV.
That's
now,
right. That's right.
Listen, now they're cussing women out and bitch slapping them on the soap operas at noon.
They're making videos, man. They're making videos of it. What are you talking about? They're
getting more likes than dislikes.
Yeah.
And they sell cocaine to everybody. The politicians let it come in the nation. They sell it to you, they get paid off it. Then they put you in prison, they get paid off that too.
Yeah. I was going to say,
where do you think all the drugs come from? Yeah, where do you think all the drugs come from?
Exactly.
From the Philippines.
And ye shall know the truth.
Well,
the truth shall make you free.
Yeah. Man.
Next tonight into that question I mentioned, is your TV watching and listening to you? New smart TVs with internet connections able to transmit your private conversations. Here's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis.
That's why they had
back in the day, back in the days you were talking about, there was less distraction in the way of games and that. So nowadays, kids and their dads don't get to listen to the programs. You have to really drag them out of their room to watch a video, and they only have like 5 minutes attention span, and then they're gone.
Yeah, and
work hard.
Yeah, and you could play a game together as a family when you were kids. The most corrupt game was Monopoly,
Monopoly, man. Wicked game. I've got it on the table right now. My last game of last year was with my adult student, Monopoly, and I won. All right? That was the last lesson, was Monopoly, at the very end of the year.
Yeah, that should be a lesson in life. This is what's going to happen to you. And you ain't never going to be the banker.
Yeah. So, my students love Monopoly. So I play Monopoly once a month. They have a Monopoly game. To learn, basically, instead of doing numbers on the board, which is rather boring, they can do the Monopoly game. They learn about British towns and American places. I've got 2 boards. I've got the British one and the American one. Okay, so they can learn. Okay,
Yeah,
so they play the Monopoly.
and they
love
learn
the
to
game.
manage. They learn to, and they learn to manage money. They learn about economics, rent.
Yeah. I've
Jin, you're
seen.
gonna have to soon. Jin, soon you're gonna have to buy the Chinese, the Russian, or the Japanese Monopoly because
Well, we got the Japanese
the
one. We got
economics.
upstairs. We
Wait
got the Japanese
about.
upstairs.
Oh,
Listen,
hold up. You're gonna need Vatican Monopoly too. Vatican.
Vatican, yeah.
What?
You know,
I
I've seen
wanna
them
use
crying.
I wanna use the Black Pope. I'm gonna use the Black Pope.
Black Pope.
Yeah, you
How
gotta
about
pick your
Mason?
character.
Oh yeah, the Black Pope gets to go past go and collect $2,000.
Yeah.
You know,
I can skip
I've
jail
seen
too.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got then you got Mason Monopoly.
Yeah. You know, I've seen the kids here, right? You know, here in Japan, right? The students. Some of them have ended up crying because they lost. Yeah, lost their money. They lost everything. But as the year goes on, you know, as it goes on, they win. Yeah, and then you see how they learn how to use the money. So different. So I said, it's really, literally like life. Yeah, you got to know how to spend your money carefully. Otherwise, it can be. And that's what they learned through the game. Some of them were in tears because they had to pay out hundreds of dollars in rent. You've landed on my hotel. Come on, that's $150. Bang, that's one of their $500 has gone down to 50.
Oh
And they just
yeah.
broke them. Yeah.
Well, I bet they do cry. They're like, I'm always broke on this fucking game, and you're like, yeah, that's gonna be your life. And they're like, no.
They're like, Jin
But when they win the
Sensei,
game, when they
Jin
win the game,
Sensei, why are you taking my money?
yeah.
I got
when
30
they-
cents in the fucking bank, man.
You know, you see that
fun
mood change
fact.
when they're actually winning. When they're actually winning, man, you know, animals. Give me my money.
Yeah.
Give me. You owe me this. Come on.
Pay
up.
me, fool.
You know
Oh
what the,
shit, I owe you.
You know what the
Pay up.
rules say? So when you run out of money, when the bank runs out of money, you know what the rules say to do in the Monopoly game?
IOUs. IOUs we do.
Yeah, you just get pieces of paper and write it on there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's IOUs. Yeah,
So
it goes into
print-
IOUs.
you
I've
print-
played it. Played it
you
to that
print
level,
more
my
money.
friend.
Yep.
Yeah, I've played it. I've done that. Yeah, exactly true. That is a true word. I played a game like that, you know, where we played for like 3 weeks, a month, a game, non-stop. That's why you can order some more money. Actually order some more money for Monopoly. So that's what I did. So I've got I've got three lots of money, 3 sets. So that'd be $7,500 I've got in cash, Monopoly cash.
Jin, just hold to that money because eventually it's gonna be worth more than the dollar.
Probably.
Yeah, I reckon
wouldn't
so.
doubt it.
It's going to become legal tender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you write IOU, is that a contract? Is that like technically like a contract?
Yeah.
Are you
I
asking
mean,
a
if
question or-
you're looking at the mirror and writing it to yourself, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I misspoke earlier. I've got $4,500. Monopoly.
Oh, you had 7,000 that you're missing 3,000.
Yeah, I over
What's going on, Jin?
Yeah, I got that wrong there. We've got
the money is disappearing too fast, Jin, in the bank.
It's just devaluing, man. It's devaluing. I've got to get rid of it. I've got to sell.
Check Jin's pockets.
I've got to sell it, man. Got to sell. But yeah, man.
He's dark skinned. He's stealing the money.
So we don't have to do the IOUs, yeah? But because that does make it a bit hard when you do the IOUs on bits of paper. It does make the game a bit more fucking horrible, actually. So I just ordered more money.
God damn it.
And it was printed for me double quick.
Yep.
Nice doing business, Jim. Hasbro Games. Hasbro.
Yeah, motherfucker just need a digital a digital printer, a scanner, copier, bro. We keep this monopoly going. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
We just need paper and printer ink. Damn it.
that's right.
Just need
But
Now
that's
pay me,
the most
motherfucker.
popular game at my school here. The most popular game is Monopoly. Everybody loves Monopoly. Adults and kids alike. And then I asked them, did you buy the game? I said, why don't you buy the Japanese version? You know, it's there. They got it. Right? Some of them did. Some of them didn't, obviously. Most of them didn't. But there you go. You know, like I said, I'm the man that's waving to them as I'm cycling by today. Not one of them batted an eyelid. I'm giving them a wave. Happy New Year as I'm going past. Heavy traffic. Nothing's moving. Jin's pedaling through. On the other side of the road, of course. Waving like, yeah, man. And, you know.
Jen just said he's the male version of Nanny McPhee. I'm picking.
And that was really good.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, though.
No.
So, who remembers the war game Risk?
Yes, I used to play that with my friend. That was a great game. That was my first game of trying to rule the world. That was a great game. That was Risk.
We're all giving away our age here when we talk about what board games we played.
Yeah, that was 1970s, man.
I had that motherfucker on sawhorses and a half-inch board in the bedroom, man. Don't touch that bitch. Me and my brother, we're playing a game. Don't touch that. My friends used to come in. I'd be like, don't touch it. I'll kick your ass.
Yeah. That's a great game, Risk.
Because I could never beat my older brother.
Yeah, well, that's because he's brave.
Me and my brother were so tight. When he was in the Army and I was in the Marines, we used to play chess through the mail.
Right. I used to play chess with my brothers as well. Yeah, occasionally we play online from Japan. Yeah.
My oldest brother, the only. I had 5 brothers growing up. My youngest brother died from diabetes, but the rest of us are still kicking.
You guys should get together, you and your older brother, and play an old game of Risk for old time's sake.
For the nostalgia side of it, yeah.
Bro, nowadays our board game is building cars, buying the cheapest classic car, and doing the best rebuild.
I think there's something to be said to like go back and do something that you used to do in the past. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I agree.
Yeah. I think you guys would thoroughly enjoy it, but this time you would do it with a couple beers, right?
Well,
and you do it with more vigor. I think with more vigor as well.
I was never beer. My brother would drink beer, but I'd be sipping scotch or warm brandy.
Yeah, all right. Do a shot every 30 minutes or whatever, however long it takes.
But me and my brothers are still doing the same things we were doing in the 70s and 80s. We go fishing, work on cars.
Yeah.
We were a farming family. Hanging out might be they came out in the spring and said the spring because they knew fields got to be plowed, crops got to be planted, and they help do that because they also come during the harvest, want pumpkins for the kids, apple pie, rhubarb, strawberry pie. You know.
But Battlemod, that is real life, isn't it? That's living on the flat earth, sustaining yourselves. You see, that takes precedence over any board game. You know what I mean? Come on.
I know I got lucky with the family, so I have a family that most people want, you know.
Well, you got a family situation that most of us want to be in. Yeah, great.
Yeah. Well, most people grow up, start their own families, and them and their siblings go separate ways. Me and my siblings, we shared every Christmas. We've never went our own way. We brought people into the family. I got a new sister. I got a new nephew. You know.
Yeah. I'm like that with my children. Yeah, I keep them together, and I actually introduced them to all the stuff that I used to do in the 70s. So my children are
Yeah.
very lucky.
There's
Very
still
lucky.
places in the world that carry on that tradition. You
Yes.
know, and it's not America. America, it's getting very, very thin.
That's
Canada,
right.
Australia, you know, UK,
Yeah.
these types of places. It's
That's right.
they instill it into people's minds that you turn 18, then you go off to college, and then after
Yeah.
college, and you go get a job, then you get your own apartment, and then you save for a house, and you buy a house, and you get that mortgage, which is a death
Right.
contract, and then you know, next thing you know, you're fucking old, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but when you stay with your family, you know, life's so much easier. You know, you live together, you
Slower.
share
You're
what
in more
you
control.
have.
Yeah. You're in more
Yeah.
control of it. Yeah. So that's what I mean by, although I was born in London, an African, I've lived in Africa, I've lived in London, now I'm living in Japan, I introduced my children to my experience, you know? And I was glad I was able to do that. Yeah.
I got African Americans in my family. I'm with you. They're kind of redneck though. They listen to country music and go catfishing. What's up?
Yeah, they're from the South for sure.
No, we're from the North.
No.
We're We're from we're Yankees. We're not from the South. I'm a Northerner. So's my cousin. I was gonna beat a dude down one time. We all went to Florida, and we went to a kind of uppity white bar, and
Right.
my cousin played like 6 songs. Randy Travis, old Hank Senior, and then young Hank, and some redneck Texan-looking white boy come up and said, "I'm sorry, but I gotta ask, what's a black dude doing playing Hank Jr.?" And I wanted to whoop his ass just for saying that shit. Like, bitch,
Yeah.
we ain't from
Yeah.
Florida.
Yeah.
And my cousin was like, "No, Mike, that's an honest question." I'm like, "No, it's not, bitch. It's like acting like black people can't like country music. What the fuck's wrong with this racist bastard?" My cousin was like, "No, it's cool, Mike. Chill out." Well, fuck that. We're all veterans here. Let's whoop his ass. Let's go to jail tonight. Let's do it the Michigan way. Shit.
Yeah, that's right.
I was ready to get down, but my cousin he's an awfully forgiving man, dude. He breaks the mold of those what people project about black
Yeah.
people.
I mean,
He just,
that way of life, the way of life you're describing is rapidly dying. Rapidly.
it
Yeah.
is. It is.
Yeah.
People
It's
who love their
rapidly dying, man.
family. People who love their family no matter what. You're damn right. That is dying.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
modern
And
families are being broken apart by what party they support. What president, federal president do you
Oh,
support?
fuck.
yeah.
What you know,
Yep.
vax, anti,
How retarded.
Ain't that right?
It's a shame.
How retarded is that?
But
You know?
doesn't that guy mention that in How to If I Was a Devil, How to Take Over the World? Like I
Yeah.
think if I remember right, a part of that is to break up the family unit, right?
Yeah. He
Yeah,
mentions
man.
that.
Exactly that.
He goes through all of it, and this was in the 70s, and now what he's saying is the 2021 American way of life. He's just
Right.
telling you how it is right now. That's it.
Yep.
He
Yep.
ain't said nothing. You know? So,
And that's why I think the giant attack on Christianity, it's not the religion per se, it's not Jesus, it's not any of that stuff. It's some of the core values of Christianity is you know, the family and reproducing, right? Get together and produce more fruits. I mean, that's the whole idea. Love your wife and you know, stay with that person and love other people as if they're your own family, even your enemy. They hate that. It's like it goes against what they want.
Yeah. Literally turn the other cheek and then turn your ass and turn your back.
yeah, they want you to go out and kill people and support their prison system, bro.
Yeah, they want you to
Yeah.
hate everybody. They want you to be mad at people. You know, they even want you to be mad at them. They want you to hate the rulers and the wealthy people. They want you to hate them and despise them. It's a part of what, you know. So like I don't hate
I
people.
buy into that.
Just focus
Yeah,
on you. Focus on your family. Focus on your bubble. You know, your immediate influence. You know, just focus on that.
that's right.
And
That's
feed
right.
it good energy, and build. You
And
know, they want nothing but destruction. So what's the antidote to that? Is to build. So when they want
it's
to
to build,
destroy, you
yeah.
build. So
That's right. And then when people see that you're building, they're going to mimic what you do, and then you're having a
and
positive
and they
effect, and that's what it's all
and they
about.
follow. Yeah, it's actually
Yeah.
a known thing that so when you try to like wake your friends up, you know, let's say you're a loser, you know, for a lack of a better term. You have nothing going for you. You make no money. You have no girlfriend, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you're over here trying to wake them up to the shape of the world or what the banking system is or whatever. They're less likely to listen to you. But if you have things going for you, you have a family, you make money or whatever your thing is, you're doing something solid.
Yeah.
They have more of a tendency to actually listen to what you have to
Pay
say.
attention. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He said loser. In a time of chimpanzees, I was a monkey. Butane in my veins, and I'm out to cut the junkie with the plastic eyeballs and the spray paint vegetables. Dog food stalls with the beefcake pantyhose. Kill the headlights and put it in neutral. Stock car flaming with the loser at the cruise control. You know that. You know that
Great
song.
track. That's a great track.
Yeah, it's a back. Someone came in saying, I'm insane to complain about a shotgun wedding and a stain on my shirt. Don't believe everything that you breathe. You get a percolation violation and a maggot on your sleeve. So shave your face with some mace in the dark, saving all your food stamps for a hooker and in a trailer park. Yo, cut it. Soy on Perdor. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me?
What a track. What a track.
Yeah, that kid was out there. He was. It's just so uncommon that it's like, hey, this is all right.
Yeah. Well, it made sense and it was real, you know? Talking about real things.
It does make sense, funny for how off the wall it is. It
Yeah.
just makes sense about normal societal life, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind
Exactly.
of fucked up that that's real.
It's
You know?
real though, yeah, but that's right. But that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what we're living in. That's what we're living in, man. Right? The fact that you made it to become a flat earther shows that you stayed fast to finding the truth and believing in yourself, yeah? So now you can offer therapy and counseling to those heliocentrists. They're going to be coming in their drones. You watch. And they're going to be like zombies. But we can easily help them to
There'll be
become
a zone apocalypse riding on zombie drones. Dead people on drones. Yeah, but really.
Yeah, man.
They'll be like, I seen on your farm way in the back, you got a piece of garbage sitting there. You got to clean that up, man. We can't have that crap.
Being on the outside looking in has been an advantage for me. It's been an advantage. Where people set out to keep me excluded from what was going on, it paid dividends. I learned more than they did.
I
I'm the
found
man that knows.
I found that typically people that are more receptive to breaking the spells of this world have either grown up in a lifestyle like Battle Mod did, or they were engulfed in the system, and the system gave them some sort of trauma, and that trauma caused them to kind of question the system and look at it and view it differently. So it's either people who are in the beast, in the belly, and have gone through this trauma that has forced them to look at it, and kind of pull away from everyone and everything else, and just you have to like recede away, even if you're still in the middle of the city or whatever. Mentally, physically, spiritually, you have to kind of withdraw.
You got to do your own thing. You got to do what makes you happy and comfortable and safe. That's
right.
how
When you're
that
not, when
works.
you're no longer conforming to the group, you tend to
Yeah.
start thinking for yourself.
Exactly, and that was Jin. I was always like that, and I was always the one that was telling everyone about the don't vote for the government because it's shit. Why are you waving your flag? The Queen's a whore. What are you doing? You know. And now they realise. Now we're in our 60s. Now they realise. I said, Jin, you've always been. What did they say the other day? Yeah, you've always been on. I can't remember what they said something, but I always knew what was going on. Basically, is what they were saying. I said, yeah, exactly. I tried to tell you in the early days, but you were too young to understand it then. So never mind. You know. Now we know together. Now we got to make. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to be able to change the world now? What are you now that you know? What are you going to do to change the world now? How are
Well,
you
nobody
changing the
can
world?
change. You can't change the world. I can't change the world. Battle Mod can't change the world. What you can do is change yourself.
Sure, we can.
And well, how you
That's how
do
you
that?
change the world.
There you go. How you do it is you start with yourself, then you go to
Yep.
the person next to you, then you go to the next person, and then you
Listen,
expand
you
your
don't
bubble.
have to go to the people next to you, because when you change yourself, you treat people in the manner you want them to treat you, and it permeates through the matrix. Other
And
people
they
see you
follow.
do it, and it becomes okay to do.
That's right.
We
Yeah.
make it easier for other people to.
That's right. That's how you change the world. Exactly that. And then once you introduce the truth to others, they will then introduce it to someone else, and you begin to change the world that way. You have to interact with others. You've got to go out there. You've got to meet the
And
people.
to be fair, the truth will come to you when you're ready for it. Like I've heard people come into this chat
I
room
agree.
that are just not ready for it. They're
Yeah.
not even, their mindset isn't in the right place, and they do not come in here for the right reasons. And I've also heard people come in here who are in the, and I can tell, I can hear it in their voice, what they're saying, how they word things, that you can tell they're actually seeking. And when someone is seeking, then they're ready for it. Then they will listen to what we have to say and actually bite onto it and consider it, mull over it, think over it. You know, but most people are just not ready, because what that does is, to be ready, you have to be ready to burst your paradigm, to shatter the box, to, you know, change what you think is so fundamentally true, you know, in your heart and soul. So that's why I like that quote from Bruce Lee when he talked about being like water. You got to be fluid. You know, water, you put it into a teacup, it becomes a
Yeah.
teacup. You put it into a teapot, it
Seek
becomes a
and ye
teapot.
shall find, because as you believe, so shall it be unto you.
There you go.
Water can smash. Water can crash. Be like water, my friend. Be like
You
water.
can flow
Yeah,
or
there's
you
a
can
lot.
crash.
There's a lot to that, and it's
Yeah.
the conformity of water, but also the power of water. You can cut things
That's
with
right.
water.
That's the smash and the crash bit that I
Wa-
liked when he said that.
Water
Yeah.
is constant garter. It slowly wears away at things. It'll move
It can
mountains
take,
and shape rocks.
yeah, it can take
Yeah.
life and it preserves life. It does everything.
Yeah.
It does.
That's why that's the essence of Shinto. That's what the Shinto religion is all about.
Yeah.
Some people, some other religions look down on Shinto like it's got too many gods. But what they fail to realize is that the people of Japan are showing respect for that life forces which they have no control over. They can live with it, they can try and harness it, but they don't have control of it. And that's good.
And the more you fight it, the more you're gonna get credit. Like fighting the current, you can't beat the current. You know,
No.
yeah,
No.
you can't swim upstream. You just you either go with the current or you swim to the side, but you're still, you know, you can't fight that
Yeah,
current.
that's me. That's me. I move to the side, on the outside, looking in, dipping in now and again. That's how I've always been. Yeah, and that was my decision to dip in. Yeah, not letting the current take me where and everywhere, like the masses who are wearing the masks.
I
Look at
create.
them.
I create
That's
the
why.
current.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people drowned is when they're in water, they fight it. You know, maybe they're not the best swimmers, but what they end up
That's
doing is they end up
It,
fighting the water when all they really have to do is just
Go
stop
with
moving,
the flow.
be calm, take a breath, and just you can
Yeah.
float. You know?
Yeah,
Yes, that's it. Just
yeah.
floats the way
So
through.
on the river, you go with the current. You go with whatever's happened, but in a lake or something, yeah, you do have to beat the current in the weather in a lake. Otherwise, you'll never get to shore. A river, if you can hang out in the flow long enough, it will put you on the shore banks.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right, man.
That's the
But
only time in that analogy and literally when you should go with the flow. Other than that,
That's right.
do not go with the herd. That's the wrong flow.
Yeah, that's
that's
the
right.
wrong flow, man. Don't
It's
go with
also
the in crowd because they are the out crowd. Don't go because it's a trend
yeah.
because that's another mistake.
It's also a current that can pull you under, keep you there, and drown you.
Absolutely.
It's got an undercurrent, an eddy.
The
Handle it
undercurrent
very well.
where you end up swallowing a lot of that current water. End up like a
Yeah,
balloon.
you be a zombified, living dead body just going in a circle that never hits the shore. Stuck in an eddy, a fucked up current flow.
Yeah.
But to be catfish food.
So yeah, I've learned a lot through that. That's what I have to download to my children, you see. That's the gift that I give them. That's the treasure. All that information, you know. So playing those games with your family and that is fantastic. Like you said, with your brother. I do that with my brothers. Although I haven't been with them for now 20 years now. But I did do that. In 22 years because I've been out here in Japan and they're in England. But my children have got me, so I do it with the children instead. They need it more. They need to know that skill, the skill to surviving this system. Yeah. Yeah, I remember one time I had to take my son emergency to the hospital. Because he was suffering from asthma. He was he's since overcome that now. He's kind of like cured now, but he was suffering from asthma. This is the one that's a black belt in judo. He's second eldest. He's 19 now, right? Now my wife called the ambulance. Okay, the ambulance is coming, and then my son goes in the ambulance. Okay, now I'm following in the car because I've got to bring him back home, right from the hospital. Now we get there. By the time the doctor arrives, about an hour later, my son had recovered okay. Nothing was wrong. There was no sign that he had an asthma. So there was nothing to do, really. Okay. They wanted to give him some medicine, but we had the medicine at home anyway. So, okay, fine. Now, they wanted me to pay $100 for the ambulance ride. You know, I had the money. Do you know what I said? And the thing is, you paid $100, okay? And then you go back the next day with your medical insurance card and you get the money back. You know what I said to the guy? I ain't got the money. I had it. I just couldn't be bothered. We're going backwards and forwards. I haven't got the money. Sorry, I didn't bring it today. Okay? Never mind. I'm going to get it back tomorrow. Just give it to me now. No problem, yeah? Okay, that's it. No money for you. Then when I got into the car with my son, I showed my son the money. I goes, look, I've got the money, okay? Sometimes, you don't have to pay for something when it's going to mean it's going to be a lot of trouble. Like, okay, so I give them the money. I've got to go back tomorrow, come back here, sign the papers just to get my money back? No, why? I don't give them the money. I don't waste my petrol and I don't waste my time. Did I do a bad thing? No. There you go. I said, Mummy now would have paid, and then now she's going to be coming backwards and forwards. I don't want to do that. So I didn't pay. You know what I mean? And my son, he learned a lesson. I go, sometimes you don't have to pay all the time, yeah? Just say you haven't got the money. It's not a crime. Exactly. Stop playing. It's like we've always got to jump through hoops. That's not good.
Plot twist, Jin. I was the driver for the ambulance. You owe me $100.
Yeah,
I picked you.
but I would have got it back anyway.
picked your zombie carcass off the damn pavement, put you in the back, and took you to the box and brought you back to health. You owe me.
You owe me, yeah. So yeah, man. You know, I just said to myself, sometimes I'm not going to pay. You know, that's how it is. That's how Daddy is.
Everybody trying to collect a debt, nobody paying it forward.
I said that's what it's going to be like. They're going to want you to pay for this, pay for that. Sometimes you don't have to pay. Use your common sense. You know?
Yeah, we'll save your life so you can owe us for the rest of it.
Oh yeah, I mean the ambulance one. There was just no point in paying that money. I'm going to get it back anyway. So why pay it now when I'm going to get it back tomorrow? And I didn't want to come back here tomorrow. Didn't want to go back to the hospital tomorrow. No, so sod that. Forget that, boy. No need. You know, just not playing that game. In England, you don't have to pay. The other thing is, in England, you go on an ambulance ride. You go there. You go. That's it. There's no money exchanging. They're giving you money. Huh?
Yeah, but the white country. It's like America.
I mean, shit to me, mate. I'll tell you that now. I'm a human being. The earth is my country. The earth. The earth is my country. I care not for your laws. That's how I roll. I'm a free man on this earth wherever I go. You might have your rules in place. If I choose to follow them, that's me. If I don't, I don't. That's how I've always rolled. I'm always going to be like that. Couldn't give a shit. You better believe it. You don't even own your own country. That's what I say to people in Japan. You don't even own this country. I'm fucking here. I'm telling you that. You don't even own it. Don't kid yourself. I'm a real live wire, wild, unruly. And I'm always going to be like that. Till the day I die.
It's a half moon tonight, boys.
Okay. I missed the full moon the other day here in Japan. My students tried to tell me. Full moon daytime. I missed it. That was on Tuesday of last week. Tuesday last week, I missed the full moon. During the day. So it would have been about 2:30 p.m. And she contacted me on Skype. I didn't get the message until Wednesday. Shit, that was a bad one. Somehow the notification didn't come through until Wednesday. And I said to her, unfortunately, I didn't see it, but thanks very much for letting me know. And she's a flat earther, you see. Introduced her to it took me about a year for her to actually realise what I was actually saying was a real thing. Because everything we were doing in her lesson had a little bit of a science reference to the stars, to the rockets, flights over the earth, Amelia Earhart and things like this. And all the time I'm talking about the flat earth, I go, but that's not possible because of this. Because the earth, we don't yet experience. A year and a half later, she started to look into it herself through Japanese sites, and now she's a fully fleshed flat earther now. Now she's telling me about the moon and everything. She loves it. Thanks me for introducing her to the truth.
Have you guys seen what Cami Nodell put forth about what she thinks causes the moon phases?
Oh no! What did she say? Go on.
Well, I'll share. There's a video. I'll share it with you.
Cheers.
But she shows that you can take basically like filters, so to speak, and you can hold these filters together, like two layers of filters, and you can see right through them. But when you turn the filter, it blacks out. Like you can no longer see it. Nothing changed. There's no physical object blocking it. I'll actually let me find it. Share it in the chat.
Yeah. Did Battlemod drop that video into the chat as well? Yeah. You know the one. the radio show thing.
Yeah, I dropped that in there.
How many
There's
minutes
also
ago?
there's
I'm scrolling back.
live stream voice text. It's like the fourth post that's up there.
Okay, yeah, I'm scrolling back. There's been a lot of action. Oh, I've got no. That's Helioskeptic.
5:52 a.m., bro.
2 a.m. Yeah.
5:52 a.m. in live stream voice text.
Okay,
It's only
52.
like
I've got you.
it's only
I've got
it's
it.
here.
I've got it. I got
Oh,
it. I got it. I got it.
so
Nice
I'll
one.
post. If I were the devil, Paul
Thank-
Harvey, clean audio version.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I was in the wrong place, man.
That's what I was
God,
doing.
got it. Yeah, yeah, that's the one, man. Wicked. I want to watch that. I want to watch that one because that one reminds me of the 70s for sure. You know, the radio style, the style of the radio delivery. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I loved Paul Harvey, bro. He was an old ass man on nerd specific. You know, I was a nerd when I was a kid, so I
The
liked it.
days of Bill Cooper.
Yeah,
The Bill Cooper era.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I reckon that was the best era for radio. I'd have to say. That was the best era for radio. You know, the 70s.
I dropped a link in the chat. So
Cheers.
they go over so all the stupid questions I have, you know, how does the moon phases work, or how do eclipses work, and you know all the bullshit they spit out, and they don't take the time to look into it for themselves before they start asking stupid questions. This one they actually present some stuff which I think is very very well put together, and I think there's something to it.
Right. Yeah. I would like to listen to the whole show of this one. Is there an extended version, Batum, or it's only just a clip?
Well, this one's like
Is that?
I don't know. I thought that one was the entire video.
Oh, no, it sounded like this was going to be a long one, and you've taken an episode.
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
If I were the Prince of Darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and fifths of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree.
Great video, that.
Necessarily take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. Wisdom of a serpent. Whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth.
Can you hear that?
System that man created.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Damn.
Good is
Odyssey. I'm looking at the Odyssey now of the eclipse.
So like with the eclipse, you know, you can also think in terms of the moon phases, and it could possibly be the same thing. Now, if you want to get into that further, you can. I think Cami actually has a channel you can check out. You can probably find it on there.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to wish them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft. You rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies, space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
2 little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see.
I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this in my head. Take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When a so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
All right, tell me your name.
Ruth Heath,
Ruth, and how old are you today?
102,
102. So you were born in
1918.
1918. And we were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school in elementary
I was
school?
taught in school that the Earth was flat.
And then what do you remember when they changed it to a globe?
Well, when they changed it, I remember when they changed it, but I can't remember the date or anything like that.
And did you believe them?
Yes, I did.
You did. Now,
I was young.
right, and we all were told by people that we trust.
That's right.
Where did you go to school? Elementary school.
I went to Spur Glen School in Hamden, Connecticut.
So, getting back to the flat Earth, you said that you're religious, that
Yes.
you follow the Bible.
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that the Bible is all about the flat Earth? I'm not the Bible guy. I have friends that are so good at it, but there's over 200 verses in the Bible that refer to a flat Earth.
That's right.
And I think there's only one verse that mentions Earth is a circle, but just like this table right here, that table is a circle,
right,
but it's flat.
That's right.
Right. A circle is different than a sphere. A sphere is the same in every direction.
That's right.
The circle of the Earth. So how does it make you feel to realize that you were right as a kid?
It makes me feel better.
It does make you feel better, right?
Oh, it makes me feel alive.
Oh my God, that is so true. My whole life, I believe, what I was taught.
That's
and then
right.
when I discovered the flat Earth,
I feel better about it.
Because we are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
We are here.
We are God's children.
Excellent.
Yes.
I will,
I believe in God. I trust God. And when all the problems that are happening in this world today,
I'll give you some good news. A lot of the problems that they report on the news aren't even real.
that's right. That's right.
They're just keeping us in fear.
Keeping up. That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand that. I understand. They just say what they want people to know. They don't care about the Bible. They don't care about life. They only care about I, me, myself, and I. It's a different world.
So the globe deception that a lot of people say, and I believe is literally by Satan to hide God and make people selfish and self-centered and not care and think that there's no consequences for their actions.
Right.
Do you know, wait, let me ask you a question, just switching topics a little bit, that we never went to the moon, that was all fake?
Is that right?
That's correct.
I saw that all happening.
Yeah, so did I, and we all believed it, but that was just to reinforce that people to believe they can live on a ball and they could walk on a ball. Nobody's ever been to space because space doesn't exist. There is no space. There's just this world.
Oh, it's such a lie.
It's such a lie, but knowing the lie is like going to a magic show.
I woke up.
Yes, that's what we call it. We call it red. This is your moment of waking up. It's when you go to see a magician and you know how the tricks are done, and the magic no longer works on you, and you're free from the illusion. So knowing this is going to free your heart.
Cry.
Yeah, it's okay.
It makes me cry.
Happiness.
Yes.
Tears of joy.
Yes. Yes. I know that we were true, and they're hiding us.
Yes, it's good though.
It's good.
It's very good.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
I'm awake.
Yes.
I'm awake.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much.
And it's my pleasure.
All right.
It's my pleasure to know that it's true.
It is absolutely true.
Oh, it's amazing.
Here's the thing: if you tell other people that aren't awake, they'll think you're crazy.
That's right. That's right.
That's their problem.
No, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah. So good, right? I'm glad we met.
I'm so happy.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. It's right.
All right, I'm gonna, this is what I did. I was visiting my mother, and I asked who the oldest, most lucid person was, and they introduced me to Ruth. Ruth, right?
Yes.
And I encourage anyone else that has access to an old age home to do the same, because there's not many people like Ruth left that remember these things. All right, Ruth, thank you.
Thank you. I'm amazed. I'm so happy to know it's true.
It's true, and God created this world. And He's right here, above, close, not in an infinite universe. So good, right?
I can't get over it. Made me cry.
Made me cry too.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ruth, give me a hug. Here we go.
I need it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the
what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Bladder, bladder, bladder. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slam door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Bladder, bladder, bladder. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, click. Cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Bladder, bladder, bladder. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Bladder, bladder. Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? A brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature is missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I can do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
I know lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps, nah. I do not care about this track, I do not care, I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash, take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz, I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times, they form in a line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone, with one snap of my finger, yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your eyes, your shit be shining. But how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds, huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big-ass mansion, with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get her, him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
And have that with us. We are here to having this ladies' night because we don't have enough women out here speaking truth, and we want you guys to be involved with us. I know it can be very, very intimidating, but at the same time, there's women here that are willing to embrace you and to help you. So if you guys would like to join or have an open discussion, please come on board. I love that. We have Jenny here, I'm sure. Jenny, want to say hi?
Hey, everybody. So I don't know if anybody's listening just from the YouTube, but there should be a link in the description. I think there generally is. Otherwise, what is it? It's, is it discord.com/gg/flat earth? Or no? What's the address?
I actually don't know the address right now on hand.
Oh.
Is somebody posting that possibly in the live stream chat? They probably do, and hopefully you guys will for us or something. Yeah.
So discord.gg/flat earth.
And
so,
you guys here, Han or Sassy, you guys want to say hello too?
Hello.
They're probably there. We go. Hi, Yika.
Hiya. I hope you're all right tonight. Well, for me, it's night.
During the day today. Do we have anybody in here that like to ask any questions about the shape of the earth or what we're standing on? Anyone? Be lovely to talk to anyone about this. No? No questions?
Break out of the
Okay,
firmament.
What about the firmament?
How do I get through it?
Honey, I wish I knew too. If you can figure that out for me, we could talk about that. We could try to get through it. But right now, we can't even reach the firmament. I can't even verify for sure where it's exactly at. There are different statements of where it could possibly be, but at the same time, I've never verified that. You're probably never going to verify that either, because you're focusing on the sky, something you can't reach, will never reach, and no one in your family probably will ever reach, right?
Oh.
But we're talking about we're standing on the ground. That's what's important.
Is it infinite
True.
plane?
Is it an infinite plane? Can you tell me if it's an infinite plane? I don't know if it's an infinite
I don't
plane.
know.
I've never
I'm
seen the entire
scared.
shape of this earth because they will not let us measure this earth completely because we can't
Much less
explore it.
Much less to say, how do you come up with infinite space?
Yep.
So it's kind of like a two-part, you know what I'm saying? You got to look at both sides of what they say. And it's kind of interesting.
How do you measure infinite space?
Yeah.
It's immeasurable.
It's immeasurable. So how do they measure it and how do they know it's infinite?
They just guess.
Oh, guess. Okay, exactly. Assumptions is exactly what the whole entire globe model is based on. Assumptions, theories, semantics, and philosophy.
It's
There's absolutely no proof for it. Yep. Pseudoscience.
Yep.
I've been
Unfortunately,
here every day. Nobody comes with any information. No proof. I wish somebody would actually come in here and say, hey, I have proof of the globe. Here it is, and it's not a picture that can be altered. I'd really love for someone to do that one day. Just one day. No. Nobody
thing
has
for-
anything for us.
the thing for
Go
me is that there just seems to be so many coincidences that keep happening over, topics about how this is all supposed to work. There's been so many anomalies with the heliocentric model. It doesn't surprise me that it's been years everybody's been talking about it. And, it kind of come up with the same thing, that it's not verifiable.
Exactly.
So, we got a bunch of coincidence theorists walking around. Meanwhile, there's other people putting together the puzzle pieces and like, oh, whoa, this is going on. Everybody look. I mean, so conspiracy does not automatically mean that it's not true.
Correct.
I mean, I think a lot of people misuse the word conspiracy theory. So,
of course. They don't even understand where the word even comes from, and the CIA is the one that came up with the word in the first place. Yeah, of course there is, yeah. And they did that on purpose, though. It's just like everything else. They put a stigma on everything so you don't know what is true. You get completely confused what is real and what is not real. But in reality, it shows you. They're not letting you look anymore. Well, actually, you're not trying to look because they've literally got so many chemicals in us, stuff with the food and everything else, and the school system's got them not even problem solving. They're not even looking at the nature of their world. They're not even using their own senses and
fluoride
observing.
in the water. Fluoride in the water. I'm pretty sure I grew up on fluoride in the water. And
of course.
So, yeah, I mean, like you said, people don't question the nature of their reality. They don't. We need to start doing that. Because, I mean, it's so interesting that people are coming to these realizations about what's going on in the world. And everybody's doing it at different times in different ways. And so, so people are in like different stages of cognitive dissonance, and you could be experiencing grief,
Of course.
So a lot of people react when they talk about the topic of flat Earth. And, I don't think people have a real clear, concise idea about what science is really supposed to be. And when they start using words casually, like if or imagine and
maybe
thought experiments, and, it's just like, come on, man, this is not a fairy tale. This is what we observe and what we can verify.
Well, and they always want to go back to the sky to prove it. And it's like, for me, it was very simple. When you understand that there has to be a curve, and you can see 60 miles. It's shot. It's done. But these people
Well,
want
what
to keep
got
trying to
me-
find a different answer, you know?
Well, what I found really interesting, and this is what brought me to Flat Earth, is that
Mhm.
it was from Dave Murphy, and his claim is that there's no GPS flight tracking in the southern hemisphere. And so I found that very odd in the state of technology that we're supposed to have, why that is not possible. And, and then you have the famous Asia flight to, what was it? Supposed to be in California, and they made the emergency stop in Alaska. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, that's pretty bizarre considering you're going out of your way. But in the flat earth idea of what we think is a map, it's like it's like on the way. And sorry, I'm not trying to ramble or anything. I'm actually at a park, so you guys don't have my undivided attention. I'm so sorry. But Stacy, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Right.
So
absolutely.
So that's what
Hi,
brought
Becky
me into
Han. I
the
didn't
topic.
see you. I didn't mean to not introduce you or anyone else. I wasn't seeing the chat. Becky's here. Soda's
That's
here.
okay.
Girl.
Hey guys.
Hi, guy. Hi.
Jump
honey.
on in.
How you doing today? We got a couple of people in here. Let's see here. Wait a minute. What's going on? We got On the Fence. Jay Layler. Come on, Jay. How are you doing today? Jordan. You said all in a DM to me, but you can't talk to me on a live stream. I'm right here.
I'm alright.
Okay, how you doing, Jordan? What's brought you here today?
It's not Jordan, it's Jay Lalo. You said hi, so I said hi
Okay.
back.
Hi. How are you doing? What's brought you here today, though? Have you been here before?
Yeah, man, I've been here for a while. I just like listening.
Okay. All right. What do you believe right now? You've been listening for a while, probably, you said. So, what do you think?
Are you at
standing
least
on?
a skeptic?
I'm a fence sitter.
Hey, we'll
You're
take
still
it.
on the fence. And can I ask you why you're on the fence? Like, what is that one thing that's keeping you on the fence? That belief or whatever, or your proof that you would be on a ball, spinning in space, water bending, space time. Like, what made you believe in the globe in the first place? Like, what was that proof that they gave you that was like, you know what? That's real. Has to be real because it looks so fake. I'm sorry, just joking. But go ahead. But you know what I mean. What is that proof that they gave you that you were like, that's it, that's valid for me? I honestly kind of feel like that's real to me.
Well, I mean, as a kid, you don't really need much proof. They tell you it's
There you go.
a certain thing, and then you just accept it. So, and I guess, I don't know, I've been programmed a long time to think it's a ball. Only recently I've seen your arguments about it being flat. It's making that transition. Commitment, maybe I'm scared of commitment.
Okay.
I have a question.
You know, that's a very honest answer, by the way. Very honest answer, and that's okay if you are still on the fence and choosing for yourself. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. Go ahead, Jenny.
How did you learn about the topic of flat Earth?
Well,
For the person-
I saw
Go ahead.
YouTube posts about taking a mick out of flat Earth, to be honest. And then I saw
Wait, which one?
Well, no, just general like people taking a mick out of flat Earth. So that's my
okay.
introduction to flat Earth. And then I see the Netflix documentary. I forgot what it's called. Beyond the Curve or something like that.
Yeah.
And then
What was your opinion of that movie? What was your opinion?
Well, they made them they made flat earthers to seem crazy, and I understand that the flat earth society is separate from like what you guys think. I'm guessing. I mean, I've heard before that you guys don't really associate yourself with the flat earth society as such.
No.
But yeah, so I saw that, and then I went onto YouTube to see more stuff, and then I came across the 24-hour Discord thing on YouTube, and then I just joined in, and I've been listening for like the last 6 months.
That's cool though. And I will say to this whole Flat Earth Society thing, I brought this up a while back, 6 months ago, and I was saying that it's very difficult here in America when I go and speak to people. I hear that a lot, and we are not associated with them. I want nothing to do with them. But the good thing is even in CNN report they did recently, they actually came back and said something to them and said, guess what? No, we are no part of the regular Flat Earth people. We are our own organization, and they don't even believe what we believe. That came from them, their own statement. So I appreciate that they at least said that.
Oh,
because we want nothing to be compared to them.
Don't forget, they said we have members all around the globe. Don't they say that shit? I think they do.
Well, they're fake members. Well, all the members that signed up and didn't realize what the heck they were getting into, so they probably have that list of them, but really in general, like, they're not part of them anymore. I mean, Mark, in the beginning, Mark was too, but then he was like, oh, heck no, because it got taken over and infiltrated like every single thing in this world does, it seems.
Hey, shout out to Riggs. Hey, dude.
Hi, Riggs.
Yeah,
How you doing?
If you go on Facebook, you'll be hard-pressed to find any real flat earthers there. The whole place was taken over by atheist globalist trolls. Many of them actually run Flat Earth Society pages themselves. And they just they just have fun with it. They're not even serious about science or any of these topics. Their whole goal is to be like a honey trap to troll people who they have deemed possess wrong things.
What?
Well, it's kept people away from even wanting to be on Facebook to spread the truth about Flat Earth, because when they do, they get bombarded with bots or blocked or even shut down. And it's like, well, why even use that platform? But at the same time, we try to use all platforms because they're going to censor you. Why? Because you're speaking truth. There's no other reason for them to censor you in the first place, because they're scared. Freedom of speech? Where did freedom of speech go? We've never really had freedom. It's an illusion, just like the globe. Completely
like
a delusion in our heads.
Money.
Money runs everything, but money isn't real. But it's a concept made up, basically printed out. Here you go.
Seems like fear's running more than money is.
Well, fear does run everybody's life because that's why they don't want to stand up. They don't want to go against their government. I'm only one person. What can I do? That's the mentality that most people have, so nothing ever gets done.
Well, if they saw like they're more important than everyone thinks that they are, I don't know.
I think people don't even think they're important at all, because that's what the whole globe model does in the first place, to make you feel like you're nothing. You come from nothing, you are nothing, and the world is so big that you can't understand it, you can't measure it, you have no idea. It's settled, shut up. So you don't even think, and you just live your life for whatever they give you, and that's it. That's all you know. And you think it's settled. And then one day, when you're 36 years old, you wake up and realize the circumference of the world, and you can find the curvature, and you've been seeing too damn far your entire life, and you go, what? Where's the curve? And then you keep looking for the curve, and it's nowhere. And you wonder what the heck's going on. Now, you could sit there and start thinking about space and closed system or anything, but in reality, it's freaking flat. And that's a wake-up call for people. It's a complete wake-up call. Sometimes people have to go really internal, and sometimes people break down. They need a place to go. They need someone to confide in. That's why we have a Discord like this, because we didn't have anybody to confide in. We're confiding in each other every single day. We're becoming almost like a family because we have no one else to reach out to about this truth. And that's why Ladies Night is important in ways, because we don't have enough ladies in this world. I don't mean on Discord. I mean in the world speaking truth, because honestly, they're too consumed with their kids and bringing them to the school system and what they have to do and education, and they don't even pay attention. And that's the problem. If the parents actually paid attention to what their kids were being taught, maybe they'd have an understanding of what's going on. But then again, you know what? They think it's settled too, because we've been told it's settled for so long that we don't even look into science. What is science? People don't even know.
Not really.
They don't even know the globe model. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they don't even know the globe model.
Nope. And that's okay. Guess what? A lot of people don't. You walk around America, everybody's like, I don't know what we're talking about. Gas pressure, I don't get it. I really don't understand. I mean, you have to get so basic with balloons and tires and all this stuff. And like, you have to have a containment. Why do we have PSI? You can go through all those things. But in reality, what I'm walking on is what matters. And they want to always avoid that. No, no, no. But you're talking about a ball. There would be curvature. Forget everything else. You're on a ball. If there's no curvature, you're not on a ball. So why would you believe a water ball now spinning?
I do think at some point, you know, at least for a point or two, to you know, evaluate things that are considered anomalies for the heliocentric model, and then come to the point of investigating what you're on. I mean, it's kind of like bringing somebody into the topic of where they are. You know what I'm saying? Meet somebody where they are. So, but if, you know, I know where you're coming from, like somebody doesn't want to understand those things. And so if you can't come to an understanding on a topic, then yeah, let's just get right to brass tacks. It's flat. Right? That's what you mean, right, Stacy? Uh-oh.
Absolutely.
Oh.
And as soon as we start getting to the sky and you start going back to you go to the gravity thing, you go to the gas pressure, you do all that, and they go back to the sky again. But it's like, why don't you just get real simple, an experiment that you could do yourself, and you would keep yelling refraction, looming, blah blah blah. We're talking about visual things that you could see.
Well,
you know,
I was referring to people who have been talking about the topic for quite some time, yet they still ascribe to the globe model, you know?
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's
I think what you said, for those people, what you said, you know, don't look at the sky, look at the ground you stand on. And like, you know, like you said, keep it simple.
It's okay.
But for other people, if they, you know, come across a couple anomalies that are pretty undeniable, then that's going to bring them to, you know, looking at the ground rather than the sky.
It's got to come back to that, because we're talking about a geometric shape. We're talking about the Earth. We're not talking about space. We're talking about a flat Earth. So when we talk about flat Earth, you have to talk about the ground. You could go back up the sky all you want, but then again, you can't verify anything up there. You can still believe, okay, at the end of the day. What you can verify is what you're standing on.
Yes.
What we should be doing anyway. They're the ones that gave the shape. They're the ones that give the geometric shape, and you should have a curvature. Where is it? I've been asking for a while, but I can't find it. There was someone asking a question about to speak a second ago, too. I don't know what they said. If you want to ask again or say something. Maybe not, though.
I would like to, sorry to interrupt, ladies, but in the spirit of promoting Ladies' Night, there's a very spirited flat Earth debate going on down in, I think, speculation. I try to convince them to just have that conversation up here with you guys, since they're hard of hearing, and, you know, Swan Gazers also. So, to be fair, he did try to help. But if one of you ladies can go down, maybe you would be a little more persuasive and get some more action in it. Sorry, thank you.
Not a problem. I can go down. Anybody go down? Is someone going to be able to hold the chat if I go down for a second, so I could try to get them to come up here and make them feel comfortable? Is that okay?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I go outside, I look around, and I see the Earth is flat. I see it straight up flat in
Just
front
saying,
of
I got my
my
new earbuds.
What'd you say?
Got my new earbuds.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Jordan.
Okay.
I go outside, I open the door, I look outside, I see nothing but
Okay,
flat.
what ladies are in here?
No, it's flat, man.
No.
All right, I'm looking in the voice chat. Ladies, we got soda in here.
I think Earth is flat.
That's what I told him. I'm a lady lover.
Oh, hey guys. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Yeah, I was actually going to present you guys with some pretty good material I came across regards to gravity. I know everyone in here, you know, hates gravity, but I had an experiment that I found that actually calculates gravity in a more modern way without using the Cavendish experiment, because I know
Define
we all love.
gravity first.
Oh, I know you hate Cavendish.
Oh, I'm not going to bring up Cavendish here, not today.
Seems
but
like
yeah,
a waste
I was
of
just
time.
gonna wait. I was just gonna wait on if we had like any questions in here before I presented that, or
define gravity.
yeah. Hey, Percentage, how are you doing? I thought you thought I was a troll though, dude. What's up with that?
What do you mean?
Just answer the question.
Yeah, I'll answer the
Define
question for you. There's two definitions of gravity, so which one do you want?
The one that you're using.
Do you okay? Well, which do you want? I can. So there's an equation, right? Hold on. Let me get my notes here, because I had to type this up before I came in here. You know, because this is a lot to talk about.
Damn, old profesh.
How many types of gravity are there?
3.
Okay.
Okay,
Actually,
hold on.
4 if you're counting specific gravity.
Specific gravity. That's just relative.
Okay, well, let's let the lady present her information, and then we can have questions thereafter. If that's okay.
Yeah, while I'm looking for that, y'all can go ahead and continue with the conversation. I'm just
okay, let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, I got you. I'm pulling it up here.
I'm here too, by the way.
Hey, girl.
Yeah. Hi, Jen.
Hello.
Specific gravity isn't relative density, by the way. It's something completely.
All right. Well, we're gonna hold all questions.
Yeah,
for
it
now,
is.
sir.
Yeah, in order for ladies not to work, you're gonna have to let the ladies answer these questions. Percentage.
She said she's, pulling up her information or stuff and to continue the discussion.
Well, the ladies are quite capable of answering the same questions. Soda, when you're talking, if you have questions, talk to the ladies. They can quite capably answer these.
In the meantime, one of our other ladies was trying to jump in.
Sure, she's trying to get more people in here to ask some questions, and so yeah, let's just you guys, Soda, address the other lady.
I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready. I got it. Okay, so to answer your question, Percentage, we were talking about Newtonian's gravitational constant. Okay, not Einsteinian. So we're talking about Newtonian gravity right now. So basically, it's a torsion balance method. And it's not a Cavendish torsion. It's different. So what they do is they take a torsion. Here, let me pull up. I have a video that goes along with it, so it's kind of easier to understand. Hold on, let me pull up the video so I can like explain it.
How long is it?
Oh, it's like a 2-minute video. It's not even that long.
One
Hopefully
size
the video
fits all.
will help me explain it a little better to everyone. But I just want to hear what you guys have to say about it. Here we go. Here's a video of it. I'm about to link it in the live stream voice text.
Well, I'm gonna pause and watch it right when you post it.
Here we go.
Okay.
With the
Sorry, guys.
Newtonian
I'm just getting back. I
gravitational.
have no idea what's going on.
You said Newtonian gravitational theory, right?
Yeah, so this is a little apparatus right here. I just linked the video for everybody. So they put a stainless steel non-magnetic gold masses in a glass-plated torsion bar, and they put it in a 10 to the negative 5 vacuum. Okay, and that's it's basically what they're doing is they're measuring the force of Newtonian's force of gravity, big G, using this. So I just want to hear what everyone in here has to say about that.
That looks fake.
It's pretty.
That looks faked. I'm dead. That's all you guys have to say about it?
No, I just got back. I'm looking at what's going on here. I have no idea what was just said. Here's the point. How does that prove gravitational pull? Is that what you're trying to prove right now?
Yeah. It's proving Newtonian's it's proving Newtonian's gravity G, big G.
Okay. Show me how it's proven it.
Yeah, so there's a lot of math that goes along with it, Stacy. I can link you that. They take
Do you
a vacuum.
understand how it's working, though? Do you understand why it's doing what it's doing, and then why it's Can you explain it to me right now? Because I haven't watched the video. I'm doing something.
Oh yeah, no problem. You can watch the video. Yeah. So here, I'm gonna link you something right here.
Okay.
That you can look at, because it's more about
How can you prove something that doesn't exist?
Well,
I think she's going to elaborate.
That's the problem. We don't know why it exists, but we can see it, right? I'm not.
Soda, I got a question.
I just wanted to see what you guys think about it.
Yeah, to get this thing going, do you have to like start it, or does it just happen
Give it
automatically
energy?
by itself?
I'm pretty sure you have to start it.
Okay, there you go.
The end.
There's the end. And you should
So
know
you're just
that
gonna
that's
shut
the
down
end.
the whole experiment because someone has to plug it in?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if
Yeah.
gravity exists always, then as
You
soon
don't
as this
need
thing's
to.
built, it should automatically happen, right?
Correct.
What do you guys mean by plug it in?
Yeah, are you plugging something
You
in?
basically have to start the thing going. You have to
Are
do
you
the
sure
first
it's
strike of the
plugged in,
pendulum.
Soda?
Sorry, what was that,
Plugged in,
Station?
Is it plugged in?
I believe so.
I believe so. Okay, another belief again.
you
Why are we
plugged in?
stating things that you don't know? You're believing something without even doing the research and knowing, but you're saying, hey, this proof, look, this is gravity. Yet you're not even looking into it to know if it's even plugged in, what it's doing, but it's gravity because, again, authority says it's gravity. No proof, just authority saying something, and you're plugging something in?
What's the problem with something in, Stacey B? What's the problem
Because
with
it should work without you plugging it in to prove gravity. Can you please show me gravity or mass attracting mass or any of this bullshit Newtonian or anything on Earth and nature? Please show it to me without plugging something in and giving energy or force in the first place.
Well, Stacey B, unfortunately, I can't show you that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you can't do that, can you at least explain how this thing works?
I literally did. Okay, so basically, it's measuring the gravitational constant using a torsion balance method. I'm sure you know.
No, I understand that, but how's the apparatus how's it set up?
Okay, so how's it set up? I couldn't tell you that.
Okay, very good. Could you tell me how they isolated for electromagnetism?
It's in a vacuum. It's in a vacuum chamber. It's in a vacuum chamber. Of 10 to the negative 5.
Electromagnetism still happens in vacuum chambers. So
Can you
how did
verify
they
that?
exclude? Yes, electromagnetism
Absolutely.
is ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
Hi.
Okay, so wait a minute. I have a question for Soda. Ultimately, Soda, you were trying to say how this is supposed to work, and you were going into something, and somebody asked a question when you were kind of trying to describe it.
Oh no, I wanted to see what you guys think about it. Can
you elaborate a little bit ultimately on what this is supposed to mean? That would be helpful.
Did you watch the video?
Well, yeah, it was just showing the apparatus, but it didn't say anything else. So
can I ask you a question, Soda? Did you watch the video fully?
Yeah, I have it pulled up. It's like a 30-second video.
Okay, well, when someone's asking you how it works, can you please explain how it works? Because you know how this is. When somebody comes in with proof and they're showing something, they're supposed to show it and explain what their theory is. You're just saying, hey, guys, watch this video, and I know nothing about it, or explain it. Can you please explain to me how this
to see
is
what
showing
you thought about
gravity,
it.
please? I'm not asking what I'm thinking about. I'm asking what you think about it because you watched it and how it works. How does this show me that gravity exists?
I think it's pretty.
So it's torsion.
You guys, Soda, how did you come across this video in the first place?
I was just searching up, because someone in here earlier, or a couple days ago, was talking about gravity experiments, and I was like, oh well, I'm gonna look up, try to find an experiment demonstrating gravity. So here's how it works for everyone that wants to know.
Do you remember who that person was?
Oh, I think it was Effie Jedi that I was talking to.
Oh, well, maybe bring it up again and ask a few more questions, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, I was just talking to him about it, and I was like, okay, well, I'm going to try to find an experiment demonstrating gravity, and he was like, okay.
Yeah.
And I brought this one in.
Is this an experiment, though?
Is it an experiment? That's up to you.
It looks like a spinning decoration.
Well, okay, I think Soda was trying to tell us about her new interest in stuff she's going to be looking into, so she doesn't have the answers yet, all of them. So
yeah, so it's a turntable rotating at a constant speed. And then there's a torsion balance placed on the turntable located at a set of spheres. So it's basically what they're doing here is they're just trying to measure what Newtonian's gravitational constant is, and there's a bunch of math that goes along with it that I can link down here if anyone understands it. It's kind of complex though, but
well,
if anyone...
see, the thing you need to do is to make it not complex. Like when you explain it, like, you know what I mean?
I'm trying to.
Because I would definitely need the layman's term version, please.
Yeah, that's the problem is I don't have the layman's term version, so I
Yeah. Okay, Soda. I asked you even how it was plugged in. That is the most layman term that I can get to. So, can you please explain to me how this works and proves gravity? Because gravity should exist and show it to you without you plugging anything in like you're stating that it's doing. I'd like to know that because I can't watch the video. I told you right now I'm doing something. So can you please explain to me how it got the force? Because you said it's plugged in. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, Stacy, I couldn't explain that because it's plugged in, so I don't really know what you want me to say.
Okay, that's all I want you to say. Thank you.
What does plugged in mean?
Means it's
hey,
electrical.
Soda. Hey, Soda.
You mean it's plugged into a wall.
But given
Hey, Soda. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Hey, Soda,
okay.
when did you start looking into this angle?
Oh, I started looking into this like 2 days ago.
Okay. So
well,
yeah,
that's whenever Jedi was like, well, bring an experiment showing gravity. And I was like, okay. I just wanted to see what you guys say about it. But someone in here said it looks like a house decoration, so...
But we know when we prove gravity how we have to. Is that correct, Soda? How do you prove
Yeah, it has to be a naturally observed phenomenon. I get it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have brought this one in.
Okay, good. So at least you understand this is a proof that you shouldn't actually give for gravity, correct? Not valid because why?
Because it's not a
scientific
natural
method. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know, and I'm not mad or anything, but that's not proof. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Question for Soda. Sorry. What made you want to look into this anyway? In this, the way you were looking into it, what made you want to do that?
The fact that the reason I looked into it is because they were like, oh, gravity is such a like they were saying how they were having a debate with the Glober about gravity, and I was like thinking, and the Glober couldn't come up with a gravity experiment, and I was thinking to myself, like, how can all these people believe in gravity and not like ever prove it? Like, all these people are just believing in something that can't be proven. I was like, well, I'm gonna try to go out there and search for some proof here.
So, are you maybe looking for what the Glober explanations are, or?
No, I'm looking to the flat Earth explanation. I want to see what you guys have to say about it, and I presented it to you guys, wanting to hear what you have to say about it. Not necessarily trying to debate it, but just trying to see what you guys think about it.
Well, the reason why I asked if you were trying to come at it from an angle of, I was ascribed to the globe, how would I explain gravity, or how is it explained? Because, you know, you brought up the apparatus that's supposed to point towards the existence of gravity. And, you know, it's a big topic, and obviously you can't do that in 2 days. But yeah, I guess you have to understand the globe side of it, and then, you know, from what you know now of, you know, flat Earth, you can help people along, because you got to meet people where they are, right? Oh no!
Who's got the windy mic?
It's me. Can you even hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jen, I was just about to say that's really, really well said. We do have to meet them where, you know, where they're at. Otherwise, they're just not going to even understand or listen to us.
Exactly. You know all about that.
What did I miss? Sorry, guys.
So is there any Globers in this voice channel right now that would like to speak to us ladies and bring your best evidence for why you believe the Earth is a spinning ball of water?
Ooh, Becky, sorry.
Yes.
Why don't you go down to speculation and shut the other flat earther up and drag a couple of those ladies and guy up here? Because that's what me and Stacy tried
Just
to
have
do.
a moderator move them up here. We're closing all voice chat except for this one.
Jen, you're so funny.
Do it, Becky. You got the power. Ladies know. Fuck it.
Yep. Due to social distancing, we're only doing one voice chat.
We don't do social distancing. No.
We're all going to gather together in one voice chat because we don't do social distancing here.
How about we talk about the distance to the stars? Do you guys think that the stars are closer than the moon?
Are we really going to go down that pattern again? Because that's where
That's an excellent
soda.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that was a good question, but I'll shut up.
Stacy's hardcore for looking at the land, not the sky.
Yeah, you can't prove anything in the sky, Soda.
Well, do you think that the stars are closer than the moon?
It's an opinion.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say.
I think that's a great question, and I ponder that myself.
Yeah. So everything's going to be a belief. We can't verify any of that. You can't verify that. And that was the conversation that we had about 4 days ago when everything got heated and you became a globe skeptic again because we were talking about stars and you said you had proof and verifiable proof that the stars were what?
Stacy?
Uh-huh.
You can verify that the stars are further than the moon.
Okay, you can verify the stars or what? Can you please show me the proof? Because the last proof you gave me was from space.com. So can you please show me proof that they are?
Yeah, perfect. I can demonstrate it to you too.
Okay, how can you demonstrate
that the stars are further than the moon?
How'd you verify that? What are they made
basically, of? So no. I didn't. It doesn't matter what they're made of. I can still observe them.
You observe them from your eyes or a telescope, and you're telling me you know how far they are?
Well, I can tell that they're farther than the moon because I can take my telescope.
How can you tell with your eyes and a telescope how far a star is, depending on the light source that you cannot verify or what it's made of in the first place? Or that moon because you've never been. How can you verify? Remember, verify is what?
Yeah, so if you'd let me finish, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
So yeah, the reason you can tell that stars are further away than the moon is because I can take my telescope and I can shine it at the moon and I can get a nice, good view of the moon, right? But when I take my telescope, when I take my telescope and I look at all the other stars, I'm not gonna get that HD quality, that top-notch quality, and that right there should just tell you that wow, maybe the stars are too far away to get this good quality.
Well, one, you don't know the size of those stars. You don't even know the size of the moon. You don't even know the size of what you're standing on. So how do you know anything, or that light source, or how bright it is, or how far it's hitting your eye? How would you verify what is hitting your eye in a telescope and where you can measure that, please? Distance. We're talking about distance here. Measurable distance. Can you please verify how you measured that distance? Not looking through a telescope. That's how far away, because you're not telling me how far.
Well, I never said that I measured the distance of them, but I can know that they're further away just by observing them.
Knowing is proof. Can you please verify how you have that proof of distance?
I don't need the proof of distance to know that they're further away.
I'd just like to say thank you, Soda, for that point, because that would actually strengthen the flat earth argument that the sun is closer and the sun is a local light. So thanks for sharing that with us.
Yeah, for real. That's like supporting you guys.
If y'all say so.
My goodness. Anyone else have any questions or verifiable proof to show that the globe exists or where the stars are? Because I'd like to know the distance. Not what NASA tells me, but verifiable distance, because they also say the sun is 90 miles away. Hello,
I do.
How are you?
Good evening. I didn't realise men were allowed on here this evening. I just got told off by Rig and a few others.
You're not supposed to actually be on The Voice this evening. It's supposed to be just flat earth women.
There we go. So should I leave then?
So no, just make your voice really high and like sexify your
Yeah, just put on a high voice. You'll be right. You can take over.
Voice access would be by invitation only. So feel free to utilize the chat, the text chat, and we can give you a shout out if you say something funny or something.
Whatever you want.
Okay. Right. So I'm taking all those
I'm
comments.
actually
I'm
confused.
taking those.
I'm going to leave the chat, actually,
Yeah,
because
I'm-
ladies' night,
yeah.
guys were just speaking a second ago and talking, okay? And then all of a sudden they're not supposed to speak. So what is it? Speak or not speak? And there's guys coming here asking questions.
Yeah,
and we're
it's
not even
please
talking.
don't speak, guys. It's if there's a female flat earther on Ladies' Night that can answer the questions, but I don't think we've got any Globers in here anyway. So maybe one of you flat earthers want to play devil's advocate for us.
Yeah, I will. Can I play devil's advocate being a man as well, as I'm illegal in here right now?
Yeah, you sure can.
Well, time out. Why is this better? Wait, time out.
No. Now you've
Time out.
now you've all got.
No. Why is this
double
better
whammy
than
of,
my idea, where there's 2 female Globers and a couple of other Globers down in speculation? Why is that not a better idea?
Because they chose to go down there. They chose not to be up here. I'm not going to go and force people where to go or what to do.
You didn't ask, did you?
I heard you guys already asked and they wanted to stay down there. I'm not going down there to force them to come up here.
No, some of our friends just kept talking through us, and I know you're not the type to play that shit. That's all.
Or is that one? No one listening. Okay.
All right. I really don't want dead air on a live stream, so I'm going to go ahead and continue
Not
to with
good,
the
not
talk.
good.
Right. You know, does anybody else have any questions or want to say something about what we're standing on or even anything?
Or any ladies have anything at all that they want to share? Any commentary,
God,
opinion?
pass me a bucket. I'm off. Good night.
All right. Bye, Felicia.
Hey, I just want to jump in and say, it's worked out the past few weeks. I mean, we can't expect it to actually, work out, the best way every time we try it. So it's cool.
Well,
it
it can be a discussion
if people
for
are
later.
supportive and they follow the rules, we won't have an issue. I mean, it's 2 nights a week on one day. It's not that hard. We've been advertising for over a week. So, people just need to get together and realize if they have friends and family who are, Globers or even female Globers, that this is the night to entertain any thing associated with the ladies answering their questions. And that's what it's going to be. So get over it. Who doesn't like it?
Well, all of us could be on the same page eventually, and it'll be better. So. But yes, ladies only. What's up, Sassy? What's new with you?
Not a whole lot. I had a last minute errand that took me away. Y'all's 5 o'clock is my 4 o'clock where I'm at. I'm in Texas, so
same here.
Lost a little
I'm in
bit.
Texas too, Sassy.
Yeah, I remember. Yep.
All right, I'm not looking at the text chat, ladies. I'll AFK for a second.
Yeah, so we have any Globers in here? Let's see who we got in here. We got Reckoner. We got ET.
What about Jordan? Have we spoke to Jordan before?
Have we? Jordan?
Carnivore has the lobby role. I'm going to unmute you, Carnivore, and see if you have any questions for the Flat Earth ladies. Are you at the mic, Carnivore? You have control of your mic.
I have a question in the meantime if he's not responding.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like with Flat Earth, what do you guys think? Would it have been a controlled release, or would it been more that like the people that like figured it out sort of like happened naturally, or that is like YouTube pushing it, or why are we the ones that are
Why are we all flat earthers right now?
like knowing it?
I love that question.
Well,
I've
I
been
came on the
wondering about
scene in
that.
2015-16. I started researching Flat Earth in 2015, based off of Zeitgeist, a movie that one of my friends asked me to watch, and I revisited it in 2016 and did a lot of my research during that time. And I found that, Flat Earth wasn't a new topic at that time. It was a resurgence of the understanding and the truth of Flat Earth, coupled with the Truther movement, which had really had a boost with 9/11, and it kind of just like escalated up into the point that we are now. I think 2017 on up has been really some of the big years that people have been coming out as flat earthers and really taking charge of the movement. You had a lot of conferences started, you had a lot of billboards being done, you had a lot of stores open up with flat earth merchandise, stickers, bumpers, and we really were about, spreading the message. So it's really not new. I know Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, and some of those older names had been on for a while before, this reemergence of Flat Earth. I don't really think that it was, set up to be that way, like a co-op or a this, psyop situation that everyone said, because Flat Earth has been around long before we were even born, some of us. So that's my take on it.
I love that, what you had to say. That was wonderful.
Yeah, I think so too. But why is it like, I reckon 2017, I think it was like the proper year when the numbers went like well up, like the views on YouTube, and why would it why did it start off like there?
I'm not really sure. I came into it through personal relationships with friends, and an exploration of, losing my religion and my faith and, humanity at that time. So it was a personal journey for me, as opposed to, someone just exposing you to flat earth and saying, hey, the earth is flat, kind of thing. And I think that's the case for a lot of people.
Yeah, I had that too. Yeah, that I had to go through that moment of understanding what religion really was, and that was also the same time that flat earth popped up in my life, and nobody like told me about it or anything. It was literally like online, just pushed, sort of, based on what I was watching, probably.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I got cut off and had a phone call. If I interrupted the stream, I did not mean to.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, you're fine.
You know what we're talking about, or did you?
No, I actually don't, and I got Rada running in the background. Sorry about that. Go ahead, though.
All right. Why Flat Earth became much bigger from, like, say, 2017? or so on. And Ceci said about like with losing her religion and flat earth came up at about the same time. I had exactly the similar thing, like in my religion I lost it and flat earth popped up like within the same days or weeks.
You know, I wasn't that way at all for me. I actually, I go back and forth sometimes in my heart with what I'm still questioning. Because when you don't know something and you can't prove it, but you have this understanding in you because you've seen miracles, you've seen things happen that you can't explain. Yeah, I go internal. I'm very spiritual, but I always believed this stuff. In fact, I was actually still talking about Jesus Christ only about 7 months ago, and I still pray. I still do all these things. The answer is I don't know, but I already knew the shape of the earth in my heart because I was told that when we were young in church. So I already thought it was flat, but there was no way to prove that for me, I felt like, at all, until I learned the circumference. And it's okay to be at 36 years old and not know the circumference because they're hiding that stuff. I think they teach it to you at a very young age if they do, and they want you to forget it and move on and focus on space. Remember how you used to create those little planets and everything? Look, focus on this. You know, Pluto, because Pluto's a planet, but now it's not. You know, it's all this misconception that they want you to focus on instead of actually what you can verify. Nothing they want you to verify at all. Don't look, guys.
It's quite funny because in school, I definitely didn't grow up with the idea of the shapes of what planets are and talking about the Earth being a ball in space. Like I totally cannot remember anything at all throughout school. Same like dinosaurs or Big Bang. Like they didn't talk much about that because it was like a Christian school. Even like after I was 12, the school after that, like I don't know how you say that in like English. I think it's secondary school then.
Okay.
So you're 16. Even then, we didn't really like. We just skipped the pages in our books, science books, and we just moved on to other subjects that were allowed in the Christian schools.
I think a lot of people just get their test done and move on. They just want to pass that test. You know what I mean? Everybody does, so they can get on and get out there and get into the real world. But in the reality, it's like, what? What am I jumping into after that?
Yeah, after.
I just want to say to everyone in here, if in case you all haven't done your research, George Floyd is nothing but crisis actors, CGI. It's all a fake. Okay?
Man, get out here.
No, I have evidence. I have evidence.
Emphasis on the word man.
I understand, but this is not the live stream for that right
Out
now.
of here. Don't bring that in here.
What, George Floyd?
Yeah.
With the riots?
I don't
you
know
think
if they want to talk about. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not saying it's real. I'm not talking about giving my opinion on that. What I'm saying.
Yeah, I do think it's real because you can watch him die on camera.
Okay, so let me fill you in on the fact of the matter. George
we were
Floyd.
in the middle of a conversation. Thank you. If you don't mind, we were like in the middle of a conversation, and this is really not like.
If somebody has a question about, you know, the shape of the earth and wants to talk about that when interrupts, that's just something that's absolutely fun. That's what we're here for. Yeah.
I think we've got another chat room for that, right? For like hoaxes or whatever.
I have a question for the ladies.
Hi, E.T. Is that who I'm speaking to?
Yeah, hi,
Yes.
Stacy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Okay, what's the question? What you got?
Okay, well, I think it's been touched on before, but I've brought it up a couple times. By the way, before I ask my question, I just quickly want to say, I think part of the reason this became really popularized around the 2017 time is when those Eric Dubé videos started to get a lot of YouTube hits. Anyway, I don't know. I'm still new to this, so maybe I'm wrong.
You mean the algorithms?
Hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So what do you think? So people got put in their face in front of them as what you think about a certain time overall, maybe on the recommendations, and that's why you got into it. I think a lot of more people were looking into it at that time. We weren't as censored back in 2014 when I was looking into Rob Skiba, or 15 even, and all those, Eric Dubay. We didn't have that censorship back then. I still didn't have the understanding fully, though, even though I was doing that research back then. And there was the whole, I don't want to get into society crap. And so I got away from that. But then when you realize that there's a total different understanding to this than what they're trying to push, okay, and then you understand that, hey, there's a circumference and the global tour happened, and I was able to see people get out there and speak this. For me, it was different. It's not even about a YouTube video anymore. It was about verifying something for myself. But I'd already been verifying it my entire life, is the point, So people could say people could say it's not real. People could say there's shills. People could say whatever they want about it. You could even believe in this society. I don't care. At the end of the day, there's a geometric shape and there's an equation given to find curvature. There is no curvature, so there is no globe. We have air pressure. It has to have a container. So all those things instantly prove the model done. And there is no proof that they come in here besides some Snopes, space.com, or something that doesn't even verify or go into the scientific method. I'm looking for somebody to come in here and show me that, hey, gas pressure could exist without a container. I wanted to see literally the vacuum of space, because how did they create all that stuff to go to space without even testing it? They have to create that environment here to build stuff into, to understand that it could go up there. So why don't I see a vacuum chamber of space on Earth so I can verify that as well? There's no verification anywhere of that model. None.
Right. Okay. Well, then, therefore, I guess I have two questions. Just on that last point, I've heard that the level. It's just a question. The amount of water in the atmosphere, supposedly, I just heard this, I can't verify this, but that if you condense it all into like it would be about like 10 meters high.
Like a barrier?
Yeah. And so like,
gases pressing together? No, it doesn't work like that. Because the gases would still escape. You're talking about gases, right? Gases pressing against gases, first of all, that wouldn't even work that way. But even if it did create a barrier, like you're trying to say, and it works totally different than we could understand. There's something up there that we don't get, and gas pressures are doing that. A container of gas, we're talking about gases to a vacuum of space.
Yeah, but water isn't a gas, as far as I understand it.
Water is not a gas. It is a liquid, right?
Right, and I don't.
What is water?
We could talk about this later because I know it's ladies' night hour, whatever.
We could talk.
I just chimed in because this is my real question. Then I'll be quiet. I just wanted to know if you guys wanted to get into the subject of saddle-loons, because that's something that I really can't wrap my mind around for some reason.
Why can't? What's the one thing like you can't? Doesn't make sense to you?
It's mostly that I just can't believe it.
Yeah, you're right, because it's not true. It's just some nonsense that I've heard about the saddle-loon theory, because honestly, I used to look into it because I was like, well, man, satellites really aren't verifiable, right? But at the same time, there's thousands of independently owned satellites that people have, and how are we supposed to believe that all of these people are in on the globe lie, right? Like, I don't really know about all that, but the saddle-loons are just a little thing that the flat earthers made up to support the fact that satellites aren't real. It's a theory. It's not verified. No one really knows, but you can believe that there's satellites. If you don't want to, then the go-to is the saddle-loon theory. I've looked into it before. I don't really know if I believe it either, dude, but I would just say go research that for yourself, because all the people that own these satellites, not all satellites are owned by NASA, okay, dude? There's thousands of other space agencies that aren't owned by the government. So how are we supposed to believe that all these people are lying?
What?
But they're not. They're not lying. It's because it's compartmentalized. All these agencies and agendas that are happening.
Why would NASA be the number one consumer of helium, and why would NASA use that? What's the whole point for NASA to have the most of them? Maybe because it has to do with some balloons or something, like they need helium.
Well, solar balloons, honey, have been actually proven. I don't know where you're getting that they haven't been. They have been. There's video. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, you could think what you want because you've not seen them yourself, so that's fine. I understand that's not your verifiable information. I get it. And I'm not saying satellites don't exist. People do see stuff in the sky, but it is not where they say it is. And a satellite can. I'm serious. I'm in an Indy 500, okay? And how fast that car goes by me, and I can barely see it. If a satellite is moving at 17,000 miles per hour, I am not seeing that where they're telling me it's at. So therefore, whatever you're seeing is not where they say it is, automatically.
Why?
Because you would never see it at 17,000. You go try to look at something of that size, that far away, at 17,000 miles an hour, and tell me you can see that with your own eyes. Where have you ever witnessed anything going 17,000 miles an hour past you when you were able to see it? Your entire life. Think about that. 17,000 miles per hour.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, Stacy. But just because that balloon satellites exist doesn't disprove low Earth orbiting satellites.
You got to first prove it to say that it exists. Talking about, you just said a second ago that they didn't exist and now they do exist. But it doesn't matter.
Well, that's if you think they exist or not. That's up to you. That's your own verifiable truth, in your own words.
Well, I'm actually telling you there's videos. If you don't want to believe it and other stuff because you've never seen it, that's fine. But again, you just made a statement that they didn't exist and there's no proof. But then again, now you're saying they do exist. I'm just asking you which one it is. Okay.
Not sure what the question.
Was in here a second.
Not sure what the question was.
Which one that you believe that exists or doesn't exist? Because you said both. There's no proof, and then you said there was proof. So I'm just wondering which one that you believe. Is there proof or not proof?
We can see pictures of the satelloons, but then again, I've never
pictures.
Yeah, I've never seen one in person though.
Is there no video or no?
To be honest, I've never even heard of satelloons before I came to the flat Earth community. I had no idea what that shit was until I came here.
Okay, so yeah, and that's fine. It's just the knowledge you just didn't have. You didn't gain that yet. That information. That's okay. A lot of times we don't find information until you get to one platform or one thing, and it reaches you to another one. I've been down a rabbit hole for I don't know how many years. We go from 9/11 to the next step to the next step, and now I'm sitting here at 37 talking about what? The shape of the Earth that I was not doing. What, a year ago? No. So those things like that, when you look into them out of nowhere, like flat Earth brought you to a new reality of understanding, and now you're going to find even more information and knowledge, and I'm growing every single day over here. These people are also giving me information that I've never seen before, popping them in the voice text. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Oh, Sven.
How are you doing? Is there anybody in here that has any questions that you'd like to ask us?
I have another question, and thanks for answering my Saddleloon question.
Mm-hmm.
So I've also heard this other thing that it's, the idea comes across sometimes. People bring up the idea that it could be some kind of screen rotating. Like this kind of goes. This is an explanation as to why the Saddleloon thing might not work. And with the moon and the sun.
You're saying you had a screen of what now? Can you repeat that again for one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of tired today. I'm not speaking clearly. Like,
it's okay.
So some kind of rotating. The closest word I could come up with right now is a screen, like a domed television screen of sorts.
Okay.
Spinning around, right? Which would also explain like the seasons and whatnot. You know what I mean?
What are we talking about here again? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Okay, yeah, about like the satellites, and it would also describe the stars and the sun and the moon as well.
The satellites describe the stars, the moon, and the sun. Can you explain how that works?
Well, I'm posing it as a question, but I mean, what do you think about the idea that like almost like they're just lights above, the disc, if you want to use that word.
Whatever that we're standing on, disc, you can call it whatever you want, because I can't verify it's a disc, but I can verify that all the measurements are flat as far as we can measure. But yeah, if you want to call it that for your, your belief or whatever, I understand that. But I'm confused of how a light source can show you that the Earth is, flat or not, or the stars what they are and all that. I mean, satellites have nothing to do with anything besides a man-made object that we are putting into the sky.
Right. Yeah. I don't really think it's like a proof of evidence or anything like that.
Okay.
It's like simply asking like what the idea or what the thinking is in this community towards the idea of there being some kind of, I don't know, almost mechanical, perhaps mechanical, I don't know, thing above us, let's just say, which could explain this behavior where we see these lights, which we call satellites, and stars and whatnot, Sorry.
Well, I'm not saying that satellites don't exist. I just don't think they exist anything like they're saying. I do believe I've seen stuff up in the sky. I also have seen objects that we don't know about. But that's the point. Those are things I cannot verify. But how our world works has nothing to do with a man-made object. So satellites can be thrown out the window because that's technology. Okay, but when we're talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, I can't verify that. They could be in the dome. Is there a dome? We have a barrier. We have to have a container of some sort because we have PSI, we have gas pressure, air pressure. So we're breathing. So those things I can't verify. You know what I mean? No one can.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for answering my question.
Yeah. And I wish I knew. We all do, actually. And I'd love for anyone that could verify that and go up there to do that. But at the end of the day, how are you going to? And especially, you don't even know where it's at. And you can't leave. More than likely, you're going to hit a barrier. Unless we could get through this barrier that we have no understanding of how to get through. But to be honest, nature does not show that. You cannot get through a barrier that's contained.
Well, even if you did, what are you going to do when you get outside?
You're going to bust it open, and what's going to happen?
Crazy.
The pressure is going to what?
Get sucked out.
Right. It's going to be released. It's going to move. It's going to expand. It's going to go into that other space. So even if they were to bust it open, we're talking about what's going to happen to us then. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. They shouldn't be busting it open at all. Quit trying.
Have you guys seen that video with Hillary Clinton? She's talking one time, and she talks about like breaking open the ceiling, I think were her words, like cracking it open or something to that effect.
Breaking the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
It's a trip. Like, why would she say that?
And there's a million cracks in it. So she said.
Anyway, it's ladies' night, so I'll stop talking, at least for a couple hours until this ends. I have one final question. One thing I don't hear people talk about in this discussion is the correlation between flat Earth and UFOs. And I'll take my answer off air.
Yeah, I apologize too for jumping in. My bad.
No, you guys are fine. As long as we're not having people in here asking questions, and if we want to talk about something that's serious and about what we're standing on, then I personally don't have a problem with that. But if somebody in here has a question that, doesn't believe that the Earth is flat, I'd love to have that conversation with you, or at least that you don't believe that it's a globe, because that's what I'm at. It's not a globe. Flat as far as I can measure. Anybody want to talk about what they believe? I think we're all flat earthers here now.
Okay, I'll jump in one final time. When I watch all these videos, because I've been spending a lot of time in this channel lately, and one thing that keeps popping in my mind is that a lot of these explanations for a lot of this strange phenomena, which to disprove the globe theory, seems to be able to be explained by a model of a globe which is much larger than than it's been described. So instead of Earth being the size that they say it is, maybe something more along the lines of Jupiter or something could explain some of these things. And now I'm
Well,
done.
I mean, how would you say that though? Because if we are in a container, I guess you want to put a container on an entire globe, and we are a bigger shape than we say, then the whole point is though, is why even believe in that globe? It doesn't make any sense. You believe it because we're taught it. So if the measurements are wrong that they gave you, and this entire imagination Disneyland theory, why even go back to that you could believe that it's a ball? That
It
water
wasn't
is
even
bending.
taught to us. We were told certain things about it, just enough to where we would believe it. We were never taught critical thinking in school and what that means. So there's that. Sorry to jump in on you, Stacy.
Oh, no, you're fine. And maybe we are a bigger place. But at the same time, we still have to be contained, right? One. And two, you'd have to find that curvature. And as far as we can see, it's not here. So instead of believing in something that is a fairy tale that you can't even verify, the horizon's flat, everything you see and measures flat, why believe in this bigger globe, smaller globe? I've heard all these different theories because they want to hold on to that imagination. Oh, it's wonderful. Guess what it is? But it's scientific BS. Excuse me,
It's not
pseudoscience.
real.
See, the thing is,
It's not real.
when
Is
you
this
don't,
ladies' night? Is this ladies' night?
yes, it is. When you don't give full disclosure on something, and then you expect people to comply. I mean, that's, oh my gosh, I got a bee almost coming in my car. Okay, we're good. So there's a major portion of information that people have not used to come to the conclusion about what their beliefs are. There's a lot of half truths out there, and like Stacy's been talking about this whole time, is verifiable evidence, things we can verify. There isn't any. We weren't taught any. It's not like we went on a field trip in school and, hey, we're going to prove how to find the curvature. You know, I mean, it just seems like
that
coincidence. I know. Isn't it a coincidence that we didn't get to do something like that?
Right. You know, why didn't we go out and measure that curve? Exactly. That's the point. When we used to do all those projects and science in class, why didn't we? We went out to what? Dissect stuff and things. Why were we trying to go measure the curve? Why didn't they show us that curve? They taught us the model. You need to learn it, but they don't even want to show it to you.
But no, we have a bunch of useful idiots, and pretty soon the movie Idiocracy is going to be our real reality.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, but the thing is, I think what helps a lot in conversation is if you identify with people that what we're really dealing with here is not just deception about where we live. It's honestly about everything. And, you know, it's something that needs to be discussed, you know, from the same team type perspective, because, you know, they treat us like useful idiots. They tell us what to do all the time. That's why I tell my granddaughter. It's why I tell my granddaughter, I'm like, honey, you got to do it. Everybody's got to be told what to do. When grandma goes to work, she's got to be told what to do.
Yeah.
You're not alone, kid.
Well, and that's the thing. Someone just said it's rocket science, and you know what? When a kid hears that, they go, "Oh, I can't understand that." You know, that's news to them. It's too difficult to understand. I don't get that. I don't get how that works.
That's like a weaponized term, just like conspiracy theory is weaponized. People hear the one word conspiracy, automatically their brain goes to, oh, it's not true. People are crazy. But no, do people look into it?
Hey, I got a question, guys. Is this going to be going on in a couple more hours?
Probably not fully ladies' night hours, but I'm sure. I don't know how long they do ladies' night.
It's possible, but I don't think any time has been determined. I guess upon participation.
Yeah. And what's happening?
Okay, yeah, because Cunny said he's got some new material for us.
I don't want
I wanted him to come to ladies' night, but
I don't want to hear Cunny.
No,
he's busy right now.
Cunny's not participating in this ladies' night. Sorry, Soda.
It's okay, Bambi. He'll come back. He'll come later after ladies' night because he's at work right now. So we'll see him later.
Okay, that's good. Well, he can be here when we're gone.
Thank you very much, Bambi.
Night, Bambi. Yeah,
He's technically
still on the permaban list. He's technically still on the permaban list, so if he's here when I'm here, I'm banning him. Just so you know.
Gone.
Why?
I don't like his energy.
He's a full-time troll. We've been told by NDO. NDO's determined he's on the permaban list, so technically he's permaban.
Yeah, so don't ask. Don't bother.
Just don't bother. Yeah.
And I could already tell that Cunny's been in her ear the whole time, because I've been saying this for about 4 days, that Cunny is in Soda's ear, and I'm not sure it's just Cunny. I'm sure it's a couple of them. I'm confused though, Soda, though, while you're over here hanging out with us, teaching Ladies Night, Flat Earth, and everything, and then Cunny's come over, and Kosho's gone, and they've gotten into your ear, and now you're over here spitting a bunch of globe nonsense that I don't think you necessarily believe either, because Cunny wants you to say it. So if Cunny wants to say something, why doesn't he say it? Because he can't, because he got banned.
Stacy, so what you're ultimately saying, this is what I'm hearing from you, is that we need to help Soda a little bit, maybe with her discernment.
Yeah, agree.
No. Stacey, I love how you're throwing all these false assumptions around. I'm not trying to cause a...
said Cunny.
I said he's coming later. He messaged me that he was going to come to Ladies Night, Stacey. That does not mean that he is sending me information and brainwashing me or whatever you want to think. Okay?
I never said brainwashing.
Soda, did you hear what I said, though? Don't you think it looks better from that aspect?
Yeah, it does look better. It looks better. Listen, I'm just questioning the narrative, like Becky said. I don't know why it's such a big deal, but
it should be questioned, and everybody should listen to the conversation. That's my opinion. So I back
all
up
I
what
said was I never said brainwashing. I make my words clear because you take my words out of context and you're twisting them. I never said that.
Wait, everybody's process is different. Everybody's process is different. We're experiencing Soda's process.
Right. And that's what we're saying.
All right, cool. Glad we're on the same page.
Correct. But so did you have any questions then?
No, I already presented my I'll jump in if I hear anything that's worth talking about.
That's cool. Okay. I look forward to hearing about it, Soda, if you come up with something else.
All right, thank you.
But Soda, hold on. Soda, can I ask you something?
Yeah, no problem.
How did you go from having a flat earther to a globe skeptic?
Oh,
that's an interesting and honest question. I appreciate
that. Yeah, that is an honest question, baby. I'm glad to tell you here. Yeah, so what happened was Cunny was here the other day and I was like kind of backing him up, and they're like, well, Soda, maybe she isn't a real flat earther, maybe she is, but she's not 100% on the flat earth side. And I was like, yeah, maybe they're right. So I got all my roles taken away from me, which is whatever, but I got them. I got. So then one of the mods DM'd me and was like, "Hey, we're giving you the globe skeptic role because we really don't think you're a true flat earther yet, and that you still have some questions." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, that's fine." So now that I've been given this label as globe skeptic, well, I'm gonna start asking more Glober questions because now I have the opportunity to. Because before I was just kind of throwing the flat earth tag on my name. Just because I was flat smacking people doesn't necessarily mean that I don't believe in the flat earth. I do believe more in the flat earth than the globe for sure, but I still have some questions.
Can I share something that I just thought of right when you were speaking, Soda? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, go ahead.
I learned this a long time ago, like literally like 2.5 decades ago at one of my jobs. She said that problems are opportunities. So sounds like you're having some issues, and that, is a signal for you to look into them more. So, whatever things that you want to look into more. Yeah, whatever you want to look into more, we're excited to hear about your findings. So, but if you come to a place where you don't think you have enough answers yet, well as anybody else in here that you can say, well, at this time I don't know, but I'm going to look into it.
You know what I mean? That's what we're all supposed to say. Can I just ask a further question to what I initially asked? You said that Cunny was in here talking, and that's you were sort of defending him on the globe thing. What was the sort of thing you were defending? So what's making you globe skeptic? What's the topic?
There's really no topic. I mean, the whole gravity. They were talking about gravity and how it's not verifiable or whatever, but I just don't understand how such a small group of people like the flat earth community can believe in that this one thing is not existing. I don't know, because I grew up with gravity, like understanding it, and I just don't understand how you guys can just disregard such a strong force.
We all grew up in understanding gravity, but then we realized and we understood that it cannot be proven, and we run on proof here, don't we? So if something cannot be proven, then I'm going to be skeptical of it, right?
Well, maybe there's proof, you just haven't looked into it that far.
Well, but we
there are
have, like,
people-
every single, like you said, the small community, every one of us have dedicated days, weeks, months, years. And do you not think it's a bit fishy that people who have been doing this for 5, 6, 7 years have never found that proof?
Okay, so hold on. All right.
It?
So within the propaganda chains, you have actor Neil deGrasse Tyson posing as an astrophysicist telling us that he doesn't know what gravity is. And I seriously doubt it that he's not wanting to actually answer the question. I mean, I don't think anybody has answered the question and what it really is. So that should really, raise a red flag to say, well, then why is it being presumed as true? And then it just automatically fits into the model. I mean, you just have to really, if you feel like you need to look into it more because you said that you feel like you grew up knowing about gravity, then revisit that whole topic with what you know now. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Everything you were taught, just question it, and you eventually, if you have enough brains, not like Jim Panda or anything like that, you'll realize that there is no proof, no matter how far you look into it. Because if you think that there is, and we've not looked into it far enough, and there is proof for gravity, I would love to hear it.
And then when you get to the point where you look into it more, you can use that experience for yourself and then pay that forward to other people. So, maybe have that in the back of your mind. Oh, well, I'm doing this because when I find it out, I'm going to tell other people about my, what I did. Not that that's the sole purpose of doing it, but, so you're doing it for yourself, but then also, how could you not share it?
Yeah.
So is there anything else that's sort of tying you to the globe? So gravity.
Oh, I'm not tied to the globe at all, Bambi. I just said that.
No. But what I mean by that is like threaded to the globe. Like there's like if you weren't tied to the globe, you'd be nowhere near the globe. So like we are not tied to the globe. We're globe skeptics. So you have to have some threads there. What other threads have you got that's making you?
Oh, just the gravity thing. I brought up a couple pictures to the chat. A few days ago that show obvious curvature obstructing mountains.
No. Two different locations, and you didn't have the
it was the same location, Stacy.
Huh?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Something I thought of, you guys. Please forgive me for jumping in here. Okay, so, we're talking about, so you need to do something that you can verify, I would say, Soda. So you would have to find 2 observational points, where you can have a frame of reference. And, so just, if anything else, I guess, I mean, even if you can't photograph it or whatever, do it for yourself to see it with your own eyes. I mean, I don't know where you live and I don't need to know, but, I don't know if you could go on a field trip or something to do an observation. You can pick wherever you want to do it, I mean, okay, and the reason why I'm bringing this up, can you guys hear me okay? Because my internet's been really choppy.
Yeah, you're going good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so this is something I've been thinking about for quite some time, for probably 6 months or more. All right, so everybody seems to be strongly attached to the idea that we have to be labeled in some sense in a social structure that is a necessary evil, for lack of a better word. Okay, so ever since I've been on this Discord, I've been a flat earther, okay? But, and I'm not trying to cause any controversy or any drama or anything, but if I want to be actually intellectually honest with myself and those that I interact with, I have not seen or any observations that I can verify for myself. So I only have things that I've heard other people say. So
Yeah,
in
we give you
all
things that you can go and do.
in all actuality, technically I should be in the globe skeptic category. I mean, if you really want to get down to it. I mean, so because I really can't say I know the earth is flat, meaning me doing something that verifies for me that we are on a flat plane. And, you know, I am okay with knowing or having a strong belief that it's probably not a globe. I'm honestly okay with that. And so, I don't know, if Miss Soda has to be globe skeptic, I'll be globe skeptic. So, but I just think the more important thing, at least for me personally, is knowing that there's deception out there. There's lack of just full disclosure. And so you really can't have an opinion about something if you don't have most, if not all, the information that you want to form your opinion about. So what do you guys think about all that? Sorry to go on a monologue. I really apologize.
I think that was very well said, Jen.
Oh, well, thank you, Becky. Appreciate that.
Hey, Soda, is there any way you could post those two pictures again for me, hon, and make sure that there are two separate pictures and not on the same and the same, format, please?
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
I need two separate pictures so we could do an overlay of those two pictures to make sure that they line up and everything is correct from the observer and all that. That's all I want, hon. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, give me a second.
Not a problem. Take your time. You can do that.
I base off of observations and stuff. So I observe the Earth to be flat, so I'm going to believe it's flat. Until I observe something else, I am going to believe it is flat. Or till I have proof of something else, I'm going to believe the proof that we have, which is it's flat. Like I say, I run on proof. I run on what I see. I run on my observations, my senses, and my senses tell me that we are on a stationary, flat thing.
Actually, you know what? I saw a new tag I never saw before for the server, and that is, I think, was it Realm or Earth Realm or something?
I don't know.
Oh,
there's
sorry.
so many new tags being made, man. I've lost track.
So I wasn't trying to change anything on what you were saying. Knowing what you stand on is, I think, what you're saying.
Yeah. Saying that I, what I observe, what I feel, what my senses tell me, is what I'm going to believe it is. Until I have otherwise, I'll believe that I believe what my senses and what I see and what I observe.
I mean, you know what came to mind when you just said that is how does it work? Honestly, how does it work from a globe apologist perspective that we're supposed to be spinning so fast, but yet somehow magically the atmosphere moves with us and that's why we can't feel anything? That just sounds so absurd.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. What were you saying now?
Was I cutting in and out? That's possible.
No. I just didn't understand what you were saying. I'm sorry. I was reading the chat as well.
Okay, so I'm trying to be a globe apologist here, okay? So we're spinning so fast, but somehow the atmosphere moves with us, and that's why we don't feel anything. And that just, to me, with all that I've listened to for the last 4 years, it just seems absurd that that's somehow possible.
It does, because we would have to, I don't know, demonstrate it on a smaller level and be able to prove it. Otherwise, it's just a theory and it's just being skeptical. Because like if you're I don't know, on a roller coaster or something, on a car, plane, you know, you can still feel it. I know,
So
different motions, linear motion.
If there was some sort of attempt at even possibly proving that the atmosphere moves with us, how would that happen, do you think? I mean, really?
I'm not sure. I don't think it is able to prove because, well, I'm not sure how you would do that, but that's not for me to prove.
You're right. Exactly. You're absolutely right. But I was coming from the globe apologist.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, thank you for participating.
I don't know how they would do that. I don't know. I don't know how they could possibly replicate that on a smaller scale.
I mean,
maybe
it's not a topic on the world stage at all, is it? Oh, sorry, Bambi.
No, it's not. No. I was just gonna say maybe they could have like a spinning room or something, and then put someone inside the spinning room in a spinning thing. I don't know, but I don't think it can be replicated on a smaller scale. I don't know how they would do that. It just sounds absurd that moving while spinning in multiple directions in a moving thing can make you just cancel out all movement.
I'd have to say, the way Eric Dubay says all the movements, I should write it down actually, or have it copy and paste ready, you know, where he says we're rotating, wobbling, spinning, shooting, you know, to me it's pretty iconic because, you know, nobody ever thinks about all the movements that we experience with the heliocentric model. Orbital mechanics is something that doesn't seem to jive with the heliocentric model. I remember listening to what's his name from Globebusters, the one that's always e-begging and getting himself in trouble. What's his name?
I know the one you're talking about.
I love that old video, and I don't think it exists anymore.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask some questions about it because, you know, who in that you talk to in everyday life, or even on here for that matter, is well versed in orbital mechanics? How could you possibly conceive that that's your belief if you don't even know how it works in a general sense, let alone, you know, in any kind? I mean, they fool everybody. They make it so complicated, but
yeah, they make it so tricky to understand that people just accept when you tell them without looking into it. That's why so many people just get told about, you know, all these big technical words and all these big scary things, and okay, I'll just accept it rather than looking into it. I'll just have a brief understanding and I won't actually look into it.
But, you know, so far as me proclaiming myself as a possible globe skeptic, I mean, don't you think that's a fair statement, though?
Not for me, no, because I base myself off observations and proof.
But so no, I meant for me.
I see proof. For you, sure, if that's what you think, but that's
well,
no,
you.
I
don't know you. Let me ask a better question. My apologies. Okay, so did you hear what I was talking about? Like, if I was really intellectually honest with myself, I couldn't technically call myself a flat earther. And
yeah, I think
because I haven't done those observations for myself.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I get you. I mean, it depends if. I mean, I haven't done like the laser stuff, but I've done long distance observations. So
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe you should. Yeah, maybe you should look into doing those certain things. Well, but I mean, it can be difficult to get your hands on a laser or something.
Well,
but
I might not even have to get that drastic because I used to live in Illinois, which is flatter than a pancake, like Kansas too, I think. But now I live in Missouri, and the terrain, the topography is so drastically different. I literally feel like a driving video game. It's so bizarre. Like, it's crazy. So anyway, My cousin just told me about, it's like a half hour away from me, maybe, I don't know, something like that. It's a high elevation observation point. I'm like, yes. So, what that means is that it's documented probably on how high it is. And then I'm sure there's another state park within this somewhat couple hours or whatever vicinity, maybe 50 miles. I don't know. But yeah, it's something that has been on the table in my thoughts, but just recently moved other things, life gets to you and everything. But yeah. So
I understand
definitely
what you're saying about you've not done some of the things that you're claiming, but when it comes
I don't
to
claim
things like,
anything.
yeah,
I don't
I mean,
honestly,
like flat Earth claims, and you're saying you're a flat earther, so you might be a globe skeptic. I get what you're saying, but I would certainly not call my globe skeptic because I cannot debunk any of the things that I haven't done, like the laser test. Like so although I may not have witnessed the laser test, or I may not have been to one or done one myself, I'm still going to accept it because in no way, shape, or form can I go against it. I can't explain it on anything but a flat plane. So I don't think, for things like that are a little bit difficult, do them if you can, but if you can't, try to debunk it, and if you can't, that's telling you something.
What more I thought of is that, what calls me to question what I was, talking about is that, some flat earthers, they make the very bold statement and they say, well, I know it's flat. And so that's kind of where I was getting at with the intellectual honesty portion, because, then at some point, if you get a crafty glober on you, they're going to corner you and say, well, what have you done for yourself?
Yeah.
So I just think it's smart, and I don't know. Just something I've been thinking about for a while.
Globe skeptic, because globe skeptic means you're skeptical, like, it might. Well, yeah. Sorry, I put the words out loud and I realized what I was saying.
No, you're good.
Yeah, sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought. I started saying the wrong thing.
I hate that.
Yeah, I was thinking one thing and saying another, and then I've lost track of all thought that I was going to say.
And now we've built it up too much. Hopefully you'll get it back.
Maybe.
No.
Might do.
But anybody else want to jump in on opinions or anything?
I've got an opinion. Well, Soda, you're a dirty glober and you know it.
That's not what exactly I had in mind, but thank you for playing.
Sorry, who said that?
Can I have the first pick of that series so I can show her that the mountain is in full view in the second one?
Yeah,
sorry,
listen, where the point of the Mount Rainier area is that
and
we
it
should
didn't
not
look at the information. I don't want to.
No, Sassy, I did listen. You said that it was refraction or atmospheric conditions, but how can atmospheric conditions and refraction cause 8,000 feet of mountain to be hidden?
Actually, Soda, no one said that. And what we told you yesterday was to question the information that you were given, and to ask the person who gave you that information to give you the viewer height, the conditions on that day, so you can make an accurate observation and come to a conclusion off of all of the information and not part of the information. I also told you and pointed out yesterday that the pictures that you proposed were taken from two different positions, and trying to line them up and compare them when they're not taken in the same spot is dishonest. So that's what you were told yesterday to do. And you're bringing it up like it's like we're the ones that are being dishonest about it. We're not. We're telling you to question the information you were given because it doesn't add up. And that's something you should want to do, because if you're going to be a globe skeptic, that's fine. But when the information presents itself and it's found to be faulty, you shouldn't want to run with that and propose that as something of a proof, because it just makes you look bad.
Okay, so Sassy, fine, I'll concede there. But where do you suppose that the thousands of feet of mountain are hidden then? What do you suppose is hiding that?
They're not hidden, Soda. You showed a picture of one that was taken at 150 feet away, which is going to show more of that mountain. And then the other picture that was shown was taken at only 55 feet, probably on the water, and it was zoomed in. And when you compare the two, if you're going to look at the topography, it should be taken from the same location and matched up. And that's not the case, because in that 55, outfoot away from the mountain, you can see a little island that birds are on, and you can tell that it's zoomed in on the water, which is kind of deceptive, and nobody likes deceptive views on flat Earth. And you can see in that photo, there's no mountains in that photo, not because it's hidden behind curvature, it's because it's taken at different positions.
The whole point, though, the fact is that they are taken at different positions. And the mountains don't change in size ever, so why would it matter what time of day the photo was taken at?
I didn't say time of day, I said position. When you're going to make a comparison photo, you should be matching up all of the markers in that photo towards the topography, like how you see that there are, a little island in that photo on the right-hand side. There's trees in that photo on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side. Do you see the little mountain that the little bird is on in that left-hand photo? No, you do not.
Because they're at different positions.
And that's the issue with the photo. You can't have an accurate comparison if you're not exactly lining up visual markers in the photo and then trying to use that as a proof. It disproves what you're trying to prove in the first place.
No, the point of the image is why are thousands of feet of mountain hidden, and no one has addressed that yet.
We all have addressed that with you pointedly. And if
I've gotten multiple different answers from multiple different people. I'm not sure how am I to know who I should believe in. At the end of the day, it's up to me to figure out this for myself. But
right.
I know.
And so
you gotta figure out which one makes more sense. Look into everything you're saying and figure out which makes more sense.
One thing is too that if you're not thinking that it's flat and you're thinking that things are hidden because of, let's say, curvature or something.
Not today, guys. Not today.
Somebody got sniped.
So,
sorry, everybody.
So how would you go about proving it for yourself, Soda? What would you do at this point with the information that you've been given?
Well, see?
Huh?
Right now, what we're gonna have to do is move on to a different example, because this one isn't. This one clearly isn't good enough for you guys. Probably get the observer hide.
No. It's not about it being good enough for us, Soda, because you're the one that's trying to make this observation and prove it for yourself. So that's why I'm asking, how would you then go about investigating the information that you were given? Would you go on a trip? Would you find more photos that you can compare that are at the same distances? That's basically what I want to know.
Yeah, you're right. I'll have to.
There's your trees.
But yeah, I just want to know where the mountain is. That's all I'm trying to say. Where's the curve? Where's the hidden mountain? Yeah, what's up?
I was wondering if you would go outside and you want to prove for yourself what the shape of the Earth would be like, or you know what I mean. What would you do for tests that you would think would help you out
Well, I know there's like at-home tests that you can do to calculate the circumference of the Earth. I've seen those before, but I'm not too sure about those. I've like you can take like there's like a way to do it. It's not because I know Eratosthenes did it, but there's a lot of problems with that. But there's ways you can do it at home, and I've looked into them before, but I've thought about doing it, but I'm not sure about them. But yeah, no, that's all I'm thinking.
And like, if you would have a set of binoculars and then looking over water and see if you can see certain things at certain distances. If you thought about is that possible in your area?
I live near a thing of water. My grandparents have a lake though at their house that I could go to.
Right. Because it might help to do things for yourself, go out for yourself, instead of just seeing things that are being posted online and following one picture or another video, and it's like, still in the end, you will never know until you do it yourself, isn't it?
Good point.
Yeah, I'm actually saving up money right now for a weather balloon. I'm gonna launch it in
That's really cool.
space, and I'm going to attach a camera to it so we can all see it. And I'm not gonna edit it or anything. And we're going to see. And we are going to see if there's a curve or not. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to present it to you guys.
We'll see, of course, if that will happen.
Just make sure you get the right permission, because last thing you want is to release it in an area where a plane's going to go by and you take down a plane of 150 people.
Hey, Soda, are you familiar with one of the most notable high altitude amateur balloon? Well, not really. He's not an amateur anymore, but
Little Piggy?
No, Dwayne Kellum. He has dozens of balloon launches, if memory serves, and he goes through all the processes of the equipment that he uses and things like that. So he's very transparent with what he does, and he has some absolutely amazing footage. So if that's an interest of yours, that's my recommendations, if you don't mind me suggesting.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I can find the YouTube channel. Hold on, and I'll link it, okay?
But yeah, no, guys, I'm sending a weather balloon myself. I'm a personal researcher. I'm going to do this, and we will see if there's any curve or not. And if I see, so let me ask you guys a question. If I see curvature, what are you guys gonna say?
It doesn't matter. It's what you think about it.
I would say you saw that. That's really cool. And then
I would love
to see pictures or something from it, but definitely.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to see what you bring back if you do feel that you found curvature, Soda, and it's your footage. I would absolutely love you to come and share that with us so we could look at it. Because honestly, we've seen so much footage now over the times, and you know, there's always a logical explanation for when someone says, "I have footage of curvature." So we would need, and hopefully you would know what kind of lens to be using and that kind of thing. I mean, I'm definitely not an expert.
So I'll bet you $1,000 you won't see the curve.
You want to bet on it right now?
You're gonna waste your money so bad.
Well,
like when I was still
Soda, I believe the highest that Dwayne Kellum got in his many flights, I think it was like over 120,000 kilometers or feet. I'm so sorry. It's been a while since I've looked at his footage. But he is one of the highest that anyone has ever been in a balloon. And it's, well, there's some that argue that they see curvature, but from my little bitty eye, it looks pretty flat from way up there.
And not even from out of the sky, even just being on the ground, looks very horizontal to me. Since I'm a kid, I've been at the ocean, and back then it looked horizontal with no curve. And then I changed my world view, and it still looks the same. So it's not like when I was a glober, I saw a curve, and now it's flat, and I see a flat line or anything. It's always been a flat line. So no curve.
I mean, shit, if it's completely verifiable what lens you're using and we physically cannot debunk your photo and we know that it's not been edited, we put it through software, then shit. Proof is proof, right? Proof is in the pudding. If you can prove to us what lens you're using, we run it through software, make sure you're not edited or anything, proof's there. But
Well, I have-
just don't get your hopes up too high.
I was just thinking, I think so far Ladies' Night is an ultimate success. I think it's really awesome.
It's always
It is. Plus, I enjoy meeting the men. Sorry, who spoke that was male?
I said it's always awesome listening to the
Mute. Loving it. Unless you're a baller, male, female baller, you keeping quiet.
I so appreciate Sassy yet again recollecting on just a short time ago. She said, "Oh no, not tonight." That was really great.
Yeah, I just want to address breaking down the wall of lies real quick. He said that he traced that image. I want to know more about what you found when you
I'd like
traced
to
that
talk
image.
about the image. I'd like to talk about the image for a minute with you. The two images, the one that keeps popping up.
How do I get
where
in the
there's
Ladies' Night channel?
You're already in there. Can I just finish what I was saying, please? I'm just talking to Soda.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Becky.
Yeah,
and
so Soda.
I posted a photo for you, Becky, so that you might she might have something to look at when she's trying to understand what I'm saying about the dishonesty of the photo and it not matching up.
All right. So all I wanted to say about this is because I'm really more a layman's terms type of person. These two photos that we're looking at that Sassy's just uploaded of the same place. The one on the left is taken quite close to the mountain and quite close to the trees. So we get a really good, clearer a picture of those trees because we're closer up. The one on the right is taken much further away. So there's a lot of atmosphere between where the picture is taken and where the mountains and the trees are. So there's it's going to cause that distortion, and it's also going to look differently because of how far away it is. Now, what they've done is they've printed those two photos in that square frame of the same. So they've just cut them out, put them side by side, and I that's what I'm saying. Am I wrong, Sassy? Is that what's happening here?
I'm sorry, I missed your last sentence.
Am I right? Is the photo on the left taken far closer to the mountains than the photo on the right?
Yes, it sure is. It's taken on the water at only 50 feet away from the mountain, as opposed to the other one, which is taken on a lake that's 150 miles away.
Okay, so that's why they look so differently, and the reason why it's got that distortion, or I don't even know how to explain it, that is because we've got all that atmosphere, and you imagine all the salt, like even when you go to the beach, you can taste the salt in your mouth when you're walking along the beach because we've got all that salt in the atmosphere and everything else that goes with it in over that water. So that's why we've got that distortion of the mountain. So that photograph doesn't prove anything but flat earth to me.
You're right. And one of our Flat Earth fellows Breaking Down the Wall of Lies, has posted the photo of that location that shows the little island that I was talking about in the photo with an accurate distance measurement to that mountain. And you can clearly see that when taken at the right height and angle, as opposed to the other one, which is meant to deceive, that you don't see any real difference between the two. You actually could line that photo up with the other one and compare them and know that they should be hidden behind miles and miles of curvature, and they're not. The fact that they're both visible at that distance shows you that, you know, we don't live on a globe earth, we live on a flat earth, and that the people, you know, who put out that article meant to, you know, throw off people looking into flat earth to keep them from, you know, knowing the truth. One person might just look at it and take a glance, oh, these flat earthers are crazy. Hit pieces are often done on flat earthers for that very reason, because a person who's not really interested in the truth, or it feels it doesn't matter, won't take a second look. They won't investigate it far enough. And that's what they're betting on.
Yeah. Look, I count this as a blessing that we've got Soda coming here to talk to us about all these things that the Globers are giving to her as proof of a globe. Because if we can sit down and discuss this with Soda, we can work through this together. And everybody that's listening, that's been given the same kind of information that Soda's been given now from these Globers, can sit back and listen, and we can explain all this together.
Hear, hear. I love that. Because everybody's on their own journey, and we're all in this together. Same team. Absolutely.
Amen. Same team.
Yeah, am I allowed to answer Soda, or do you want me to keep quiet?
You know, I'm passionate about our youth not being deceived, and when they come into flat earth understanding, I want them to be confident in that. I don't want every time something comes up, a question that stumps them in the moment, that they get thrown off and they're unsure about what they know to be true by their own observations. Because it really is, you know, self-evident, the things that you see on a day-to-day basis, and trusting your senses is the very foundation of that, Soda. So, you know, keep coming with your questions, keep, you know, searching for the truth, and it's gonna find you. I mean, out there is where you're going, is your whole classroom. Out there is your whole science classroom. You know, you don't even have to go to a body of water. You could find a mile marker where you live, like we both live in Texas, and do the calculations as to how far it is to that mile marker and whether or not you should see curvature at your height. So that's well within your reach to do, even if you can't get by a body of water to do it over a completely flat surface. You know, don't be so easily swayed by the opinions of Globers. So bring anything that they give to you here, and we're more than happy to work through it with you, because I really want you to be confident when you say that you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that is the key. Absolutely. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, let me just address some things that are being said in the live stream. Can you guys just stop with the false accusations? The new co-show, this and that. Like, you don't know me personally, okay? I know a couple people got muted in here. I'm just trying to ask questions and learn more about the globe and the flat earth. So if anyone in here has a problem with that, then I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to be a liar or a troll or this and that. I've addressed this before, and this is the last time I'm going to address it. So please stop with the false accusations and the name calling and the bullying, because honestly, this is not high school. This is a Discord full of adults, and you guys are acting like children right now. So stop.
And you have the backing of the moderators on where you stand. So if you have any issues, just bring it up through the right channels, is what I got to say. We don't have time for drama. You don't get to decide where she is in her journey and what she wants to investigate or research or what have you. You know,
Thank you.
we should not be attached to labels. That's ridiculous. I mean, we do use labels, but you know, you can't be getting all upset with people because of what they choose to believe. You know, if you disagree with someone and you feel like you're not getting through, then you just have to say, I'm going to have to agree to disagree with you and change a topic. I mean, or go do something else or something.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Because I don't know, I just feel like a lot of false things are being thrown around here. I'm just trying to question the narrative and learn more about it. And apparently a few people in here have a problem with that. And I apologize if that's wrong. I just want to ask questions and get some other perspectives in here, see what you guys have to say, because I enjoy talking to you guys. And I really wouldn't come back here every day if I actually cared about what you have to say. So yeah. The problem with the flat earth deal was I kind of jumped into it a little too quickly, I guess. And I kind of got thrown this flat earth tag on me. And so then kind of scared to ask questions pertaining to the globe model because I had this flat earther tag on me. And when I was like, well, I don't want these people to think that I'm a glober. But now that the tag's been ripped away from me, it's time to come out of my shell and start asking some questions and start questioning the narrative a little more. So yeah,
This is what I got out of this is what I got out of with you coming at it from a globe perspective. I think it makes sense to have the understanding of both sides of the argument, and considering, you know, those types of topics were never discussed in school. I think it's fair that, because I do that myself. Like when a certain topic comes up, I'll ask somebody, you know, in here and say, well, what is the globe believer, sorry for the term, the globe answer for that question? I do that all the time. So, yeah, don't apologize for asking questions. I don't believe in that for sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at it from another point of view, maybe. But yeah, no, I'm not trying to be a liar here, for sure, though.
Hey, did I cut out at all? Did you hear?
I think.
Yeah, we heard you, Jen. Well said.
Oh, okay. I just was debating on whether or not to restart my phone or something because on my end it's acting weird. But okay, so cool. Sorry, Soda, you were trying to say something.
Saying that's the last time I'm going to address that. I just want to ask questions and yeah, learn more about this.
Yeah, you're not responsible for other people's reactions, Soda, for sure. Just do a screenshot. Just do a screenshot and send it to moderators. That's what they're here for.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jen. Yeah, and if anyone's going to bully people on our server, please message me and let me know what's going on, because I'm not going to have that kind of attack on people's persons here. It's not fair. And just because someone believes different to you does not give you the right to harass them or attack them, especially sending them private messages.
Yes.
Yeah, don't PM someone without the permission unless it's a moderator or an admin.
So yeah, zero tolerance policy on bullying. Now that we got that covered. It's snack time.
Definitely. It should have always been covered. I mean, it's a human decency thing.
Yes.
Everyone's allowed their opinion, but when you're using it to do I'm trying to do something. Yeah, everyone's allowed their opinion on people, but when you're using it to gang up and bully, it's not okay.
No personal attacks are allowed.
So, I see some new people, and I've unmuted Celeste. I don't know if you can hear us or not, but you have control of your microphone. So, do you have any questions for the ladies of Flat Earth?
Why does it exist?
What does what exist?
Flat Earth.
How did you find us?
Invited.
Okay. Is that
you must
person
have joined for a reason. So why did you join?
Because I was invited and I said, well, why not?
Okay, so why did you join the live stream and why did you choose to reply when Sassy spoke to you?
I chose to reply because I felt like it.
Okay. Is there anything you want to ask about Flat Earth? That's reasonable?
Yes. I don't know if my question was clear, but why does it exist?
Why does Flat Earth exist? I'm sorry, but can you be more elaborate?
All right. So
He might be
basically,
referring to the resurgence.
yes, people thousands of years ago believed the Earth was flat, right? Most people after that, when multiple people proved it was wrong, then people all of a sudden, when internet came around, started to get
hold
popular
on.
again.
Who proved it?
Tons of scientists.
Who? Because I can say that tons of scientists have proved that the sky is green. Who proved it?
Those proper scientists. They get their PhDs.
Because if they've proved that this massive ball that we're living on, I mean, their names deserve to be known, right?
Aristophanes.
Do you know who Aristophanes is? No?
I got the idea that that guy left and somebody else says Aristophanes, and it's like,
I would say he was really new to the topic.
yeah.
Just a little bit.
Okay. So we'll move on with I'm them for in. You have control of your mic. Welcome to Ladies Night on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you have a question for a Flat Earth woman?
We don't bite.
I didn't even know it was ladies' night. I'm so impressed.
Well, welcome.
It's good to be here. It's good to be here. I'll play my position today. Trust me. No out of remark jokes. Don't worry.
We have a smart man right here. Do you have a question for everybody or anyone?
It's Vagabond. I muted him. He's a flat earther. I muted him.
Oh. I was seeing somebody else's icon then, maybe.
I'm them for in. You have the floor. If not, we will try to move on to someone else. Oh, Celeste is back. Celeste, would you like to clarify your question about Flat Earth before we move on?
Celeste, if you're still here, I recommend highly that you research what you think you believe before questioning it. Because it sounds like you're not entirely sure on what you believe. You think that it's this ball, but you don't know how to prove it. So I highly suggest you look into it before coming into such a serious server. It's good that you know what you believe in and you know how to prove it.
How far does the firmament go? The container.
If I may, I really apologize for answering your question with a question. But by any chance, do you happen to know what the word scientism means?
No.
I mean, I'm not an expert on the topic or anything. I mean, I would have to look up the definition, but basically what it means is that the idea of science where it's observable, testable, and repeatable, it's migrated into some sort of fantasy story where you have a theory based on a theory based on a theory. And, you know, when I fully realized that for myself, I really had an epiphany, I have to confess. So for anyone who's new, someone named Robbie Davidson, he did a excellent documentary and it was called Scientism Exposed. If there's any guys in here listening that's a member of 24/7, can you guys find that maybe?
Okay, I'll try to find it for you.
See, the thing is, you know, what a lot of people new to the topic do is they'll point out different things and they'll try and figure it out. And, you know, they don't get one thing and then they move on to the next. It's kind of like, forgive me for the reference, but like a monkey swinging from a tree, just asking question after question without realizing, you know, or understanding the first question. But, so a different angle you could take, you know, is realize that you've not been told the entire truth. And this is across a lot of different topics, and a lot of people, are believing in conspiracy theory. But the odd thing is if you look at it from the other side, then that the people who don't believe in conspiracy theory, they're coincidence theorists. Because there's so many things that have not been disclosed to the general population and therefore allowed them to form their opinion. So a lot of people think about flat Earth as a crime against humanity. So this is a very serious topic for people. So with that, if the person who is asking their question, if you have any comment on that, or if you want to continue with the previous question, I know a lot of people in here would not mind talking about it. So thanks everybody for letting me go on. Appreciate it. Oh. I just don't trust my internet today. Are you guys okay with me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
So I'm not sure
sorry
who
if I
asked
talk
that
too much.
question. The person that asked that question, if you wouldn't mind responding, that would be great.
Sorry, I'm cooking.
Who it was
right now. Well, I understand, like, I need to look more into it. I'm still new to the topic.
Well, that's nice of you to say that, because that's being honest with yourself.
Yeah, I understand, like, with, because I was a globe earther, I'm a earther. I recognize that you can't see the curvature. And especially for miles, you can see where you shouldn't be able to.
Yes,
and I know that they've been lasered. But the one thing I'm trying to grasp is the idea of a container, that you need a container for gas. And it's hard to let go of the theory of gravity to understand that. I'm still wrestling with it.
Well, not every flat earther believes in a barrier, and I would say that we understand that there is a barrier, because the only way to have gas pressure that we know of in the natural world is if it's contained by something. Now, when you think about gas itself, such as helium or petroleum, etc., those gases are underneath the ground. They're contained, and we actually have to siphon them to bring them above level. So they're already pre-contained in their own little bubble. So, you know, there's no loss between that and observing that in the natural realm that we live in.
Wow.
When we release helium or petroleum from the ground, you still have to do it to where you can capture it in a container, or else it will disperse. It will go all over the place. And the reason I'm using those two examples of like helium or, you know, kerosene or gasoline or what have you is you can see that one is more liquefied and one is more in a gaseous state. And we use them in two different ways. They're two different consistencies, but they still have an evaporation rate, right? And so when those gases evaporate because they're not being contained, they go up into a bigger, you know, they reach the level of the container, and they recycle themselves. So they get so high, and then they, you know, they're so spread apart because of how vast this container is, that they end up coming back down to the ground, and they follow a natural cycle. would we have those, dynamics happening if we didn't have a container? I would say no, because every observation and understanding that we have about gases and liquid gases, such as water, when it evaporates and turns into a gas, it has three states to it. A solid, liquid, and a gas. And it goes through a cycle and it returns back to the earth in different consistencies. And we see this over and over again. We actually never see an instance where it escapes and never returns to the earth. It actually, has a cycle that it goes to, and it has done so for a very long time. So in that, you don't need gravity or anything like that, because those dynamics keep that system going.
Well said.
Thank you.
What the heck?
So did you have any questions about anything I said, or maybe another question you might want to ask, or anyone else that's here? I see a lot of people dropping in, and we will get with you in just a second. We need a little bit of time to unmute.
You could pass it off to somebody else.
I have a quick question as a response to that incredibly beautiful statement.
Yeah, I agree.
It's something that I touched on a little bit earlier. I was just, excuse me. Is there not a large, like as in part of the atmosphere, bubble of water? Like I've heard it condensed down to like approximately 10 meters if you were to condense it into a small space. Could that not be a bubble in itself?
A bubble as in what? And when you say 10 meters, you mean of liquid, solid? What exactly are you proposing?
Yeah, excuse me. I didn't speak very well. I just recently learned that it's okay, like I cannot verify this. This is something I heard from someone recently, that if you were to take all the water in the atmosphere and, for lack of a better word, squish it all together, it would be approximately 10 meters thick. Could that not act as some sort of, barrier?
10 meters? Do you mean in its area around you, or do you mean 10 meters in the whole of Earth?
10 meters as if, because it's obviously not like a little 10-meter thick, wide bubble. I mean, like it's spread out over, I'm not sure.
Well, can I just say, when I was going out yesterday morning, the fog here, the moisture, the fog was so thick that I could look directly at the sun. And may I add, the sun looks just like the moon. It is a white, round shape, it looks like this around about the same shape as the sun too.
That's an incredible point. Okay, I guess I have two questions again. If anyone, I want to hear your answers, and I don't really want to interrupt. But yeah, number one, that water that is inside of the atmosphere, that could technically act as a bit of a bubble or a barrier. But also that point you brought up, Becky, what are the chances of the sun and the moon being almost exactly the same shape when they're so?
I know.
The distance is
Coincidence theory. I call
and they
coincidence theory.
And they're both white too. The sun's white when you look directly at it. When there's enough filter and enough fog or smoke, that's the other time I've seen the white sun. When the bushfires were here early in the year, I looked directly at the sun, and it was and I thought it was the moon. It looked just like the moon, but it was the sun, and it's white.
Yeah, and the chemtrails don't help either.
So it's obviously the atmosphere making it that or get all those beautiful other colors, shades of the oranges and yellows.
And plus, I swear to you, 2 years ago, I was able to see a more blue sky. Now it's like a consistent, really light blue color, not like deep.
I want to agree with that. Jen, because I think that I remember a bluer sky too.
It's such a shame. I know, because I have a picture I've taken. I mean, it was definitely way bluer. And
do you guys know about that NASA article?
Just to interject really quick, ladies, there was someone just messaged me. Could have moved them to voice check-in room, but Realistic Raisin messaged me and said, "Can I have permission to speak? Do you want to check them in here, or do you want me to check them in?"
Why not?
In the chicken room. Yeah, well, we can unmute. Realistic Raisin sounds like this person wants to talk to the ladies. I'm not gonna.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm kind of new to the flat Earth. I'm kind of new to it, and I have some questions about it.
Go ahead.
So I've been confused. How do GPSs work? Because that's because I used to be believe the Earth was a globe, but then I found out it was all lies.
If I may answer, that question is a topic that brought me to Flat Earth. That we don't have GPS tracking for Southern Hemisphere flights. And so, also flight paths are really interesting and doesn't seem to make sense. So I just wanted to pop in with that. Everybody else can question.
Also, I saw some flat earthers believe that that Australia is that true?
No, that's a troll. I'm actually an Australian flat earther, believe it or not. And I just want to make a point on that matter that we bring that up now. I believe the reason that they are saying that and spreading that disinformation is if people came over here to address the claims of flat earth, they would find that Australia is the most flattest inhabited continent on earth. And you can come here and you can go to the most flattest planes in the world and see for, as far as the atmosphere will allow, but, flat planes for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometres. We have the transatlantic train line that runs for 400 kilometres in a straight line through I think it's the Nullarbor Plain. I mean, this place is as flat as it gets. So I believe that they've deliberately brought that meme out onto the internet to get people to look away from Australia.
And this is speaking for someone who actually knows it's not a globe and that it's flat. Somebody who's gone out and done their own observations. Becky K from Australia, someone who I admire. So yeah, thanks, Becky.
Thanks, I admire you too, Jen.
Well, I have a question for Becky then on that front. How would Becky respond to the accusation that there's no GPS in Australia?
Well, okay. Well, this is very simple, and again, I speak in layman's terms, guys. So if you get more technical, I won't know how to respond. But basically, what I believe, and I'm going to read directly from a meme I just brought up. In the real world, GPS is a ground positioning system, and the position is determined from the intervals between signal pulses received from widely spaced transmitters. So that's something that I personally believe is a thing. So yeah, that's just how I'm going to answer that question.
You're 100% correct. You're 100%.
I have one last question.
But I would say it's
Shoot, hang on. Sorry, mate. It's a ladies' night. Shoot for your question.
Okay. So what is there is there an ice wall, and if so, what's beyond it?
Oh, that's a beautiful question. Well, we can only speculate. Does anybody else want to speculate on this? And any ladies, go for it.
Okay, so my first question in response, so forgive me with yet another question to answer someone's question. How did you come about to know that there's allegedly an ice wall, if I may ask that?
Yeah, I've researched it a little bit.
Right, I gathered that, but did you come about knowing that? What person spoke about it?
Oh, I just looked on like the Twitter and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if somebody's talking about interesting topics, I'd love to follow somebody on Twitter. I mean, like, who do you follow on Twitter, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, it's the Flat Earth Society.
Oh, that's
Okay,
great.
I'd just like to jump
That's
in on
great.
that.
You know why? Because we don't ascribe to anything that they do. So that's great
Yeah,
that got brought
that's
up.
what I was gonna say when you said your first thing about Australia not existing. I wanted to jump in after Becky. Flat Earth Society, like I knew as soon as you said that, that's where you got your information from. Flat Earth Society are a controlled opposition. They're put in place so they say stupid things so people hear them and go, fuck that, it's not flat, those people are stupid. So they say things like, we have members all around the globe.
Yep.
And the Australia doesn't exist, and we're on a pancake floating upwards through space. Now, I don't know whether you've ever seen, but about 3-4 so many years ago, I can't remember, Barack Obama actually mentioned and addressed all flat earthers as the Flat Earth Society. So they're put in place so people, like, it's all a plot. They're put in place so people laugh at flat Earth rather than look into it, which is why flat Earth has become such a meme.
There's players on the world stage, everybody. It's a big picture involved.
So never, ever believe anything that the Flat Earth Society say. This, you coming here is your best source of information right now, because we are legit flat earthers. And we will tell you, we won't tell you to believe what we say is gospel truth. We'll tell you to research it for yourself.
Earth means soil.
But yeah, never trust the Flat Earth Society.
Also, does the Flat Earth have layers?
Well, we can't verify that because we've only dug down 8 miles. So why are these people saying that we have a core and all this nonsense when no one's ever observed that in their life before? They've literally only dug 8 miles.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. There's no relevant information that proves that there is a molten core. It's all, again, it's things that we can't verify, we can't prove, we just have to believe it is truth. They say so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Hey, thanks for coming.
More, feel free to ask them again. Jump in and ask your question. We have loads of archives that you can look through if you scroll down. We have things all the way from NASA, moon landings, to observations that you can do yourself. But if you want to speak to someone, jump in here and ask your questions. We'll always be here.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really get the whole crust core, the different layers of the Earth narrative. I don't really understand that. It's not that I don't understand it. It's just I don't get why we're supposed to believe in these different layers of the Earth when we can't observe it. No one's observed it. Like, why? How did they even come up with that idea? Like, I don't get it. You know?
You just have to believe what they say is true.
Exactly. I never really understood the Earth's layer. Well, I mean, I get them fine. Like, I know what they are or what they're supposed to mean, but just I never got why they're there. Like, I don't know. Didn't really make sense to me.
Well, because it plays into their model. It plays into the floaty space ball and gravity, etc. Like, it plays to their need.
The math.
That's it. And it's not verifiable, so we don't have. We're not able to prove it, so they're gonna say it, so we can't do anything about it. But joke's on them because they can't prove it either.
Yeah, joke's on them. Yeah, Crack Milano, it's ladies' night, bro. Yeah, the same you did, man.
Yeah. I do want to ask, I do want to jump in and say it is a known fact that the lower down you go, like back when mines were a thing and people were in mines, etc., the lower down you go, the hotter it does get. It could just be, you know, the pressure of dark gravel about you causes heat, whatever, I don't know. But yeah, you ask anybody who works in mines or, you know, used to, any grandparents that you've got that worked in mines or whatever, it is hotter the lower you go down. But there's other reasons, there's other explanations for that.
Has anybody tried to talk to Celeste or Glory?
Yeah, we did, and they went quiet, so we're kind of just like letting them listen.
Hey, girl, welcome back.
Hey, hon, how are you doing? So everything going good over here? No
Yeah.
glow people coming in?
Yeah.
No?
We have some. We're about to unmute a couple more to ask them questions. Hopefully, they won't blow our eardrums off. So
I'll try to be here as much as I can. I have to dip in and out, but I definitely will try to be here, guys.
Okay.
Not a problem, love. Take care.
Garlic Glory, you have control of your mic. Would you like to ask one of the Flat Earth ladies a question?
Yes.
Hi, welcome to the server. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. All right, so I'm kind of skeptical about the entire flat Earth thing, but I would just like to ask: is it theoretically possible to walk off the side of the Earth? Like that might be a stupid question, but I'm like for real asking.
It's okay. Can you look up the universe? Can we see the entire Earth and measure it to even see if there is an edge in the first place? No, because they keep us. So is there an edge? I don't believe there's an edge, but there might be one, maybe for you.
My claim is, and many flat earthers in this server, our claim is that Earth is the floor, it's the foundation, it's the slab, so we can't fall off the floor.
All right, and I just have one more question. Do you believe the Earth is like in a cylindrical shape or is like a rectangular prism type of shape? If you get what I'm saying.
All right. Bro, really?
So
yeah, I'm just asking.
What some flat earthers have proposed, and we're not saying this is a definite model or anything like that, but we live on the top of a flat surface of a circle, and that we live in the center of that circle, and the outer edges where we would presume the ice wall keeps in all of the oceanic water that we have here on the plane. Now, we can't confirm that, but all indications from past civilizations, as well as our current understanding and information, shows we're in a closed system, a pressurized system, and that we live out on the very floor of that system, and everything you see above you is out, either in that system and is, going around us on an elliptical or outside of that. Now, we can't confirm or deny anything outside of this pressurized system. So it would be like taking an egg and cutting it in half and disposing of the top or the bottom half, whichever one you want to say. And then the flat part of it is the part that we live on. And it's hollowed out, and that's where our air and our atmosphere and all of those things are taking place. So if one of the guys could post a picture of the Hebrew cosmology, that would be helpful so we can give him a visual.
All right, thank you for that.
Yes. People that believe in what you were talking about a moment ago, they would be under the concession that we live in a realm, right? Or
yeah, many people call it by different names. I say a realm because realm is kind of synonymous with Rome, kind of like you roam the plane.
The reason it makes sense to me is that the idea of aliens, I mean, allegedly people have had real encounters with aliens, whatever. But I don't think they came from outer space, quote unquote. It makes sense to me that they came from outer lands. So I don't know. That's kind of wacky to bring that up like that. But I know a lot of people believe in aliens. But
as far as I know, we are the only beings on this plane except for animal and plant life. I've never seen an alien. I've only I think people put that in our minds through, the old television, television. And people, they just draw their own conclusions. Maybe they have seen other Bigfoots or things that they ascribe to aliens, but I've never seen.
So
Another reason why I brought it up is because I like to hear, and I think I recall you being a fan of Martin Kenny, and I just love things that he's collaborated on. I mean, it totally makes sense. So I just find it a fascinating side topic. Let's just say, I like the fact that there's people that are looking into actual books of ancient texts, what have you. I mean, and taking it. So the philosophy that Martin Kenny takes is, and I hope I say this term correctly, syncretism, where you take different aspects from different cultures and you kind of overlay them, and you kind of find holes in one and not the other, and so it's kind of like a puzzle, piecing it all together. And that's where people have come up with the idea that, the idea of it being a realm. But sorry, that's all I want to say. Thanks, everybody.
Can we go back on the aliens topic really quick? So, like, if they didn't come from outer space, do you believe they came from beyond the realm?
Demons. They'd be demons, basically. Oh, sorry, ladies.
Well, there's other people that take a religious aspect to the idea of aliens and, say that they're demons. So there's that too. I've heard that talked about over the years. But I think for the purposes of the live stream, though, it would probably stick it to flat Earth topics. So, I mean, I shouldn't even brought it up, so it's my bad.
So I have a question. Is there like, what's like the diameter of the Earth if it's flat and like?
That's a great question. That's been a big topic on this server for a long time. And that is how the radius was calculated. I mean, so it was calculated, not measured.
Okay. Also, is there more than just 7 continents or something, or like what do we believe here?
Well, it's not anything to believe. We're restricted on where we can travel. We can't freely explore.
So, can I just say really quickly, for example...
Absolutely, go, man.
Oh, no, I'm just going to be so quick. Because we can't go to these places, as Jen just said, there's these, what is it? There's a treaty in place, okay? It's very hard to get access to these places. So even if there was more continents, we wouldn't be able to find them.
Yep.
Makes sense. Why not?
They tell us we're free, but in all actuality, none could actually be further from the truth. We got to pretty much ask when we can wipe our butt.
You are free. You just can't get out of your house.
Well, we're lucky we can wipe our asses with toilet paper. I mean, geez. How sad of a society are we becoming? Not just a society, an existence. Something is not right. It doesn't pass the smell test.
You're free. Just wait for the 4th of July.
Does
on Flat Earth
religion have anything to do with it or anything?
Well, 1 second. Let me finish up that question, that previous question. On Flat Earth, we don't try to propose or put models in place of things just because we don't know them. We go with what we know, which is the known places that we've been able to traverse, such as like Australia, Asia, Canada, the US, all of the known continents. As far as we know, that is all there is. Now, we can speculate all day about whether there's lands beyond the poles, which we have some people who were down in that area exploring a long time ago that say that there possibly is more land. But on Flat Earth, we like to go with what really is rather than our own personal, thoughts. So we just stick to what we can confirm, and we've confirmed those continents and things like that. And we don't go with anything else that we can't confirm, if that makes sense.
That's a great disclaimer, I would have to say.
Yeah. So if you could ask your question again, so maybe like Bambi or anybody else can chime in and answer.
Sure. You want to repeat the question? I'll see if I can throw something else into it. Oh, come on. I'm not that scary. The person that asked their question. What was the question that was asked? No?
Well, if no one's gonna ask a question, can I ask?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so the Earth is flat, right? So, because my teacher told me that I'm not that smart for thinking the Earth is flat, and she said, "Go to a beach, lay down, wait for the sun to go away, and then when the sun goes away, stand back up, and you can see the sun again because of the curvature of the Earth." Is that true?
Okay. Well, first thing I want to address is your teacher saying you're not that smart for saying the Earth is flat. Your teacher should be the one encouraging you to research everything and verify what everyone's saying. You should never take what anyone says to be gospel truth. Your teacher is the one that's supposed to guide you into questioning everything. You're supposed to verify things for yourself, research things for yourself, make sure what you know you can prove to be true.
What you witnessed, what you experienced was called ridicule. And that's what some people do when they're confronted with something that makes them question their beliefs. So, sorry you had to go through that. Don't let that discourage you, like along the lines of what you're saying.
Yeah, you should always question everything. Even what you hear in here, never take it to be truth, just question it. Take it as a note, maybe get a notepad, start hearing the things we're saying, take a note of it, look into it, see if what we're saying is bullshit or true. As for your teacher saying lie down, wait for the sun to set and it will come back up due to curvature, perspective plays a big part. Your perspective as from lying down to going up, the higher up you are, the more of the sun you're going to see. So it's just due to perspective. It's not got anything to do with the curvature.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just say that P word to your teacher. Just say perspective.
Okay, yeah.
Can I jump in for a second?
Teacher's absolutely.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
All right. So back on like the teachers ridiculing the students, how do you feel about the globe Earth kind of theory being taught in the education system?
Yeah. So I don't know about you, but for me personally, it was never a subject in school. It was something that you were never really told. You were told a little bit about it when you were learning about planets, maybe.
Yes.
But you were never told it. It was just there in front of you. You were in your first kind of class when you were young. You were about 5, 6. There was a globe on the front of your book. You always had one of those spinning globes, pictures on the wall. It was just embedded from a young age. You weren't taught or told, like most people aren't taught the circumference or the radius of the Earth. Like you don't know that because you weren't taught it. You were just, it was just like she said, you're indoctrinated. You were just, it was burned into your mind from a young age. It wasn't a class. You don't know anything about what it is you're living on. The majority of the world don't know the circumference and radius of the ball that they're supposedly living on. They just assume it's a ball because, well, it was burned into their mind.
All right. And also another question: do you plan on getting the flat Earth theory taught in schools?
That's never going to happen ever.
Yeah, there are a couple of people in here who are teachers as well. We've got Jen, who's a teacher in Japan.
I have a question about like the season. I have a question about the season. Sorry, my brother's a round earther. So I have a question about the seasons. How do seasons happen? If you're a flat earther.
Okay, one, you can tell your brother, rather than being arrogant, maybe research it before you question it and shout and scream. That's a bit rude. So maybe, yeah, put your brain to good use and question it. And for the season, is anyone got the meme that explains the what's it called? Equator and stuff like that with the sun moving. Yeah, okay, perfect. Becky put it in. Cheers, Becky. If you look at what Becky's put in, it shows the tropical of Cancer and the tropical Capricorn. It shows you the sun's movement, so the seasons go from the sun sort of moving around, going out and inwards, creating the seasons. If you kind of picture it like that, like it's in towards the Tropic of Cancer, and it moves out towards the Tropic of Capricorn, and that creates seasons.
So, like, can NASA, like, say NASA sends some flat earthers to space to show that the quote unquote Earth is round, would they like put you in a simulation or something?
Okay, about the whole space thing, you have to actually think that there's a space there. I mean, me personally, I don't believe that we have been there and it is even possible to go there, because we always talk about going from A to C, going from Earth to Moon, or going from Earth to Mars. We never talk about the B, the traveling there in the middle. They're saying that they're in a vacuum and you're being able to propel through a vacuum with no medium. It is physically impossible for a rocket to go through a vacuum. So there's no point in answering that, because it's never going to happen, because that vacuum doesn't exist. We can't exist next to a vacuum within a container. Sorry, go ahead.
And people have been talking about the original moon landing ever since, probably since it happened. And that was, 50 years ago. So for a topic to be something that's would be weak and worthy of ridicule, it's kind of silly that they've been talking about it for so long. So there's some substance to it if you ever look into it. There's a lot of material available for you to look at the moon landings and such. But I really liked what Bambi had to say too.
Yeah, we always go from A to C. We never talk about B.
But anyway, I know a lot of people. Oh, oops, sorry. I know, and plus, I know a lot of people in here prefer to talk about the land that we're standing on rather than what's allegedly up in the sky, because we can't verify space.
I do want to address the simulation thing that you said. And the astronauts and stuff that say they have been there and they've done these things and they're hell bent on it. Possibly that they have been put in VR. We know how realistic VR can be. There's a funny video on the internet of a guy rock climbing, and he thinks it's so realistic, he physically goes to take a step and falls on his face. So this VR can be so realistic that it can fully convince you that you have been and done something. So possibly astronauts have been VR, whatever, and they have witnessed this in some form of a simulation. Maybe that's just a theory, no evidence, no proof, but just
interesting. Interesting, nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question? Are you suggesting that they had VR on the original moon landing?
I personally, I don't think they've been to the moon. So, you want to rephrase your question?
Well, you don't believe they went to the moon?
Well, no, like I said, if you were listening to me earlier, going from A to C is one thing, but talking about the B part, we can't physically get there. We can't travel through a vacuum.
I mean,
until
I
we prove
believe
that we can travel through a vacuum, then we haven't been to the moon.
I believe there's a SpaceX launch tomorrow, and I'm actually going to see it. So, where are they going if they're going straight up into space?
Wait, who said that? Who said they're going to see it?
Wait, I love that.
Like, if you're understanding my question here, sorry.
Yeah, you want to go together? I'm right down the street. Let's go together.
Does anyone want to address that? Because I've been talking quite a bit. Or will
yeah, I'm going to SpaceX tomorrow too. I also live in Florida, and yeah, that's another question I have. Also, yeah, if somebody can answer that.
So basically, what you're going to be witnessing is this thing that's being propelled up into the air. It'll go so far that your eyes can no longer see it. Blah blah blah. You can't verify where it is actually going. You just then have to take as proof what they're giving you. I don't know, a video from the outside, a video of this, video of that, pictures of this. You can't physically prove yourself where it is going. You have to take what someone else says as your proof. So that they could, I don't know, land it out in the middle of the ocean somewhere. They could do something with it as soon as it is out of our eyesight. We don't know. Can't prove what they're actually doing with it and where they're going.
And I also believe the mission is manned. So do you believe that the person inside the shuttle is in a VR simulation?
She said it was a theory.
Not a shuttle.
Well, when they
It
first
could be a
shot
theory, yeah. They could be in a VR simulation. They could be in on it. It may not be a VR at all. They could be fully in on it, and they're just prepared to, I don't know, land in the ocean.
Well, the rockets are designed with
Alright,
an
thank you.
emergency trap door that you can go underneath the rocket and escape. So you could just
Any other questions?
load
Anyone wants to ask?
on and then leave.
How tall? Like, how tall would the Earth be then?
How tall? Do you mean like if it's flat going from the top to the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know because with the furthest that we've gone down, even if we're living on a ball, the furthest we've gone down is 8 miles. So we don't know if it goes any further than 8 miles. It could only go 8.5 because we haven't.
Alrighty. So we've got people actually coming into the server now. Witsit, what's up, dude? That was a playback.
Oh wow! I bet. Dang, I'm sorry.
No, man, you're good. I would much rather speak with people live anyway. I think that was just being played to fill some dead air that might have been happening a while ago. But it's noon here, so I feel like we could get talking.
Hey, my bad. Yo, I just smoked that recording.
You smoked it, dude. They had no chance. In fact, this recording stopped because you were so on it.
Shut it down.
You shut it down, that's right. So what's up, everybody? Welcome to Monday.
Damn. I was like, some Glovers at the launch. This sounds awesome.
Oh, man, you're breaking up, but I think I got what you said.
I joined and listening to those kids talk, I wanted to step in, and then I realized it was a recording. Are you glad? Mic check.
Yeah, buddy, we got you.
Said, how's it going? Glad?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you, Solar. I like that. I've always wanted to ask you what that picture is. Where'd you get that picture?
It's actually
some trippy picture, or
it's the inside of a toroidal field.
right? I can see that.
So it's a visual representation of how a toroidal field would spin.
But
So
it's
just
not
kind of-
animated. So to me, it looks like before I zoom in on it, it looks like two googly eyes with a mask, like a mask. Someone wearing a mask and tilting their head sideways with two googly eyes. See that?
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, that's what I've seen the entire time that I've known you. I did, and then clicking and looking on them. Oh yeah, looks like a toroid. Anyway. We all live in an orange toroid field. An orange toroid field. Anyway.
What's your mission for this year, Glad?
To save and excuse me. Try again. My mission for this year is to save and improve lives.
Nice.
How about you?
Mine is to grow my business, at least double revenue again, and potentially, lots of personal sort of growth areas. I've been watching some motivationals about how being disciplined and controlling yourself and what you do with your hours, how that can unlock certain other aspects. And it's sort of the dopamine reward system, like how we normally get a fix from the reward, but how you need to find the fix in the pursuit of the reward.
Yeah.
And then when you achieve the reward, because like what happens a lot of times is that the reward doesn't quite make you feel the way that you thought it would. And then you kind of can kind of lose a bit of motivation because it wasn't as grand as you thought it would. But the point is that it's not about getting the reward at the end of the task. It's about enjoying the task.
Yep. There you go. So a little bit of mindfulness. Be where your feet are.
Yeah, slightly forward leaning.
Right.
Ready
you want to be
to
resting on them heels now. You want to be ready to pounce.
That's it. It's whether you as the pessimist see the problem with every opportunity, or as the optimist see the opportunity in every problem.
There is always an opportunity, at least one, in every problem. Yep. How about anybody else? That was a good question. The Flat Earth Solar asked what basically my New Year's resolution. What's my goal this year? What is everybody's goal this year?
So I termed it as mission.
Mission, right? Not goal. Mission.
I watched something else about a military vet who says when he was in the army, he always had a mission and an instruction and something to achieve. Mm-hmm. And when he left the military, he was suddenly deeply depressed because there was no more mission. And he found it difficult for himself to give himself the mission. So as men, what is your mission? And then if you're on a mission, it can be 5 years or 10 years or whatever that mission is, you're going to achieve because that's your mission. Yep. And then you could say break it down into goals and milestones and whatever, but like the mission, you said you're going to save lives. I said,
save and improve lives, because, I won't be able to save all the lives, but I'll probably be able to improve more than I save. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway.
And potentially you'll save many more than you'll even realize. Potentially a conversation. That happens no matter what.
Yeah. The other day this kid was, I was leaving the grocery store. The young high school kid was doing the, pushing the carts, right? He was fixing the carts outside and getting them organized and everything. And I'm backing up, and I see him, and I don't want to hit him, so we wave each other bye. And then as I'm leaving, I give him like a goodbye wave, and he looked at me like nobody had ever given him a goodbye wave ever, and he kind of raised his hand uncomfortably. He's like saying, "Okay, bye." Like, why did you wave at me? He saw me as this cool dude in sunglasses coming out of the store, getting in the car, and then he thinks that, oh, this guy's a douchebag, he's going to try to hit me. He's not even going to be looking, and, the whole time I was looking, then I waved him by. The look on this kid's face was like, Jesus, why did he say hi to me? Because nobody's used to being polite to people anymore. So, to me, that improved at least a part of his life. I could tell by just the look on his face. He's like, wow, somebody noticed me out here. Instead of, oh my God, I almost hit that kid, it's, I hope that kid's having a good day. Hello. You know what I mean?
This is why the truth matters, man. Is that you were in there calm, looking in people's eyes and really connecting. And the people who are all in fear generally are not even making eye contact, let alone showing any friendship or warmth or greeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's sad. I do exactly the same. Like, I'm now over friendly because I can feel that there's under friendly in most situations. So a little warm greeting, how are you? Engage the conversation, make a joke about something that's happened, or it just suddenly people are starting to laugh again, and you'll see multiple people will they want to go towards it, but they're kind of still scared and they want to stay like they're heard.
Yeah. Gosh, that's bad. I mean, I don't want to be pessimistic. Maybe this will help people improve the situation in whole moving forward, but I used to, when I was out to eat with somebody, especially if it's like a date or something, and there's a table of rowdy, people being rowdy, having a lot of fun, laughing a lot, being loud. I can't remember the last time I was given the opportunity to be annoyed while out on a date or something by a group of rowdy people. I'd give anything now to see a bunch of people laughing and hugging and swinging their arms around and being drunk and, acting like it's okay to be in public, acting like it's all right to breathe the air unobstructed, that kind of thing. And people are so afraid of everything now, and now it's becoming a thing where we are basically being told to be afraid of our fellow man. Even if you got the jab, you don't have the jab, people are going to be like, it's such a gray area. I'm just going to stay away from people in general. That's what they're working towards. And it's one of the most depressing fucking things I've ever seen.
And that's where we, as the majority, lose our power. If we're individuals and they're individuals with a lot of money, then there's no fight. It's when there's a unified mass that understands this oligarchy rule over them and decides to unite for a common goal that we will suddenly realize who actually had the power in the first place. But I don't think I'm very disappointed with humanity.
Yeah. Yep.
I was chatting with someone about this yesterday, and she's also an amazing mind. And I showed her one DITRH video, and she said, everything comports with what I said. So this blows her mind that she can see that the earth is flat. And then I suddenly asked her what her IQ was, and she's sort of in the 135, 140 range. So it's considered really high, sort of on the line of genius, sort of. Mm-hmm. I myself am part of Mensa, which means I'm above 145. And then I started to wonder how many guys in this group, in this channel, must have an IQ above 135, 145, 155, 165. And how we could conduct an IQ test in a flat earth group like this, that then it would be some more data like, here's this group of really high IQ individuals who have the ability to apply critical thinking to all areas of their lives. And then how would we still be able to dismiss that information? And then if we could go to Gem Panda's server and conduct the same IQ test, I'm sure we'd be finding that we're at like 110, 115 if we're lucky. Mm-hmm. And then,
man. Yeah.
But, Globers will be Globers. They'll find the test. They'll cheat. They'll do what they need to.
Well, and the thing is the IQ stuff. You'd probably be right about that. But you couldn't get the Globers to compare it with us because that's why they're so belligerent. The anxiety and stress of knowing that we're right. We got just that one up next piece of knowledge, next piece of wisdom, that next piece of something that they didn't quite get to as at the same time as we did. Yeah, probably a little bit due to the fact that we just have a little bit more intellectual prowess, a little bit more skin in the game somehow. We just have motivation to want to know this stuff. But yeah, I do think that there's a capacity, like a physical capacity. Like some people can wake up and some people can get it, but they're not going to get the whole thing. Some people can get the entire thing and every tiny little piece in there too, like an Indio character. Just they know everything about everything, and you can just continually learn no matter what they're talking about. That kind of deal. But I think with the Globers, there's a reason. I'm almost done. Sorry. I think with the Globers, there's a reason that they keep flocking to each other because like recognizes like. Okay, they may not be the smartest bulbs in the bunch, but they're probably right there in the middle, and they all resonate to each other to say, well, first we're going to hate on flat earthers. Yeah, let's do it, And then once that is your motivation, you're no longer in the intellectual realm of things. You're in the feelings realm of things. And yes, that it takes a lot less of an intelligence quota to simply feel your way through life than to think.
Yeah, exactly. And that was sort of, so the point that I wanted to make about the IQ was that each each person with an IQ has a stratified layer of learning ability. So when you go and look at actuaries and you look at some of the most highly paid positions in the world, they generally are highly intelligent, critical thinkers that are high IQ individuals. But then you go and look at like the 160 IQs plus, those are the guys like the beautiful minds that write the equations that change the world, or actually look at the earth and see that it's flat and suddenly explain to the rest of society what the implications of this could be. And for me, what's so interesting is that when you go and look, IQ is very much genetic, but if someone's told their whole life that they're dumb because they don't fit in with everybody else, a lot of people will believe that. And when you listen to some of the people in this Discord, I would say a large proportion of them say that they dropped out of school because they couldn't even take the schooling system, indicating that they had a higher IQ, that was below them to be part of that small-minded system of dumbing you down. And those people who normally reject the societal norms go on to break new records and figure out new ways to do things because they don't want to conform to the indoctrination camp that we start with. So back to the stratified layers. If you go to someone who is really like low intelligence, 110, like just above Down syndrome, then...
So like a police officer. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Or like most of Gem's server, then
Sure.
if you try and explain a comment to them, they simply don't possess the faculties of thinking to be able to comprehend what the point is that you've just made.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why they will never attain an actuarial position or head of doctorates or, some really highly esteemed intellectual post, which requires incredible faculty of thinking and retention of information. So these different stratified layers, it's kind of like when you discover flat earth, it doesn't matter if you're a street sweeper or a janitor or a tuck shop mom or the CEO of a company, your IQ could be the factor that allows you to see this or not see this. And when I speak to people who I think might be intelligent, what I normally find out is that they're just good parrots.
Right.
They can regurgitate something. And that doesn't necessitate intelligence. But our society has placed the regurgitation of textbook knowledge as you are intelligent and you do not question that knowledge.
Right. No, and the sad thing about that is people get an ego. Say like you said, you're a good regurgitator, a beautiful parrot. You get A+ because you've memorized stuff better than anyone, but you don't know how to apply any of it. And that's kind of like, to me, it's almost like a guy who's really good at numbers and everything, and so he's like, but I want to be happy later and have a wife and kids and stuff, so I want to provide for them, and so I want to have enough money to get a beautiful wife and happy kids and all this. So he wants those things. Excuse me. So he spends his entire life, every day, filling his head with the CPA stuff, the Certified Public Accountant. He wants to be an accountant because he's great with numbers, okay? But his dream is to be a good lover, a good father, a good whatever, nothing that has to do with numbers or money or anything. But so he wants to be able to do those things in life because he has successfully done the money thing. So he gets top marks. He's the best CPA in town. But he can't utilize any of the things he's learned in school for the things he wants to do in life. Are you going to learn how to make love in a CPA class? Nope. Are you going to learn how to play ball with your kids and do it just a little bit longer for their sake, even though you're tired and you want to go inside? Okay, those are things they don't teach you at school. Those are things that you either, I'd say everybody has the capacity to be a good person like that. But you know what I mean? Just because he has the book smarts and he's making $2 million a year being a CPA, doesn't mean he's smart enough in, I guess, a different way. You call it street smarts or whatever, to apply that knowledge, make it useful in real life, other than paperwork. I really hope that made sense. And if it didn't, that's okay.
Yeah, it did. Just taking all of it in.
They don't teach us how to think. They teach us what to think. Oh, and you know what, people, and that's the thing, we develop the how to think, right? The process of how we think, regardless of someone teaching us how to do it or not. We get taught the wrong ways to think. As long as there's a path of least resistance and you get good grades, then you've done really well as a young person in Western culture and in this world.
I think if we were truly interested in the pursuit of knowledge, we wouldn't put the questions, like you were saying, they teach us how to think, but they don't really. They just teach you what the question is, and they teach you what the answer for that question is. And then when
Right,
they
that's what I
ask
mean.
you
They don't
that
teach you how to
question,
think, like to delineate between two things. Yeah, I got you.
now, if they really were in the pursuit of that, they would say, by any means, answer this question. And then the teacher would take every child's unique interpretation of the question into consideration when marking. But a teacher is generally, they want a little table to mark from, and the answer must be that.
Yeah, within the parameters of the 10 options of the answer, even though there could be an 11th answer is better than all the other 10. You know, that's not the point. The point is to follow the damn instructions, kid.
Oh my goodness, you guys, I am so glad I'm like even listening to this and know that there's other people thinking like this, because it seemed like nobody was actually thinking this way. Like you
When was
like
nobody
lose
thinking that
hope.
way?
You lose
Oh, you mean
hope
like
in
now?
humanity. Yeah.
Which way? Just tell us which part was resonating with you.
Well, that kids, they're unique in their own way, and you can't just grade them all in one, or tell them like, here, this is the answer and there's no other answer and stuff like that. Like they make them think a certain way, and that's considered smart. But fish don't climb trees.
Right, exactly. It's like, yeah, so you see a kid sitting there struggling with an assignment. Teacher comes up, says, hey, no, what are you doing? Don't do it like that. Are you trying to figure that out on your own? No, honey, just read the instructions. That's the big problem with this life. You want to try to figure something out on your own? No, honey, we've already done that. No, you don't have to do any work. Listen. Just read this paragraph and remember to every single word, yes, and the punctuation and the grammar, because it's really important for some reason later. Okay? You don't need to try to figure this out. Here's the instructions. And thank God for the instructions, right, honey? Otherwise, you might have to figure something else out on your own. Anyway.
Yeah. That fish and the monkey example, I was going to make exactly that. They always say if you judged a fish on its ability to climb trees, it would fail. So when you look at people with the capability for the arts, when you look at people with the capability for numbers, the people who are good at numbers are never told that they're failures because they can't draw. But the person who can draw is always told that he's a failure in math.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then that creates such a damaging outlook for the psyche of individuals. Outside wounds or physical wounds can heal, but the emotional scars can be carried for the rest of your life. And I have seen individuals who I know are smarter than they know they are, but they've been told their entire life that they wouldn't amount to anything, that they are a moron, and believed it. And that is like probably the worst. And that's what our society has done in terms of driving us to be purposeless. And that goes back to that whole dopamine thing that I was talking about in the beginning. When you don't have a purpose or a mission, the dopamine is not being released, so you don't feel motivated. So you want to sit on a couch and do nothing. Your goals become this long list of never-ending things that never get accomplished. And you start to get more and more disappointed and depressed in yourself, and the dopamine reward system drops even further below baseline. So without having a mission, and often a difficult mission, something which is going to cause you pain, something either pain or frustration or discomfort, because that's the only way that growth is going to occur, because you learn more from getting something wrong. When you get something right, you just go on thinking like, no worries. When you get something wrong, that's when you truly learn and grow. And it's an uncomfortable thing to get it wrong, but it's that dopamine reward system comes through the pain and then pleasure, the striving towards something and then achieving it. Why that mission is important, and never categorizing a fish by its ability to climb trees. Each child is unique, develops at its own rate, and should be sort of judged as such.
Exactly. Yeah, and they teach growing up the same information. They don't. There's no availability for the children to flourish, to develop their own natural talents that they do have already. And instead of exploring the gifts they already have, they say just memorize this shit. Yeah, all 45 of you in my class just memorize the same thing. That we can't tell the difference anymore in between who is who, which means nobody's really going to make a change or difference in the world anymore. And you people are just going to pull the levers and gears for us. Please don't speak out of turn. Please don't speak out of turn. They don't nurture those parts of people. Solar. Sorry. They don't nurture that stuff. And
have you watched that? Don't Look Up.
I like the how do you don't judge a fish on how well it climbs a tree. Exactly. First you have to realize it's just a fish, then tell the fish, hey, you're not just a fish. Look at all the things you can do because you're a fish. Let's do fish stuff. They don't do that with children. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Have you watched that movie Don't Look Up?
No, not yet. I really don't want to. I watched like the first little bit of it, and I was like, I just didn't want to get into the story. And I was like, you know what? I'm honestly only interested in what happens at the end, so I just fast forwarded to the end.
You cheater. Is that how you do your flat Earth research?
That's because Netflix is flat Earth research.
No, well, I'm saying if you do it there, is that how you do your flat Earth research?
No. I'm interested in flat Earth. I'm not very interested in yet another bullshit story from Disney. Hang on a sec. I gotta get the phone.
Yeah, boy. I'm here to shut the BC down. What's up? Mm. What's up, Dustin Echoes?
Evening, Battle Mod.
It's cool. I'm checking new guys. Dustin Echoes. What's up, man? Speak. Before you lose your VC verified. What's up with you, Solar?
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
awesome.
I got
This
stuff
year's gonna be banging.
Oh,
a lot of
yeah.
shit's gonna happen, but I'm ready for it, prepared. I know the kind of shit that's happened over the last 2-3 years. Now I'm prepared for it.
I woke up saying that about today. So I got all the stuff out to make shepherd's pie. If you know what shepherd's pie is. I'm gonna grub me some shepherd's pie for dinner.
Yeah, of course.
My daughters love it too. So, well, they like anything.
My
I
kids
cook.
too.
Yeah, they like anything I cook. We're not really snack people or goodies people. We're thinking
You
about a
mashed
fat ass.
potatoes?
Yeah, we're thinking about meat and potatoes, brah. Exactly. A fat ass dinner plate. You want to hook my kids up, a box of candy ain't going to do it for my daughters. They're going to be like, bitch, what the fuck I'm going to do with the candy? Eat one piece once a month for the next 10 years? Cook me a steak, motherfucker. Daughters are like that, but
do you give them one piece a day? Is that why they see it in that light?
Oh, yeah,
If it's
we just know. I just never gave my daughters they wouldn't eat one piece a day. Candy was I didn't raise my children with candy on the menu or goodies unless it's strawberry rhubarb pie, blueberry pie, shit like that. We do Amish pies, we do Amish pudding, rice pudding. I don't do sugars. I don't like I tried to raise my daughters with an example for a man, a standard on a man that they wouldn't be able to raise. So if they did let some in their life, I could rest assured knowing they run his ass through the ringer before he got there. So, you know what I mean? Girls use daddy as a standard for a man. Well, I set the bar high, But you got to be a picky person to get with somebody you can spend a lifetime with. Life changes and grows, and people change and grow. You got to be aware of that. You got to be willing to work and grow with them. Relationship, you're not in you marry some girl. Like I married my high school sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? And by the time we was 35, she wasn't the 18-year-old girl I married no more. So I had to be able to keep up with that. And it takes work. So it's not easy to have a relationship that works out. You're not going to have that 20-year reunion by doing the same shit forever, That's all. And
yeah, that's actually really difficult to get that right with your high school sweetheart because you're going to change a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Generally, you don't know when you're 18 or 16 who you are and what's going to satisfy you when you're a 40-year-old, 50-year-old, or what type of traits you weren't looking for. Those things. It was about the chemical reaction that went on in the brain. So
exactly, that's why that's why I had a good marriage till 40, then menopause, then divorce. So amen. You get it. That's why I don't hate her. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you're supposed to hate that bitch. She left you." No, man. I actually respect individuals. I understand. You can call me too understanding, but I would say that you're not understanding enough. People change, man. doesn't mean they hate you or stabbed you in the back. Yes, it sucks to be single at my age, 49. But you know what? All the shit I worried about when I first became single, I realized it's not really an issue. I'm a better person than I thought I was, and I got a lot to offer, so I'm not worried about it.
No, I'm in the same place. I'm divorced now 1 year. 2 kids.
Right.
Young
And
kids.
so,
Oh.
yeah, I got 3 kids. 1 young child. Just talked my oldest daughter into coming home from the Navy and saying, fuck service to our corrupt nation and just be a part of the family and all that. I respect that she wanted to do it on her own, stand on her own 2 feet. Now she can say she's an educated person, that she paid for her entire education, and she's not just a silver spoon child who inherited 3 businesses and a family estate. You know what I mean? Somebody calls her a person that was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and she'd say, no, people like that don't go into service, but I served my country for 12 years, so go fuck yourself. And that's pretty much what I wanted when I went into service. I didn't want her to go to service, but I get it, you know what I mean? It's about being your own person and not being able to say your whole life was given to you because you have this proof that you're willing to work and earn it. That you could do it on your own.
That's the inconvenience that comes with raising a strong woman and raising her right. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like saying goodbye at 18, but hey, you got to let a bird go that you love if you want to see it fly. If you told this bird all its life, oh, one day you're going to fly beautiful like a hawk and you're going to be graceful. You can't be upset when it actually flies. So yeah. I experienced the last 12 years of her life with her through online video conferences, videos, pictures. At least I knew she married her high school sweetheart, so I knew her hubby before he went. He worked for me from 15 to 18 doing asphalt, and I put him through the ringer, so I know he loves her. He's willing to work at it, so they got about as good a chance as I did, except for my dad didn't know about marrying your high school sweetheart, and so he couldn't prepare me. But because I do, I've shared that with my daughter and her husband. I like him. So he knows the mistakes maybe that I grew, and some things that just aren't mistakes. It's just the way it is, and you got to live with that. One day she might wake up and be a totally different person. Menopause, might change her, or you might change. There's chemical stuff, like you said, that goes on in all of us as we grow older, and those chemical reactions actually change the way you think and the way you look at life. But I mean, I gave them the best toolkit I could, brother. Now it's up to them. I say after I spent about a year, nagging them about you're going to change and all that, over the years you're going to change. I think they actually look at each other a little different now. So they know they're in it for the long haul. You know what I mean? They both trying to consider it young. So, hey, they might make it. I didn't, but hey. I still support that woman. Pay her bills and give her a monthly allowance. Plus, she still works for my company, but she helped build it. Why shouldn't she? So we change, There's not a lot of guys like me. I let my wife go. I didn't hate her, resent her. I proved infidelity. Didn't have to give anything, but I gave her a severance package. It's probably better than the alimony she would have got, but it's who I am. It's more about my children and their perception on life, men, and marriage and love than anything to do with their mom. Although I do love her. She was my high school sweetheart, My kids' mom, she took my seed and gave me back children, you know what I'm saying? I know you get it.
No, I appreciate you sharing. It's one of those things that people don't often talk about, and it's something that should be talked about more.
It
either
is.
To help people learn, or
Children or people in the, or people going through that. There's people out there that feel bad because they just don't love their 20-year marriage husband no more. And the truth is, it's not really their fault. The best they can do.
we were never skilled. Like the Bible teaches you how to be a husband and a wife, but if either party deviates, it falls. It doesn't work. And
right.
The husband is meant to love his wife. If you go read, the Bible says the husband must love the wife and the wife must respect the husband. It doesn't say the wife must love the husband. But if she respects him enough, she will believe in his character. And when he says, we're going to do this for the family, she believes in his character and says, yes, I agree. And there's a union that comes with it.
About godly marriage. Yep.
Now, we were talking about it a bit earlier about regurgitation and about how we consider intelligent people those that can recite the narrative back correctly. That doesn't really show intelligence in any indication.
You're correlating that with the Bible. So we have people who have memorized the Bible and all the verses in it, but they couldn't apply it to their life.
But in the same regard, like, what could be more important than teaching you about having a 50-year relationship with your significant other?
Exactly. So we're not prepared for that because of the sins of our parents. They weren't prepared for it. Could be our parents had other relationships throughout their life, got together when they were 30 and then had us, you know what I mean? They don't know nothing about a lifelong marriage. Sins of the fathers, you know.
And it's generational.
We can only use the tools we're given.
Generally
we can only use the tools we're given. And my understanding of godly marriage is why I still love my wife. And she still respects me. We grew apart, She'll still be my wife when we get to heaven. She'll just have loved other men besides me too, I guess. There's still that love there, though,
At the end of the day, it's a very personal thing, and it's each one of our souls. Each one of us are on our own journey. So she must do what she's going to do, as long as you keep your soul intact.
Yeah, amen. I believe in soul groups also. We come in here in group, and we're all attached to each other, and we're going to be, not just here, but in the next life. So it's important to still maintain a good relationship and love even after it breaks up. It's just, this isn't it. We're all going to go, this is my opinion. It's just my opinion. I can't prove it. But when we all get home, and this isn't home, life is eternal, and life is lived in the spirit. This is something other than that right now. And why we can only speculate on, why we're here to experience this, why we're fallen from the immortal state. Because I believe my soul was created in heaven, and then made the fall for a godly purpose. I'm just not the person that, is so prideful that I presume to know the workings of the Creator. I could say it's so we can see an opposition to love, so we can have a greater understanding of love, but I know it's so much more deeper than that on a complex level that I can't even reiterate the entirety of what the Creator thought. I might give you one or two aspects, But I would agree, it's so we can experience the opposition to love, contrast. Light is brighter when you know darkness, right? You have a scale, you could say, well, that's kind of dim. It's awfully shady in here. We turn it up brighter, it'll be less shady. And that's because you know darkness and light. And it's the same way with the love. We all experience pure
pain.
hate and pure evil in this world.
Mm.
And pain and suffering, which is all separation from love, bro. I think
Yeah.
all feelings stem from love and how you receive your love. So if your love's eternal and you get the love you need, you don't feel separated, so you don't have fear, shame, doubt, guilt, paranoia. You know what I mean?
Mm.
There's a reason love can fix everything, real love, and that's because all the bad feelings stem from not having real, pure love, unconditional love. Period. That's what it stems from. You take a serial murderer or a serial rapist who's just an ugly guy, couldn't get a woman. You give him a good woman that loves him, and all the reasons he did all that other shit would disappear, in my opinion, because it was his separation from real love. Never be able to get real love because he's not the fairest looking person. Just like men that hate their women the minute they separate from them. So they never knew what real love was. I mean, I know the woman doesn't hate me. We just grew apart. You can't give me pure unconditional love for 25 years of my life and then just start hating me. It doesn't work that way. It's just, you got to understand that life is complex. There's more to us than just, I hate you now. No, there's more than that to human beings. This experience, how you love people and how you don't, The most miserable people are the people that have no friends and the person they're with they don't love, but that person's same as them. They've never experienced real love, so they've been miserable their whole life. They say, I don't have any friends, that's by choice. But the truth is they're too miserable and just nobody can stand to be around them. And the two of these miserable people stick together just so they're not alone. I mean, and then you got people who fear true love, so that keeps them from experiencing it and giving it. I mean, you got to love yourself before you can love somebody else. And when you begin to question yourself, your love for other people becomes distant. And that's what happens as you get older. When you don't know who you are, you don't know how you can love your husband or wife. Menopause is a fucker too, and you got to understand that. But the women get put through hell. They they experience the pain of childbirth. They're supposed to take everything we give them and make it better. They take a seed and give us a child. Take a house, make it a home. Take a bunch of cut up bullshit and make it a meal. Fix all your children's ailments for you so you can be comfortable out there, supplying and supporting, which is your part of it. Defending, supplying, supporting, informing, and consecrating your congregation or your church back to God, because you're the chief Melchizedekian priest of your family, which is your parish, and you're supposed to bring your parish back to the Creator. So if people just would start with just loving the unseen, the unknown, and the undefinable, even though all that's, you can't define it, fathom it, you still love it. And then love yourself, love your creator, and love yourself. You be able to experience a much greater beauty and love and share it with another person. I mean, I've always loved myself and loved my creator, and my family was raised the same way as me. I have a family a lot of people didn't experience. My oldest brother at 49, he's still my best friend. You know what I mean? I have friends outside of the family, but they're not my best friends. That's my sisters and brothers, you know? So I experienced the love of a father, real love, the love of a mother, real love. I grew up with grandma and grandpa in the home, and great grandma and great grandpa in the home. My mom and dad's parents all lived with us right here on this 350 acres in this house. Grandma great, grandpa great on mama's side, grandma great, grandpa great on dad's side. I had a beautiful childhood. And this is why I try to talk about all family things, because I know we can only use what we're given. And if your parents don't have experience in it, they can't give it. And if you can trust me about, real love, brotherly love, sisterly love, love of a grandparent, then I can explain it to you because I lived it. It's when, these are the type of unions that create good people. Because you love these people so much that I mentioned, grandma great, grandpa great, grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, so you love them so much and they loved you so much that you got to love yourself and respect yourself. And so and you love your parents so much and you love yourself so much that you won't go out and disrespect other people or create a bad world because you don't want that to reflect the people who raised you because you love them. So you respect your wife because you're not trying to disrespect Grandma Great who taught you how about love and marriage, and grandma and mom. You don't want to disrespect all the things these people ever taught you. So you try to live the best life you can, which is all our creator wants us to try as hard as we can to be the best people. And when we mess up, admit it. That's why you repent of your sins. You repent of your sins. You're admitting that you're not perfect and you've made mistakes and you could be the cause of problems in your own damn life. That's part of being an adult. It's psychological science right there, brought to you by the creator. Ain't perfect. Don't expect other people to be perfect. Admit when you're wrong. Move on. Try not to do it again. Just like a father. Just try to be the best person you could be, son, and love everybody involved while you do it. That's why Jesus summed it up to that. Love one another, love your God, your creator first, and love one another as I have loved you. Because until we build everything in our world on the foundations of love, we're going to have a shitty world. Nothing's going to work. It's not built on the rock. Jesus was a rock, and he's love. If you broke it down, Jesus is love. Loved his Father so much he followed all his rules, fulfilled the law, earned the promise of the covenant, got the resurrection, the rebirth, the new body, and the ascension. He showed you the way. That's why he's the truth, the light, and the way. Follow the law, get the promise of the covenant, move on from this world. Can't just fall in love with him. You have to fall in love with his teachings and his message. If you do, then you'll try to live a good life, and those good principles won't be wasted on you. He didn't throw his pearls among swine, but the truth is he did throw them among swine with the hopes that some of the swine would pick it up and no longer be swine. He didn't think he was wasting his pearls anyway, because he loved everybody. The family unit is the most essential thing to life on earth. It's from that we build our communities, our families, our communities. Our neighbors are part of our family. Our communities are extended portions of our family. And then, so everything we do is based on love. When we all feel loved, we won't deal with all that stuff that is a bad feeling and a reaction to the lack of love or separation from it. All bad feelings, in my opinion, they stem from not being loved properly. Whether it's by your parents, your grandparents, or even your partner, you know? The family unit's the most important thing on earth and heaven. As above, so below. If you look at it from a heavenly perspective, all souls are related, so we come from a divine family. Only one can create us. We're just fractions of the one. We're a piece of the one. We're all related. We're all connected. We got to love each other so the Creator can love self. I see people apply that statement, as above, so below, to heavenly bodies or the creation. Yeah, look at all these planets in the sky. But then they can't compare it to anything on Earth. And I'm like, well, how is that as above, so below? Where's the planets on the Earth? You know, the Earth's flat. It's God's creation. That's just stuff to stare at. As above, so below means what it's like in heaven is what it should be like on Earth. And what it's like on Earth should be what it's like inside of you. Inside of you, in your universe, in your soul. Love should permeate from heaven all the way down to the soul, because the soul came from heaven. Should just be a reflection of above, in below. I get too deep sometimes, but it's early. I'm not tired.
Well, I don't believe you unless I see it on TV. So.
Oh yeah, well you won't see this on TV, but you can see a gay family if you want to watch Modern Family, but none of them bastards will be happy either.
Yeah, I've seen the show. Gross.
Yeah, that's the Modern Family, sure.
Are they trying to convince us, or is that actually a Modern Family? Is that what they're trying to make us? Like, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
I think they're trying to convince us. Where's my gay uncle at? I've never seen him, never met him. No gay aunts, but I come from a traditionalist family, so.
My great aunt was gay, but that's old, man. That's old school, right? So she just lived with her roommate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, old school women went gay because men did them wrong. You know what I mean? That's that separation of love. That's that feeling created by the separation of love. When I was a kid, women were gay because they just didn't want another man to fuck them over. And they might not even be sexual with their gay partner. They just want to say, I love this person, they love me, and this is my partner. In a setting where they're not going to get screwed over by some aggressively moronic man. And he was aggressively moronic from the love his family didn't give him and the teachings they never instilled in him. I can take it all back to a broken family unit. If you throw
In her
it at me.
case, my great aunt's case, I don't think it was sexual. But then again, she was old, so maybe it just wasn't that anymore.
Oh, right. I mean,
It seemed more just like a domestic. I don't know. They lived together. My mother said they were gay, like, but there was no outward.
Well, yeah. What is
signs of
gay
it? You know what I
sex
mean?
for
They didn't do it
women?
publicly.
Gay sex for women is just instead of masturbating themselves, they're masturbating each other.
Busting the scissors, man. Doing the scissors. Splits on splits.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. But somehow it's not so appealing with men.
Oh, certainly not.
We can
Even
make
girls are
like
grossed out by it. So, like, you know it's gross
I
when the
know.
girls. Because I can understand, like I'm attracted to girls, so 2 girls, that's just like more the merrier, right?
Yeah.
But girls aren't like, oh, the more the merrier. They're just like gross.
Yeah, because they want them 2 dudes to want them, not each other. It'd be cool if it was just
Run a
right.
train.
Right. It would be cool if it was that, but it ain't that. And if it was that, when they got done doing him, they'd want to do her the same way, and maybe that woman don't want that. That's an off ramp in life. That's a little too dirty for me to even touch, even me. I could go there, but I think it would just taint my my statement about family, love, and respect and our mamas. My mama would be mad if I was talking about that stuff in here with you people. I know she would, even though she's passed. Because there's a time and a place for everything. That was one of the first things I learned in life. Time and a place for everything, son. Like, most things aren't wrong, and we're not talking about sexuality, but most things you do in your life aren't wrong, but they can be seen as wrong if they're done in the improper time or improper place. You know, like I'll give an example. You know, it's okay to talk with your kids about sex and all that, just not at the dinner table or you're out in a restaurant, eating out, and
For while you and your wife are watching a porn, that's definitely bad. Don't.
yeah. Right, and it's okay to poop. Everybody poops. You don't poop in the middle of the grocery store where you're looking for a steak. You know, it's funny. He said Pornhub and a pizza. Oh, the kids came in. We got to explain this shit to them now. So, welcome to Advanced Birds and the Bees Class 102.
The advancement of the class is based upon how long you've been married. You get bored. Like,
Yeah.
What's with the chandelier?
That's what I was gonna say. That's when you say, "Here, son, let me move the cordless phone, the popcorn, and the fudge off the bed." Don't touch that freezer pop. Don't touch that, son. Don't eat that. Go get one from the freezer. That one there's tainted. Hey, man, you know, I covered that when I said I married my high school sweetheart. You can get bored with a person after 30 years, you know what I'm saying? They get bored with you, or you could just refuse to grow with them, or meaning you don't want to get freaky no more. You just want to do the straight up missionary stuff, and they're like, oh no, that shit's not working no more. That's
well, the thing about being with someone a long time is you spend a lot of time together. You don't even have anything to talk about because you did everything together.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the worst things. It's hard to find something to conversate about, especially once your children have grown up and you can see you did it right, and so there's not much you need to talk about them except, Tyler married a nice one. Yup. Love our grandkids. Yup. That's how
Yes, dear.
Yeah, that's how your conversations become, Yes, dear. Yeah, shut up. You only want to do missionary. You need to just shut up. When I'm talking, don't say nothing, man. Matter of fact, go get the damn grandkids. You bore me.
Well, dude, if that's what marriage is about, fuck all that. You got to find the right person, then the fire will last for 20, 30, 40 years no matter what you do. Just got to get the right person.
Yeah. 30
Listen.
years. That's what you're saying. He capped at
This
30
is
years.
what I'm saying. Listen, the fire don't just burn. You got to keep feeding the fire. Okay.
I know. Yeah.
And if you're not putting a pun intended, a log on the fire, then it's going to go out. And you might have to switch fire pits.
Well, that's the thing. If you really know what you're doing, you can make it interesting and keep remembering the person you were attracted to physically and emotionally from day one in that same intimate session 30 years later.
See, I disagree. You have to love the person
Yeah,
you're with
man.
at the time.
He's young, man. He'll adjust, man.
Whatever, bro.
Just keep loving.
40, I'm young.
When those
high school.
Well, I mean,
yeah. Listen,
when those talk about being attracted to someone, not when their titties are down to.
Let me say,
I said attracted
don't get
emotionally and as well as physically, equal parts, bro. Emotionally.
Listen, though, you're not when you marry your high school sweetheart. Now, listen, I fell in love with my wife when I was 15 fucking years old. So you're no longer loving the person at 40 years old that you fell in love with. You have to be able to love the person you're with, not the 18-year-old that you married, or you're going to be the guy that leaves your wife to go get a younger child who has a younger woman who has firm boobies and a tight buttocks. Man, that's what Indio's trying to tell you. You have
if you're still attracted
to your
15-year-old,
bro. Listen, you fell in love at 15.
When she was 15, you're a pedo.
So you had to wait. You didn't even know about relationships at 15. So
No.
you had to,
No, you're wrong.
You'd been in a serious relationship at 15 years old for more than a couple years.
Oh yeah, my brother was older than me. He informed me about everything.
I see.
So I even knew about a finger or a thumb in the butthole, during
So
sex while I
listen,
was,
my point is 15. You can make it work. It can be okay. It doesn't have to be doom and gloom at the end of that 30 years in the bedroom.
It's not doom and gloom, bro. You missed the whole point. I'm wondering if you missed out on the beginning of the conversation.
I didn't. I heard it.
Nobody's talking about doom and gloom. We're talking about accepting people for who they are and growing with them.
That's great. That's exactly what I want too. So what's to say after 30 years it has to be boring?
Nothing. It's just that what we're saying is if you're not aware of this, we're trying to educate people on how to do this. It's not a gloom and doom thing. It's you can only use the tools you have. So if you're not prepared to get into a 30-year marriage or 50-year marriage, then you're not going to have one because you're not going to put in the work that you need to put in to grow with your partner. You have to listen to them, respect them, love them, know they're not the person you started with and love them for who they are. You have to find a new love for them every day, bro. I know I lived it for 30 damn years. 34.
I couldn't agree more. I've had similar experiences.
Yeah, you have to grow with them. And one thing, you just have to accept the truth. Sometimes people grow apart. Can't hate a person for growing apart with you, especially if you grew apart from them or you stayed where you are. You were a still is person. You're still the same fucking person you were 30 years ago. You can't get mad at a person for being confined to your specifications for a lifetime. People have dreams and fantasies, and you got to experience that shit with them. To do that, you got to listen to them when they talk. You can't just say, "Oh, I loved you then, I love you now." Bam, bam, there you go. There's your love. That's our entire point. You have to build a understanding of what you're trying to accomplish. A lifetime union.
It's complicated.
It is, and it's more complex than you're trying to make it. Because our point wasn't gloom and doom. It's the complexity of a lifetime union and how to make it work.
That's what I
And
mean. You can do it.
If it doesn't, acceptance. Nobody said you couldn't do it, bro. Though that's the point.
That's what I mean. So why not just go for that? Say fuck it. It's not going to fail. Let's go. 30 years.
Well, yeah,
let's do it.
That's not naysaying anything we said. That's my point. We weren't on the opposition to that.
Okay. It just like y'all were coming down on, hey man, it's not going to be fun or anything good after 30 years. You're going to really have to try to want to be around that person.
At all, bro. That's not what we were saying at all. We were saying you have to be aware of these things and avoid them or do something to get out of that rut. Or just get comfortable living that way.
I get it. Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, so no, we weren't just on your marriage is going to be over after 30 years. That's not what I'm saying. I'm a godly marriage type person, but it just didn't work out that way, okay? And I don't hate the other person for it. I'm not telling people to be like me and still love their significant other after they broke the contract, participated with infidelity. That's just the way I did it. I'm trying to give people my experience so maybe they'll avoid getting to where I was.
I'm with you, man. I didn't mean to. I didn't want, because I know you got a huge heart and you're very smart about these things. So I didn't think I was hearing that you were saying after 30 years it's going to be boring marriage no matter what you do.
No, I'm saying that you got to be aware that that's where it could get, and
could, but doesn't have to.
It could get, and it doesn't have to, because you can be aware of that and work. That's exactly what we're saying. You got to work hard to not get there, and we're just trying to point out the obstacles you have to get over, like not having nothing to say because you're living the damn life together. This is real, dude.
Oh yeah,
this is a real thing.
I lived with a girl for 5 years, bro. I understand that, and we got boring in 5 years.
Yeah, I'm not setting anybody up for anything. After 20 years with a woman, we didn't have to say let's have sex. It was a look. We didn't have to say it's time for dinner. I could look at her and see she's hungry, or she could look at me and see that I'm hungry. And some people are needy. They need them words in that conversation and shit. That's my point. You got to be willing to give them what they need. Grow with them. Meet them where they are. Love them for who they are at that time. Then maybe you can have a successful marriage. Maybe not. If not, don't hate them. This is the person you loved. You don't hate them. You're mad because they're taking their love away. And the truth is, they don't have to take their love away. It could just be their presence or their sexual presence are taken away from. Most often, they still love you. You just didn't grow with them. You're on separate paths. This is just building an understanding to what it means to love a person for a lifetime.
Right. You don't have to be together for a lifetime, but I got it.
I mean, we're fully equipped to fucking love our mama forever because there isn't that sexual relationship and those needs and fulfillment there. She's just mom, and that's all she got to be. She gave birth to us, and we can love her unconditionally, unlike other women, and not put standards on mom. Mom's mom. She brought me into this world. That's the way it is. I'm always going to love her. Well, that's the way you should think about your wife, too. And not say, oh, she wants to do some nasty stuff. I don't know if I love her anymore. No, do the nasty stuff. You might like it. And then you spend more time together happy. You're going to be happiest when the one you say you love is happy.
Yep.
Or you don't love them. Because your happiness should depend on them. Not 100%.
Right.
But
don't want to be coded.
But I want to tell you that if you're walking around happy on your own all the time, not worrying about if your partner's happy or not, then it's going to be your fault when the 30-year marriage ends. And that's not gloom or doom. That's avoid this. Think about this. Let me give you the tools our parents couldn't give you because they're probably freaking divorced. I made it longer than a lot of people do in life, bro. I was just trying to share my experiences. And I still love the woman. Even though we're not together, I love her. I always love her. We're just not together. We're not on the same level. We had different dreams, I guess, and different fantasies. And my fantasy didn't include some young guy banging my wife. Hey, so there you go. But hey, I still don't hate her. Just sex.
So where did you bury him? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not even gonna bum you out. I ain't even gonna bum you out and tell you the young dude was my family who I loved and raised. But hey,
Well, that makes sense, though. That happens far too often.
Well, it does. It does. Because they're in their life, they probably see the person getting what they wanted. I mean, I'm not the one that says everything's everybody else's fault. Most often, I have to consider what did I add to the situation when I'm in a bad situation, because it's just the way I was raised. You can't sit back and blame shit on everybody else. You got to take responsibility for your own actions. And this is what I'm trying to point out about marriage. It's even more so in a marriage if you're trying to live a lifelong union. Be responsible for your fucking actions or your inability to act. Be responsible for that. Reckoner, you want to know? Okay, yes. So to answer your question, somebody asked if BattleMod has had just one partner experience in life. And so, you a question that a lot of people don't ask, even though I tell them I married my high school sweetheart. Yeah, she took my virginity, and for 35 years, she was my only sex partner. So when I became divorced, I didn't know nothing about any other women. I only had one partner. So I had a lot of fear in that, when now I'm alone at 45 and all I know is about, yeah, that's a real question. And all I know about women is this one woman I loved in my lifetime. Because, my mama told me to love one woman. She never told me what to do if that didn't work out, So I didn't know if other women would like me, if I had wanted. Even though I got money, I got a decent bank account. That doesn't mean as a person you meet their requirements, And so I've had 3 partners in my life, okay? 49 years, 3 women. 2 of them in the last year and a half. 1 woman from birth to 35. How many men can say that? Yeah, you was in a long relationship. Was she the only woman you ever slept with? Or did you have other women before her? I was with 1 woman for 35 years of my life. Actually, 45. But, I don't count all the years before I was 15, you know what I mean? So, my growing up. But, yeah, I was fully in. intent on loving one woman, and one woman was all I ever wanted in life. So yeah, I was broken. I had a lot of shit going on in my head when I got a divorce. I don't want to blame it all on her, but being who I am, I believe in honor, valor, responsibility, recognition. So I had to accept that there's, it had to be partly my problem because nothing's always one sided. There's no, it's all them and there's no me. There's never that with interactions between relationships, whether it's friends. If your friend's pissed off at you, I'm sure you had something to fucking do with that. If your wife's not happy with you no more, well, it's somewhat your fault too. Could be her fault more because she just put undue expectations on you, but it's gonna be partly your responsibility. And yeah, Reckoner, I ain't never loved anybody that I just stopped loving because of shit we went through in life. I mean, I still love her. I still treat her like my wife. I still treat her with the respect she due. I never once talked out of line or said a bad thing about her. And I won't. It's the mother of my children. For that, she deserves respect. Well, the other thing is, it's both of us. It's not just one of us, and that's just being an honest human being. Couldn't be all her fault. It's got to be both of us. And it was. I was so worried about what I'm leaving my legacy to my children. All I ever did was work, man. I got 3 companies, dude, and I don't have a problem working 104 hours a week. Well, where's that leave your children and your old lady? This is how I got to be such a deep thinker, At 45, you lose your wife, the only woman you love. You got to wonder if you did the same shit to your children. And so then you go back and you put more time into them, because I'm a single father. And when I lost my wife, she went to drug addiction before she went to another man. And so I raise my children by myself and I deal with their problems myself. And my children are, 20s, 30s, and 16 going on 17. I've been raising the 16-year-old since she was 12 by myself. I know she needs a woman in her life, and a man can't cover everything it means to be a woman. So she got a female therapist and my sisters. I got 6 sisters. But I'm a deep thinker. So this is why, this time right now in my life, that 16-year-old girl is my number one focus and priority. Because now I have to look back at my children and say, my son, I was raising him. He was our first. And swear to God, when I first took over the company and came back from the Marine Corps and we didn't live on base no more, we took all the money that the company made and put it back into the company. So, because me and my wife are both educated and we wanted it to grow. But I would work on semis and fleet vehicles and heavy equipment after work. I might work 16-hour day and then I'd go home and work in the barn. And my old lady would do it with me. We shared a perfect love for a long time. She'd do it with me. We'd both greasy together, and we'd have our son right there in the playpen in the barn working on cars. And I got a better heating system in my barn than most people have in their home. It's a radiant wood burning system. Even the floor is heated. So I can put my baby on a concrete floor in my garage because I'm meticulous about my garage, and I don't have oil and coolant everywhere. My shit's clean. My tools are clean and organized. The minute I'm done with it, I clean it off and put it back where I got it from.
Nice. Post a picture, bro.
Yeah. Fuck, which one? I got 4 barns that are in a U shape. in a U shape. 3 of them make a U. One's behind the middle one that connects the 2 arms together, and it's a machine shop. 3 are Amish style pole barns, truss barns. 1 is a metal barn. But that's my machine shop. In there, I got lathes. But I mean, so I had to work a lot, and because it was Marine, I'm healthy as hell. I did a lot of working, and it got to be my habit. So my habits weren't being at home with my family, loving my family all the time. And there's a lot of shit my old lady dealt with on her own instead of going through life with it. And that was part of my mistake. Instead of sharing the life, I was always out worried about the money. Well, she experienced the family by myself. And so I'd come home after 16 hours of work and be jumped. Please me right now because I got to be back to work in 6 hours, you know? And so I mean, I understood that, and I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, that's not too pleasing. That's not too inviting. I never looked at it like that, but I had to look at it from her perspective or from the what did I put into it perspective. It's not really just her perspective. It's my perspective on what I put into the relationship. So
How many acres do you have?
what 325 acres.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I've been looking at different land in Texas, so I can. Someone in my family just bought 160 acres, and I thought that was a lot, but they got a really good deal. It was
How
only
much?
1,000 an acre.
Oh, that's good. You couldn't get mine for that. It's in a good area. Um, I'd probably ask 6.5 million for my property with the home and all the outhouses, the horse stable, the dairy stables, all my barns. So I got like 17 barns. I got a horse stable that's big enough for 36 horses. I got a dairy barn. Well, actually, 2 of them. One's for the dairy milking and all that. The other one's housing, you know. But it's worth a few million. So because of the area it's in too, it's a waterfront access. So there's 8 lakes by my house, and they all lead into the rivers. And I got the Grand River comes down the north side of my property. It runs north to south, and the Kalamazoo River runs east to west through the back of my property. So you have access to 8 different lakes. So the property itself by itself barren would probably be 2.5 million, you know.
You said you have some lakes on there?
Yeah, not on my property, but
Okay.
connected to the rivers. Within 5 minutes I can be on one lake from the river, and it's got 3 lakes connected to it in a river, and the river leads to more lakes. So, yeah. There's 8 different lakes I can go to just launching a boat in a river on my property. So it's waterfront property. And Ted Nugent lives probably 1,000 acres to the right of me. So, or what he did. He used to. Now he lives in Florida. But I mean,
Wow,
a
you can just
celebrity.
like fish for food, right? You got lots of fish in those lakes that you're next
Oh,
to in rivers and stuff.
yeah. When the 2 of them come together, there's a big pond on the back of my property. I actually used to have 337 acres, but the pond, it's like the rivers roll faster. So right here where the 2 connect, it builds up, and eventually it wore out a spot for, you know, a big pond. When I was a child, the pond wasn't that big, but the pond's pretty damn big now. It takes up a few acres. And I think it might be a lake after a while, you know, but yeah, you can go right. I can walk right to the back of the property and fish on a pond. It's deep enough to swim in. I put sand. I buy white silica sand. I've made a beach, a swimming
Wow.
area in it. Yeah. But I manicure the property where it meets the rivers. So from the road, if you go out to the road, take a left, go down my road. Before the end of my property, there's a bridge right at the edge of my property. The river runs right at the edge of my property. It's not on my property, but that's where my property ends. And there's a bridge right there on the road. So I cut out all the trees so you can drive a car right down there and go all the way down the shoreline of the river all the way to the river in the back, which is like 45 acres back. And I put picnic tables and stuff out there. I let people camp there for free. There's people who take their vacations on my property, but I don't
Right.
care. I'll go down there. I'm a people person. I'll go down there and hang out with them. I'll fish. So and where that's on the Grand River, and then the Kalamazoo River, there's a nature walk, and it's a nature, the whole thing nature thing. You go down the river, you're going through a nature thing. So I just added my portion to that part of the nature trail, where you can access my property from the Kalamazoo River and freely walk around on it. You can park your boat right out there and go fish in the pond if you want to. I don't care. Just don't fuck with the cattle when they come down there and drink, Don't mess with my cattle, that's all. Because I give them a little corner that's like a 30-foot access. The fencing goes up 30 foot ashore. Because they won't go in the pond. The pond goes from 4 foot deep to bam, it's 20 foot deep, So so the cattle don't go out and go around the fence. Cattle aren't too good at swimming. They'll walk across the river, but they're not swimmers, man. They got little ass legs and a lot of weight. Their skinny legs can't paddle their fat ass. Horses are kind of like that too. Their legs are too skinny to swim. They can swim, but it's kind of amazing to me that a horse can swim. They got some skinny ass legs. It doesn't seem like they would generate enough friction for push, for acceleration, you know what I mean, of their weight. But they do it, so it's amazing. But my horses sometimes they get out and I let them wander around too. So I just got signs out there that say respect the wildlife and respect the livestock. Because I'm strapped when I come out there. I open carry all the time. I always got a 45 ACP on my side, unless I'm getting out of my car to go into some place where federal law, like I can't carry my weapon open carry into a bank, but what I can do is conceal carry in a bank. So that's normally what I do because I have a concealed carry permit. Once you register a firearm, you can open carry it on a holster, but you can get a permit to conceal it. That means I can go in the bank with one on my hip, but nobody can see it. So if I was at the bank and it was getting robbed, I'd probably shoot somebody. It wouldn't get robbed. I mean, I'm a combat veteran, I'm trained. So you wouldn't have to worry about getting that 20 years for robbing a bank. You'd probably get shot by Mike. Although, unlike the police, I won't shoot to kill. I'm cool with maiming you, so you can't draw your. If you try to reach for a gun or shoot me with the right arm, I'm gonna pump the right arm full of lead. You know what I mean? So, I think our cops should do that too. I don't think they should shoot to kill. They should shoot to maim or disable. You know what I mean?
Are you getting your water from a well or from like the nearby rivers and stuff?
Well, I got a deep well, bro. So 130 foot to my pipe goes down into the ground 130 foot.
Do you do it yourself?
No, it
Oh, okay.
was my grandfather did it. And the
Wow.
welling truck that he did it with is still here on the property. It was out in the field and not used when I came home from the Corps, and I just rebuilt it. I mean, I'm a certified diesel mechanic. I'm a fabricator. I got a welding license, a diesel license, an auto mechanics license. But I run an asphalt company, a classic automotive restoration company, a salvage yard, and a fleet vehicle service repair shop and heavy equipment. The fleet service repairs heavy equipment also, because heavy equipment is a fleet vehicle too. Most people don't know that, but your excavator is a fleet vehicle. It usually belongs to a company's fleet of cars or equipment. So it's considered a fleet vehicle. So I do excavators, crane booms. I'll fix whatever you want. I got a lot of certifications in the Marine Corps. Once I got kicked out of MARSOC, special operator, for failure to execute a given command. Not really failure to execute, but failure to follow. But that's a whole nother story. It's
You could easily live off your land, like whenever shit hits the fan. You got water, you got livestock, you got fish, you got everything, bro.
Oh yeah.
I'm jealous. That's what I'm
Yeah,
looking to do.
I got ginseng, morels, chicken of the woods, field cabbage, field onions, field mustard, mint. Yeah, I got all that. Maple syrup, walnuts, chestnuts, acorns. Yep. And these are my woods. I grew up in these woods. I manicure them. I got a tree house out here that was mine when I was a kid. My dad built it. I added onto it for my daughter. It's got power that goes to it now. My daughter it's like her extra bedroom. In the summer, she likes to have sleepovers, but there's only 2 girls I'll allow to sleep over with her and go in the damn into the clubhouse. Now she can have. There's a lot of girls she has come stay. My daughter don't. She's not. She don't go to school. She never went to a public school. She's homeschooled. So
Yeah, my son's homeschooled.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to send them to the indoctrination camp.
Right. So most of her friends went to the country school that's out here, and she met them through her mom and me because I'm a Cub Scout den leader and her mom is a Girl Scout den leader. So, you know, we do Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Weeblos, Girl Scouts, and Brownies. It goes Brownies, Girl Scouts, and then I can't remember what the major girl is. What a girl advances to Home Scout or something like that. But for men, it goes to Eagle Scout. So I was a Cub Scout, a Boy Scout, and then a Weebo before I was a Marine. And also, I went through the hell. Can't even RSAC or whatever. I can't remember the name of it right now. The military training that you go through as a child. The hell. I can't remember the name of it. That's fucking funny.
Well, hey, man, I heard what you were saying about your wife. You're letting her off the hook, bro.
Oh,
you need the red pill, bro. You need the red pill. You're letting her off the hook. You listen, we all make sacrifices in a relationship. Imagine, now think about it. Let's just do the Uno reverse card. Now imagine you're like, well, you know what?
Yeah.
I had to work all the time to support you, and I don't really think that's fair because, you know, it's just such a hard life, and you weren't there for me, and I want a divorce. Now imagine you saying that, right? Everybody would think you're the biggest. They not even consider you a man.
Yeah.
So to sit there and say I had to make sacrifices on my side of the relationship, right? And because of that, it's your fault. No, fuck that shit, dude. We all make sacrifices. It's a two-way street. It ain't all about you. Two people.
Hey, I'll give you my understanding though, where I came from.
That's some feminist shit, though, man. That's some feminist bullshit. That's Steve Harvey nonsense.
First 6 months I was, but once women started hitting on me, Indio, I proved infidelity, told her what I'll do for her, and then I let her off the hook so I could go date these other women. I ain't gonna lie. Be honest.
Just saying let her off the hook as far as like trying to justify what she did. It like, nah, dude. There's no justification.
Oh yeah, I just did that to end all the arguments, bro. Conversation's no longer on that. And I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I got this young girl, Sherry Harder Hensley. She's 32. And oh my God, my wife hates it when she comes down to the yard, the equipment yard. Because my wife's the secretary of the business, my ex-wife. And she comes down there and brings me home cooked meals and buys me clothes.
Oh, it's only going to get worse for her. Because you know what? You're going to have more and more options, and she's going to have less and less. Because that's how reality is. As men get older, they get more options, and as women get older, they get less.
We're already
They get all the options when they're young. When they're young and pretty, they have all the options.
Yeah, listen.
When we get older, the tables turn, and now you have all the options.
Yeah, we're already there. My nephew's getting bored with her.
I would walk in there with a 24-year-old girl if I were you. I guarantee, because you got money, you can get a 24-year-old girl. I guarantee it.
You already know.
You want to see her head explode? You'll see her fucking head explode, man.
Yeah, hey, she's already wanting me to pay for a boob job. I was like, you better save your fucking you better save what you get, because dig this here, Mike ain't paying 12 grand and 15 grand for titties I don't get to play with. Shit.
Exactly.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you're not. Why are you gonna play for some other dude's toys? Yeah, nah, no way.
This is my nephew's toys, bro. Listen, this is what she said. I said, I'll get a penal extension first. She said, you don't need one. That'd be an overkill. I'm like, so? I can play with them if I wanted.
No, you just fold it in half then.
Right, listen, because I could still play with them. That was the thing. Yeah, pay for them and I'll let you play with them, but I don't want to. I look at it like this.
Look, eventually, like your nephew is going to get bored with her.
Oh, I know.
Look, your nephew ain't going to marry her.
Nope.
How old's your nephew?
25.
You got kids?
Nope.
Oh God. Well, if he wants kids,
he does.
Well, she ain't the answer. Because I'm sure she's your age, right?
Yeah. That's why.
Chances of you having a pregnancy in your 40s is almost zero, dude.
Oh no, the tubes are tied, bro. She's 48.
Well, it's definitely zero.
So,
but even if they weren't, it's the probability of getting pregnant after 36 is a geriatric pregnancy. So the chance of getting pregnant in your 40s is nearly zero. So if he wants kids, then like he has to go somewhere else. And what's your ex gonna do then?
When I was butthurt, I pointed all this out, bro. But after being
listen, it's not even. You don't even have to be butthurt or even try to get revenge, man. You're just telling a reality.
Yeah.
Like the grass might seem greener on the other side of the fence, dude, but really, you're not thinking this shit through.
Nope. Because I would have loved you saggy, wrinkled, and old. Because I spent your best years with you. But you fucked up. Because these young boys, once you once you ain't an arm piece no more, and that Corvette, I ain't gonna lie, he's been ragging the Corvette out, so I just don't work on it no more. I'm gonna
No,
let him blow the fucking
dudes
motor
will
off.
have sex with her, but nobody's gonna have a relationship with her. That's the thing. Listen, dude,
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you the red pill. Women
I
get
already
confused
know.
by the idea, oh, this guy will have sex with me. Oh, he must like me. Well, no, he'll just have sex with you. He ain't gonna have a
Yeah,
relationship with you.
I,
He isn't gonna stick a ring on your finger, but he'll have sex with you. No problem.
yeah,
Right? And then like when they go like
I
after they're
knew
done
that.
riding the cock carousel for fucking goddamn 5 years and wondering why no one takes me seriously, then they're like, God damn, I fucked up.
Well,
That's
I won't.
that's called the epiphany
Yeah,
phase, man. They hit that
listen.
epiphany like I fucked up.
Yeah, listen. I won't lie. I didn't. The red pill. I didn't know all this shit. I only had one relationship, so honestly, I didn't know all this in the beginning. I was accused, confused and scared. But I got an older brother that had 4 wives, so he had sat me down with a bottle of scotch and had the same conversation you're having right now. And once I realized that, damn, he's right. They're just gonna want to fuck her and drive her Corvette, and maybe she got a rich old man, maybe get him some gold chains and bracelets and shit. You know what I'm saying?
In 10 years, they won't even want to do that.
No, and my brother told me that, and then I was like, well, I'll get my revenge by moving on. Then, so the red pill led me to, hey, what? Why shouldn't I enjoy that?
He did you a favor. Now you don't have to feel guilty, man.
Yeah, because I
You
can,
don't have to hit a midlife crisis and divorce your wife and go find
oh,
a 20-year-old. She did you a favor. You can do it yourself, and you don't have to feel bad about it.
exactly, and also I get to feel real. I never knew young ass women were digging me and shit, bro. I didn't. My fucking secretary, I said something about
You just figured out women like older men. Jesus Christ, man. Most women like older men because
well, I
they're
just,
stable. They're not all
yeah,
fucked up. They got cash. You know what I
bro.
mean?
I'm not a partier. I did party, but I just worked and worried about my family. I didn't think about all that. Yeah, now I know
Still
it.
gotta watch out for the gold diggers. So be
Yeah.
aware of that shit.
Oh yeah. My brother said, let him get a Dodge Neon and move on. Fix him a '90s car. Don't buy him a Beamer. Let him get that.
A Dodge Neon, man.
Yeah, let him get the rebuilt Neon and move the fuck on. Fucking Beamer's 35 G's, man. I gave a lot to have that money, man. Fuck it. It's like this. She still loves me, dude. So I got my cake and I eat it too. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. It's everything. Most things are forgivable, but not everything's acceptable. So I'm not just gonna walk past it. I'm gonna
Oh,
fucking
you can forgive. It doesn't mean forget.
exactly.
It's not
I
forgive and forget. It's forgive and don't forget.
enjoy it. The Ojibwe girl I'm dating is only 28 years old, and none of these chicks want to be my old lady. That's the thing. And they think they're being a player, and fuck, they're doing the same thing my wife did. Give me a reason to do what I want to do and not feel bad about it. Okay, I'm not your boyfriend. Cool, then I'm gonna go over and do this girl too. So, I mean, I was worried about diseases, but I've learned you can ask for fucking confirmation. And when you got money, they'll go and get that. Here, I got checked. I don't have any diseases. Because you got money.
Look, I'm sure where you live, venereal diseases aren't that prevalent anyway.
No, I looked into that. We only had one AIDS case in fucking 10 years. So, yeah.
Dude, I'm in
It's not
downtown. I can
so.
see 10 people with AIDS right now.
Oh, yeah, you're around New York, motherfucker. Yeah. They passing that shit around in a needle. Yeah,
Needle ain't the only way, man.
I was
Freaking
so
hose.
bummed when my nephew drug addiction But then when my brother said, look at it this way, she's going to be a ward out, drug addicted woman in, 3 years, bro. 48, fuck. Most women are downhill by 55, and no disrespect to women. I can love a 55-year-old woman. I don't have to have a young chick. I can love a woman in her prime the way she looks. She don't have to have a boob job. I like all natural saggy boobies. I like all boobies. I like all women. But now we're getting a little too perverted. But it's just fuck. I only had one relationship in life. It's been an experience for me. But I've met some good people. Fuck. In my plight to not be lonely, and I learned some stuff about myself that I never knew. So I'm actually prime, prime realty on the market, bro. I never knew that. I'm like lakefront property. Everybody wants it, and they're willing to make payments for the rest of their life. That's why, fuck. I feel good about myself. I feel sorry for them guys that don't have nice cars and money and shit when they get divorced at 50, because they probably feel really lost. The years haven't been good to them. I've worked hard my entire life, dude. You can look at my PFP. That's about a year old now, but I still look 30. I barely got gray. I barely got gray hair. I ain't got no wrinkles. It's all ripples. You know? You know? I still look young. Look, this is more recent here. This photo. Let me see if I can find it. Which one is it? Yep. So this one's more recent. This is me yesterday at 49. Tell me I look 35? I look 35, right? I can still grow a full head of hair. I'm a military man. I like a shaved head. It's clean. I ain't had to brush my hair since I was 18 and I went to the Corps. I don't like to brush hair. I'll brush a woman's hair though. Don't get me wrong. I'll braid that shit. I'll French braid it. I used to French braid for my sisters. Oh, glad. Well, Karma, you
Yeah,
said
it's so cold out. My phone just crashed.
Karma, what'd she say? She only had a couple boyfriends and never had a man. How old is Karma? Shit.
Oh God. Yo, you see the picture I just took?
No. Did I see it?
Yeah, I just put it up. That's Copley Library. That's Boston
Oh,
Public Library. Inside there's the original Gleason's map, man.
damn, that looks like
Go in there and take a picture of it.
looks like an old ass building.
Where the Boston Marathon bomb blew up. Right across the street.
Oh, that's where I've seen it before. I've looked at all those photos from every angle.
Yep.
So I've seen that building. I know me and Indio aren't the only two people in here. What's up? I'm done talking about.
Yo, what's good? Yo, what's up with everybody, bro? What y'all sleeping?
Right,
What's good, Battle Mod?
I'm done talking about family. I'm just saying the floor is open. A lot of people don't want to interrupt me, so I understand that. I didn't mean people to be scared of me when I ask certain people.
Who's scared of you? You're scared of yourself?
No.
What are you talking about?
Some people are worried I'm going to ban them or demote them because I've asked certain people to just start controlling themselves and be civil and respectful.
Oh, interesting. Do you believe in God?
Do
Battle
I?
Mod? Yeah. You believe in Jesus?
What do you mean by believing him?
Are you saved by Jesus?
John 3:16. So am I saved by Yeshua Messiah? Yes.
Oh yeah, Yeshua. Yeah.
So to say Jesus, I don't really know who a Jesus is because that's not his name, and there's power in the name, right?
Yeah. But I heard certain preachers say you can cast out demons with the name of Jesus, though.
Doesn't it make you wonder? Because his
Yeah.
name was Yeshua, and if Yeshua had authority, then why does Jesus work?
Yeah. Pretty interesting.
There's no J in Hebrew, so it makes me wonder. But do I believe Yeshua Messiah? I believe in his teachings. I'm a follower of the way. Yes. So
That's
Jesus,
good.
he was the leader of a sect called the Way, and he was Yeshua. They call him Jesus of Nazareth because there was supposed to be more Jesuses. Well, that's funny because their name would have been Yeshua. He would be Yeshua of Nazareth. Yeshua of Nazareth, right?
Yeah. So how do you feel when people get baptized in the name of Jesus? Do you think it works, or is there a demon coming into them with that, or?
No, I don't think it's a demon. I don't. It's not for me to challenge other people's beliefs, and if Jesus. So this is my belief. Yeshua's message was his mission, divine mission was to bring people back to his Father. So if you now believe in God because of Jesus, then yeah, I believe that has a divine authority. So yeah, be baptized in his name because the whole thing was people turned their back on God and his law. Jesus came, he fulfilled the law, he followed the entire law, he proved that it can be done, he got the promises of the covenant, and everything he did was teaching you the way back to the Father. So I'd say no tree bears fruit before its season. So your tree was just planted when you get brought back to the Father, and eventually you might come to a greater understanding that I have. I don't go by. I was raised a Seventh-day Adventist. Now I don't adhere to any doctrine because Yeshua told me that he would send somebody to guide me who was, the Holy Spirit. So if I'm guided by the Holy Spirit, I don't need a doctrine of the other men. If what other men believe is true, the Holy Spirit will lead me to that. And I will, on my own, come to the same understanding as them. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So you don't have to follow somebody else's doctrine. People who say Jesus is God, they don't know it. They think they're preaching the Trinity. But the Trinity is actually says there are three separate entities, but they're all one in purpose. So the doctrine that says Jesus is God is the oneness doctrine that God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus are all one. They're just different. They're wearing different hats at the time. God is God. The Holy Spirit is the working of God you see in the flesh, and Jesus is God in the flesh. That's the oneness doctrine. So people who believe that Jesus is God, they believe in the oneness doctrine. They're not Trinitarian. And the oneness and Trinitarianism are Roman Catholic. And, they're the ones that limited to the canon, the scripture for you that's holy. They told you what scripture is holy. But if you have the Holy Spirit, then you can read them scriptures and you'll figure out they're not holy on your own, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're moved by them in the Spirit, then the Spirit is moving you, and then they are true. And then you had to wonder why Rome said they're not.
Mm. A lot of people join, nobody talking.
Right. But we try not to get this on religion too much, because this is the science lobby, the science live stream.
I mean, school teaches an atheistic mindset, so I don't know.
Right. Well, see, in this lobby, I hope to lead people to God with science. Once they destroy your natural model, you realize it's a creation, and through that, you come to the understanding that God must be real.
Yeah.
Because a creation, it requires a creator.
That's true.
So, it's like this, science nerds, you're not going to lead them to God just by preaching the same old religious crap that they've already heard. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got to destroy that ideal that they're stardust, a speck of nothing in an infinite universe. You have to destroy that. Best way to do that is with science and the flat earth. So I build up my science game. It's a cute kid. Who's watched the videos on the new COVID babies?
COVID babies.
COVID babies, and they call them the new COVID. If you ain't got a new COVID kid, I don't know what you're doing. Don't talk to me. So, new babies, that makes it sound like they're not the same old babies that the creator created. You know?
Oh, from the Jabba Dabba Doos, like people that have babies after they get genetically modified.
Yeah. So, listen, there's COVID babies that come out of the womb with dark black eyes and they can hold their head up. Within 4 days, they're holding their own Bible. There's one COVID kid that literally walked after 30 days. Walked.
I saw something about that same thing, bro.
Are they demonically possessed?
Well,
yeah, there are actually quite a bit of videos and pictures of babies coming out with like fully black eyes, and then they're raising their head super fast. How does that make you feel, Battlemod?
What, the COVID kid thing? Because you cut out a lot there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's no secret I love children. I love children of the Creator too, but children aren't supposed to come out of the womb holding up their own head. You're supposed to have to hold their head for them. It's part of the process. So you don't want a baby that can hold up their head, because then you don't build that union and relationship with them from holding their head up. They're supposed to need you. That's why how you build the parental bond. And I'm also here to tell all those fathers that think that's women shit, that those fathers are full of shit, And when their kids grow up to be not good kids, it's because the father didn't hold the baby enough. Damn it, it's your responsibility too. You're supposed to love that child. If you want the child to trust what you say, you have to build a bond with it. When it's first born, you have to hold it enough. You have to feed it. You have to change its butt and make it comfortable. You have to rely on it has to rely on you. That's how your boys know dad's always there to fix everything, and your girls know dad's the type of man they want. But he's dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I ain't have that growing up. My dad died when I was 11. He was in and out of jail, all types of stuff.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I had to become a man by myself.
So, Austin, you and Kai are getting married, or you are married?
Yeah, I would say we're married, but we're doing the whole celebratory ordeal in a couple months.
Common law marriage?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was just saying I might want to buy a wedding present or something, you know? The hell. Can't rob us of that, man. You're robbing your friends if you didn't have a wedding and gifts. And I got a couple bucks for the dollar dance, bro.
We're gonna do the whole like wedding thing, just real casual.
Well, Battlemont ain't gonna try to steal your girl, but I'd probably give everybody at the damn reception $1 to get a dollar dance or a 20. Shit, that's the fun. I like going to my niece's wedding so I can do that. My niece is like, damn it, Uncle Mike, man, you could have just gave me $500, man. Now I had to dance with everybody in the place. I said, yeah, you're supposed to feel good because you're the focus of all this. He's going to give you seeds. You're going to build a family. You're going to improve everything he gives you. Going to give you a house. You're going to make it a home. I had my niece crying on her wedding day. I got all deep on her. But I mean, that's what family's about. They think they know what a marriage is, and you know, Uncle Mike's got to come in and tell them what a marriage really is. And they know Uncle Mike was married for 30 some years, and I was married for, well, when I was 18, I got deployed, but we applied for the licenses, and then you know, the first time I had open time after that, we went and got married. So, and I didn't have a wedding because I was deployed, you know, and in combat. So for the first 2 years, we didn't have a wedding. I didn't get her an introduction to the family. Her name wasn't written in the book, the family tree. We have a birth and marriage, you know, because in my family, when you marry their nephew or son, you become part of the family. You're born to the family at that time, so you're a new birth, you know, and your name goes in the new birth section. You're now their niece or their sister or, you know,
Right.
or their daughter. My mom seen my wife as her, you know, she's my daughter now, daughter-in-law. So she's a part of the family, an integral part of the family. I mean, my parents respected that. Her blood is going to be in my children. She is a part of their family.
Yeah, I'm gonna go buy her a ring pop here in a little bit, and I'm making gym basketball shorts for the ceremony.
You're going to wear basketball shorts? We wore fatigues, me and my old lady. We went militant on our shit. We wore fatigues. We did the Running Man together. I gave everybody, I had a bunch of my people I served with at my wedding, and so I gave everybody a few dollars. My old lady's like, man, you let all your buddies dance with me. I was like, shit, I gave them $1 to dance with you. What are you talking about? I paid for it.
We're gonna do ours flat earth themed, so we'll get married on the beach with the flat water behind us.
Cool.
Ooh, ooh.
You gonna write your own vows?
That'd be funny, like in the middle of the ceremony. Wait a second, did you see that boat? It's not actually disappearing behind the curve of the earth.
I think it's cool when you write your own vows and you declare to each other that you're gonna try to love each other for a lifetime. I'm gonna work for it.
Oh yeah, we'll write our own vows. Yeah.
I like that.
Do people not write their own vows? Do they just read? Do some people read their own, like something else written?
Well, the repeat after me vows: love, honor, cherish.
Yeah, not doing that.
Yeah, I don't like a wedding that just consists of the pastor telling you to repeat after me, and then. But that's part of the the godly marriage and the divine contract. So yes, you need them, but you should also give your own declaration in words, something that they can hold you to. You said this when you married me. Something tangible that you can build on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When your wife or your husband becomes all bummed out, you say, look, it ain't all that. Have some patience. Remember, you promised me this at the wedding. You're not doing that. I use that on my ex-wife a lot. Look, honey, you're spasmatic, you're spazzing out. You said you were with me, rich or poor. You'd respect me. Just have some patience, woman. But yeah, I think you should, besides love, honor, and cherish, you should declare to each other you're gonna love each other for a lifetime. And
well, that's the thing is like people just like my best friend had this huge wedding that was like $40,000, and now they're
talking divorce already. You cut out, Kai.
Oh, they're just talking about getting divorced already 3 months later. And they did that whole wedding. And I think because of the being so materialistic, it allowed them to lose their relationship.
You know, before my daughter got married, I made her had that conversation with me. So before she said her vows, she understood what she was getting into. So it didn't just end, within 90 days. And my brothers, because my brother's not very good at talking to his daughters, he had 4 daughters. He made them all talk to Uncle Mike. Oh, you wanting to marry this guy? Okay, you and him got to go talk to Uncle Mike when he's drinking scotch on a Friday night, and he can get real deep about what a marriage really is. And because I was married for 30 years and loved my wife since I was damn 15 years old, she was the only woman I ever been with till I was damn near 50. They respect it and listen, and but once you put it all on the line, that everything they're going to go through and what they really have to mean to each other, children who are thinking about marrying because they look at each other and wonder, do they really love each other that much? My one niece said, I don't want to get married right now. I think we should wait a year and make sure that we are all that stuff my Uncle Mike said. Do you agree with that? And her old man even said, yeah, I don't know if I'm prepared for all that. I guess we just didn't think about it. So they waited a year. They still got married though. So it's just they spent a year thinking about what a marriage really is and whether or not they're prepared to say that and make that claim and then live up to it. So I respect him, Chelsea. So my niece Chelsea, I respect her husband Greg more than I respect the other nieces' husbands because they've just jumped in it and they didn't care. Oh well, we just get a divorce, So they're like, they don't care if they put my nieces through hell. You know what I mean? Greg did. Greg had to contemplate it. So when Greg has problems that money can correct, I help Greg out because Greg actually loves my niece and respects her. He said, "Well, let's wait until I know damn well I can honor my vows." That's respectable. He want to be the part of the family. He want to be my nephew. So I reward that. I paid their loans on their house. I paid off his car because he lost his job and couldn't make the bills. I paid his car off and then gave him a job with me. And now he just works for the asphalt company every year. But he is also a certified mechanic, so he don't take time off. He don't take unemployment. I just send him to my Mike's Classic Automotive Restorations. I send him to my garage and let him work on hot rods during the winter. So
That's nice.
he's a good. I would like to say kid. He's a kid to me, but he's a good man. I gotta respect him as a man. He makes manly decisions, and he considers them in a manly fashion. He's a man. He's a good kid. I like him. I like Greg. I put Greg through hell. I put Jimmy through hell, my oldest daughter's husband. Them
Maybe
two
we
are.
should. Maybe we should photobomb all of our wedding pics with a flat Earth blimp in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. You want to hear
Yeah, one of
something
those
funny?
planes that just holds on.
My daughter's husband and my niece's husband, they're best friends because they both work for me and them. I I put them on the same crew together, so they drive in the same truck together, and they could each talk about their experience with me. They had something to talk about. They had some common ground. Like, man, Mike gives us too much responsibility. Yeah, Mike pushes us. But Greg knows. Greg says, hey, Mike just wants us to be a large part of the family business. So he just wants to make sure that we can handle the responsibility because we love his daughters and niece that he loves, then we're going to advance here, They'll always have jobs. My daughter and my son are